The time is 11:05 a.m. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Vasut.
Here.
Vice Chair Rosenthal.
Here.
Representative Garcia. Here. Representative Guerin. Here. Representative Gervin Hawkins. Representative Guerra. Representative Guillen. Here. Representative Hefner.
Here.
Representative Hickland. Here. Representative Hunter. Here. Representative Manuel. Here. Representative McQueenie. Here. Representative Metcalf.
Here.
Speaker Moody. Representative Pearson. Representative Spiller. Here. Representative Tepper. Here. Dean Thompson.
Here.
Representative Turner. Here. Representative Wilson. Here. Representative Wu.
A quorum is present. The chair is pleased to welcome our guests attending today's meeting. The chair reminds our audience that signs, placards, and verbal expressions of support or disapproval are prohibited under the House rules. Now, I know some had signs in here earlier. I'm not asking you to remove them. Just keep them down at your feet, and that'll be fine. You might even want to use it as a fan. Now, the chair has asked to lower the temperature in here, and we're endeavoring to do that, and I hope that will take effect soon. Yeah, both. Now, and also, you may see the members on the dais remove their coats. Just understand that's because we've got a whole bunch of lights in front of us. It might get a little warm up here. So I want to thank you for being here today and helping us preserve order and decorum at today's hearing. You know, really, what this is about is making sure that we hear from you. And so when we maintain order and decorum, it ensures that we're able to do that effectively. So thank you for that. Before we take up any revision to the Congressional Redistricting Plan or discuss such a plan amongst ourselves, we're of course here today in our second public hearing to hear about what revisions should be made, if any. As set out in the posting for today's hearing, we will take public testimony regarding a revised Congressional Redistricting Plan pursuant to the Governor's July 9, 2025 proclamation calling a special session of the 89th Legislature. This hearing will focus on those counties of the state lying wholly or partly within Congressional Districts 2, 7, 8, 9, 14, 18, 22, 29, 36, and 38 for the 119th Congress. But the committee will hear testimony about any region of the state. Today's hearing will feature in-person public testimony only. For everyone in the audience, thank you for being here today. In order to testify in person today, you must register outside at the table that's outside those doors back there. We have staff there for you. If you have any questions, please ask the staff there. Be sure to fill out your blue sheet all the way through and make sure to sign it at the bottom. Some of you didn't sign, so when I call you up to testify, I might flag that for you, and we're going to need to have you sign it before you testify, if that's okay. We're going to be, as you know, we've had to kind of limit who can be in this room because of fire code. And so I want to say that if, after you testify, if you wouldn't mind exiting so that somebody outside can come in, that would be appreciative. We're going to be closing registration for in-person testimony today at 12:30 p.m. The chair will remind you all about that, and then we'll close that at 12:30, so make sure to register outside. For everyone wishing to testify, testimony will be limited to 2 minutes in length. I'll have a timer up here at the dais, and I believe there is one, yes, right in front of the 4 chairs up at the front here. The yellow light, I believe, will indicate 30 seconds, and then you'll have another chirp, I believe, at 15, and then it'll really beep at the end. And then I'll kind of ask you nicely, please wrap up your testimony. That means basically kind of finish your sentence, and then we'll go on. Now, any questions you receive from the members of the committee or on the dais here today, that's not really an opportunity to just extend your testimony without end. That's for specific questions. The whole reason for that is we want to be fair to everybody in this room and reach as many that 5-hour limit. I want you to know that 5 hours is just for the testimony portion. Now, I want to drive home this point because we have such a great group of people here today that testifying at these chairs and at the microphones is not the only way that your testimony can be recorded and given to the committee. And it's very important that we hear from all of you. Now, First, if you are testifying and you have more to say than time allows, as was put into the notice, you're encouraged to have a written copy of your testimony, and you'll be able to turn that in to our assistant clerk seated at this table over here, and I'd encourage you to do that. That testimony will be scanned in and given to all the members of the committee, who will have your affirmation form that you filled out and can call you or email you with any questions. Second, if you have any handouts today, we asked for 22 copies so that we could give one to every member of the committee and then one for the record that will be shared electronically. Please feel free to give those again to the assistant clerk up front if you have them. Third, everyone in this room and anyone watching online is welcome to submit an electronic comment without testifying. You can do that online on the electronic portal. It's linked in today's hearing notice. It can be found at comments.house.texas.gov. Again, that's comments.house.texas.gov. So even if you want to just upload your testimony there too, even if you do testify, you're welcome to do that. We'd love to have it. And so more the merrier. The Texas Legislative Council also hosts a website for redistricting at redistricting.capital. Now that's with an O, CAPITOL. So just so you know, Capitol with an O is the building, Capitol with an A is Austin. So there's your trivia for today. So that's redistricting.capital.texas.gov. On that website, you can find information about submitting proposed maps for consideration. I believe you click 2020s and then public participation, and then you can upload that there. Finally, every member of the public is always welcome to email, contact, or call any member of the legislature at any time, particularly your state representative, and we welcome you to do so. You can find out information about contacting your member at house.texas.gov. Finally, let's talk about logistics. Since today is only in person, we're going to take in-person public testimony in panels of 4. I'm going to call 4 up to testify at the front, and then I will read off 4 names that will be on the next panel, or at least I'm going to try to do that. If you hear your name called, just be ready. So if I say on deck, just be ready. Make sure you're in this room. And then that way, when the first panel's done and they're excused, you can come right up. We'll be moving pretty efficiently here. Finally, since we have no bill before this committee at any of these first 3 public hearings, all testimony today will be neutral or on. That's why you had to fill out your form that way. It's just required by the rules. But guess what? You could take any position you want at that microphone or any position you want when you email us. So it's just for the registration under the rules that you're having to be on. We had a few questions about that. I wanted to make sure that you knew. With that, I believe we'll get started. You got opening statement?
Mr. Chairman, may I have a point of information?
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson for a question.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to advise the public that they would not be testifying on a revised congressional redistricting plan because there is no revised congressional redistricting plan.
The chair would note that the reason we're kind of reading it off that way is a hyper-technicality of the way the hearing notice was done. Now, hyper-technically, it's whether there will be a revised congressional districting plan. But the chair is going to just reflect for the notes that it's on revised congressional districting plan. Now, that testimony, of course, can be anything that they want. But I thank the dean for the question.
I just don't want the audience to be confused that there is a plan already in place.
That's a very fair point. All of the congressional districts that were mentioned in this notice or in the other notices are the current districts, and you can find those online in Plan C 2193 on the redistricting website, dvr.capital.texas.gov. But as Dean Thompson correctly notes, there is no revised map in front of the committee at this time. Thank you, Dean. Vice Chair Rosenthal, for what purpose?
I would like to make a statement at the beginning.
Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for helping to work with us on invited testimony today. Can you hear me now? Can you all hear me?
Good.
All right. Y'all, my name is John Rosenthal. I'm actually a state representative in the Houston area, Northwest Houston, District 135. And I often feel out of place in these settings. I'm a career mechanical engineer, and I seek practical solutions whenever we're in this business. So to me, this is kind of anything but that. It's the exact opposite. Now, for someone like me, this is an incredible responsibility that I feel, and I'm honored, but also feel the gravity to serve as your vice chair on this House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting. Listen, I've done some big things as an oil field engineer, but nothing in my life compares to this right here today. And thank you for being here. There's a real fight in front of us, and you can count on me and my colleagues to be in it. At the first hearing, I passed out the letter from the Department of Justice that was sent to Governor Abbott, where he specifically mentions, the Department of Justice specifically mentioned 4 congressional districts. That is 9, 18, 29, and 33. Before I even say anything else, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Congressional 18 is where we're sitting. It's a historic, iconic district. And when I say historic, I mean historic. This district gave us Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, and the late, great Sylvester Turner. So when we look at what's going on right now, and the 3 of these 4 districts called out just happen to be represented by African American representatives. Tell me that that is not a racist attack on our black reps. And I'll note it's black and brown. We got Sylvia Garcia here, who we're going to hear from in a little bit. Mid-decade redistricting is unusual. It's unnecessary. We actually are required every 10 years to redraw our district boundaries after the census, and we did that. There was a 2020 census, and we redrew the boundaries in 2021. So this process is not about making things fair, which is what it's supposed to be. It's mostly about removing districts represented by people of color. It's about taking power. It's about taking the voice away from black and brown communities. If they dismantle all 4 of these, that is like almost 2 million voices silenced. That already Congressional 18 will go more than a year without having a voice in Congress. So this effort has nothing to do with representing people better. It's the opposite of that. Texas is growing. Between 2010 and 2020, we added almost exactly 4 million people, 3,999,994, according to the United States Census. I can call that 4 million for practical purposes. Of that growth, 187,252 were white, 550,887 were black, 1.98 million were Hispanic or Latino. So let me just say, if 4.5% of our 10-year growth was white, when we added the 2 new districts that was required because we had so many new people here, how did they manage to draw those both to be majority white districts? That is not the purpose of the exercise, right? We take the census and then we draw the districts to make sure everyone is fairly represented. So I'm just going to say, if these folks end up trying to take away seats, we will be fighting those. That is just stealing voices, plain and simple. So I'm going to point out, for those that haven't noticed, I'm a white guy, but I think it's especially important for people that look like me to speak out, because when Desmond Tutu said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor, sign me up to oppose the oppressor. So it's on us, those of us, and you know who I'm talking to, the people that benefit from this system. We need your help in this fight, because we cannot let our brothers and sisters, no matter what race or zip code or ethnicity or anything else, we cannot let this system, this process silence their voices. So with that, I'll yield back. But thank you all very much.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
I like to respond.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson for an opening statement.
I'm the last person in the United States that need to defend Ken Paxton and Dan Patrick, but I'm going to defend them today. When we drew the lines and the DOJ sent down here and said they were racial lines, here's what Ken Paxton said. The Texas legislature did not pass race-based electoral districts for any of those 3 political maps. Texas State Senator Joan Huffman, who chairs the Senate Redistricting Committee, testified under oath that she drew Texas districts blind to race and sought to maximize Republican political advantage balanced against traditional redistricting criteria. The Texas legislature has led the nation in rejecting race-based decision-making in its redistricting process. Y'all know that I'm the wrong person to defend Dan Patrick, but there's no way in hell that a racist map was going to come out of the Texas Senate. And I resent that the United States Justice Department would send a bogus letters down here to the state of Texas accusing the people in this state of doing such. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Turner, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the Chair yield for a couple of questions?
Chair yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on the conversation you and I had on the dais at our Thursday hearing in Austin, I asked you at the time if the Chair had any contact or the committee had any contact with the Department of Justice with respect to their July 7th letter. You answered that you had not. Has that changed since that time?
That has not changed since our last conversation.
Okay. Yes, you may be aware, yesterday your Senate counterpart, Senator Phil King, sent a letter to the Department of Justice addressed to Harmeet Dillon, who is the Assistant Attorney General who signed the July 7th letter, extending an invitation to Mr. Dillon to testify before the Senate Redistricting Committee so the senators could hear the Department of Justice's perspective on why that letter was sent, why it was necessary, and what their legal rationale was for it. My question is, would the House committee also send a similar letter formally inviting Mr. Dillon to testify before our committee so we can understand exactly what the Department of Justice's position is with respect to this redistricting process?
The Chair's understanding is we extended an invitation to anyone that wanted to come testify, which would include Ms. Dillon. At the first hearing that we had 2 days ago, I understand the Vice Chair is willing to invite them, and she's more than welcome to come and testify in person. And pursuant to the conversations I've had with the Vice Chair, happy to take her out of order either today or at the hearing in Arlington on Monday.
Okay. So is the Chair not prepared to send a formal letter from, I think, I appreciate.
Chair's happy to consider that. I'll consider that and get with you offline.
Would the Chair recognize me for a motion for us to for the committee to vote to formally invite the Assistant Attorney General to appear before the committee?
Not at this time, but I will get with you, and I'm happy to consider sending her a letter. And even just so it's clear for the public right now, she's welcome to come testify. I don't believe that I or the committee have the power to subpoena her because she's a federal official, but she's more than welcome to come, and I know if the Vice Chair or anyone or me wants to reach out to her, we'd be happy to have her if she wants to come.
I understood, and I would just hope the Department of Justice would respond positively to a formal invitation from you and from our committee to come and testify. That's why I think a formal invitation would be appropriate and hopefully well received, and we get their testimony here before our committee.
Understood. I will follow up with you on that for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be prepared to make that motion at any time you deem is appropriate for me to offer it. Lastly, you had indicated the other day that the House has retained a law firm for purposes of redistricting, Butler Snow, I believe you said?
That's correct.
Okay. You said you wanted to check to see if that law firm was available to the entire committee for purposes of redistricting. You weren't sure about that when we talked about it Thursday?
Yes,
do you have an answer on that?
The Chair's looked into that. The Butler Snow has been retained to represent the Speaker and his staff, the Chair and his staff, and because of the litigation that was ongoing at the time, Chairman Hunter and his staff as well.
Okay, so just so I'm crystal clear on that, Butler Snow has been retained by the House of Representatives to represent the Speaker and his staff, yourself and your staff,
The committee staff, I guess, would be indirectly under that,
The
too,
committee
yes.
staff.
And then Chairman
Your
Hunter
personal
is-
staff and the committee staff.
That's correct.
And Chairman Hunter and his staff.
That is correct, Representative Turner.
And that's the scope of their representation.
That is my understanding of the scope, yes, sir.
Okay. Would the committee be able to provide resources for members of the committee, talking specifically Democratic members in the political minority, to also retain our own counsel for purposes of redistricting?
I'm happy to look at that. I'm not sure if that's been done before, but I'm happy to look at that. I do know that we all have legislative counsel that's available to every member, but I'm happy to look at that and get with you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Turner. Members, any other questions? Representative Wu, for what purpose?
Questions?
Chair yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the last hearing, I had asked you if you had any information from the governor's office on exactly the governor's intent or rationale for putting this on the call, thus giving the committee some direction of what we're supposed to be doing, what we're supposed to be looking at, more than just naming an issue. Have you contacted the governor's office since that last hearing?
I have not,
Okay. Has anyone in your office contacted them?
not to my knowledge.
Has anyone asked them? Could you clarify what exactly your intent is and reasoning is for putting this on the call?
Not beyond my personal knowledge.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Have you considered asking the governor to explain what exactly he means when he's putting this issue on the call?
Not at this time. I'll take that under advisement. I mean, I think that the proclamation that we have received and that we reviewed at the last hearing was, in my mind, pretty clear in the sense that he's put this item on the call, and it is prudent for this committee to take it up.
Could you explain in your mind what is the rationale that you understand of what the governor is?
I'll give a little leeway up at the front. I just want to make sure that we understand that the audience is not to respond. And it's going to be particularly important when we get into witness testimony. I just want to make sure that we know that now. That's okay. If the gentleman please repeat his question.
You explained that you think that it's not necessary for you to ask the governor to clarify his intent and his rationale for placing this on the call, for placing a mid-cycle redistricting on the call. You said you understand that in your mind, it is clear to you what it is. It is unclear to me and many other members on here. Could you explain, in your own words, in your mind, what you believe the governor's intent is in putting this on the call?
I could not speculate what the governor's intent is. The chair's position is that the governor has put an item on the proclamation, and as is customary, when the governor puts items on the proclamation, the legislature responds with at least hearings. And so on that basis, the chair has set up these public hearings, including the one 2 days ago in Austin, the one today here in Houston, and the one on Monday in Arlington.
Okay. So now I'm even more confused because just not more than 2 minutes ago, you said it was clear in your mind what the governor intended, what he wants and his logic, even though you haven't talked to him. But now you're saying that we don't know, and that's why we're having these hearings.
My statement was that the proclamation itself was clear as to the jurisdiction conferred upon the House of Representatives under the Constitution to take action or not take action under the Constitution. And on that basis, because the governor has put it on the call, as is customary, the chair was going to take it up. I believe that's the position that has been taken in the Senate as well. And it's customary that anytime we have a special session proclamation, we take up that legislation along with all the other items.
Do you know whether or not the governor's true intent is to remove coalition districts from Texas maps?
I do not. And I struggle to know anyone's true intent. I'm a mind reader. I haven't been able to read my wife's mind many times, and I can't read the governor's necessarily.
Sure.
So I can't speculate on what anyone's intent is.
Would you be surprised if the governor specifically said, point blank, quote, we have the ability now to draw maps that don't have coalition districts, end quote? Are you aware the governor said that? publicly.
I'm aware of the governor making remarks. I'm not aware of the specific details, but I trust that you've done a quote. So on that basis, I don't have a reason to dispute the quote. But it's not the chair's intention to be taking action based off of the express words of the governor in a private setting. The governor has given a proclamation, and the chair has indicated the chair is going to act on that proclamation.
Well, that's, again, brings us back to my original point. I'm not clear what the intent is and what the purpose of this is. And here, I've read the proclamation. The proclamation, to me, as an attorney, provides no basis of why we are redistricting under the law, under state and federal law, other than you can, or you have the legal ability to do it right now. But it has not provided to me, as a sitting member of the legislature, of why and for what purpose. So all the other legislation, the governor has provided information on what his feelings are, what his intent is, and what kind of law he would like to see passed. Now, he has not provided that in writing to any of us as members of this committee. Has he provided that in writing or verbally to you?
He is not.
Okay. So I would assume that you are not a mind reader, as you just said, that you are as in the dark as we are about this.
I don't know if I'd use those terminology. The chair's position is that the proclamation was clear as to the jurisdiction conferred upon the legislature under the Constitution to take action on items put on the call, and it has been the intention and the practice of the House for the committees to take up hearings and action on the items put on the call.
Now, you're an attorney as well. It's reasonable to say that there is a distinction between jurisdiction and a purpose. Would that be fair?
I think that jurisdiction is obviously a legal terminology. Purpose would be in the eye of the beholder, of course.
Sure. And just like the legislature has a jurisdiction to either increase school funding or decrease school fundings, you would agree that those are very different things.
I would presume that those are certainly different things.
Okay. Now, that would apply to this here. You have stated that we have the clear jurisdiction to be sitting here based on the governor's call, but we do not have any purpose in being here. Could you explain?
The chair.
Could you explain in your own words, in your mind, what the purpose is of this committee? What are we looking to do?
The purpose of the hearings, as was announced 2 days ago, is a proclamation has been issued where the governor's put this item on the call. In accordance with the historical practice, we're going to take it up in 2 phases. The first phase is, of course, for the public to provide testimony on whether to revise the congressional plan or not, and if so, what are things that you would like to see or not see. And we've received testimony at the last hearing on that basis. I anticipate in a moment we'll be able to get to that here today and in Arlington on Monday. And then, depending on that testimony, we may or may not take action thereafter. And so it's a 2-phase process. And I think it's always prudent when the governor puts an item on the call that we take it seriously and we look into it, and that's exactly what we're doing.
So what you're saying is you don't have any idea of what you want to do, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
You're waiting for public testimony.
Well, I think that my main purpose here today is to hear from the public. And I'd like to be able to do that. Obviously, we've got to get through these questions first to be able to hear from the people. And I'd like to be able to go into public testimony.
Thank you. In your own mind, have you already an idea or a plan of what you would like to see done on these maps?
In the sense that whether we take action or not, I've heard testimony that would lead me to believe that perhaps some revisions are necessary. I believe there was testimony 2 days ago that some people didn't like the current maps. But whether or not we do that is still to be determined, and I'd like to get to the public testimony so we can hear that today and in 2 days.
All right, let's get to it.
All right. Members, any other Speaker Moody, for what purpose?
Just a couple questions of the chair.
Chair, yields questions.
Since we took up testimony on Thursday and we had a conversation at that point about whether you had been provided any proposed maps or had begun to prepare any. At that time, you said no, and I just want to, now that a couple days have passed, some testimonies come online, have you or your office begun to engage in drafting a proposed map for this committee to consider?
No.
Has any, I keep hearing that maps are coming down from Washington, D.C. Have any maps like that been provided to you or your staff?
No.
So we still, you don't have anything in front of you after one hearing that would indicate what a potential redraw of congressional districts in Texas would look like?
No. The only one that I have seen was that one that was uploaded to the public portal. And I believe there might have been more uploaded. I haven't looked at them. So that's it.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair's going to recognize on the dais with us today Representatives Wally, Lalani, Morales-Shaw, Jones, Perez, and Simmons. Did I miss anyone? Okay. Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Thank you. Just ask a few questions of the chairman.
Chair yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the non-redistricting committee members to at least sit on the committee and allowing us to participate so that voices are heard from every part of Harris County. Being a member from Harris County for the last 9 terms, it's an honor to represent not just my district, House District 140 in North Harris County and Aldine area, but I just don't represent North Harris County. I get to vote on, many of us get to vote, all of us, 150 members get to vote on legislation that impacts statewide issues, and so appreciate the opportunity. But as it pertains to any maps, potential maps that that would be presented by this committee or identified by this committee, is the chair aware, or how will this committee ensure that communities of interest like those in CD 29, 18, 9, 7 are not split or diluted during the redistricting process?
It's the chair's intention, as he's previously stated, as far as it depends on the chair, to comply with the Voting Rights Act and at all times.
And what specifically will that criteria be, how will that criteria be used in redrawing these maps?
The chair doesn't have a particular plan in mind on specific districts. As I mentioned, I haven't even seen a map. I haven't prepared a map. And so it would be premature for me to comment on that other than to say I'm going to comply with the Voting Rights Act in everything I do.
Okay. And so to that point, how will the chair and the committee do that?
If it's the chair's understanding that if a bill is filed after these public hearings, we'll take it up, consider it. At that time, we'll have another public hearing, of course, on any proposal, and then we will evaluate it and ensure at all times that it complies with the Voting Rights Act.
And in compliance with the Voting Rights Act, how will the committee ensure that there are no gerrymandering or racial gerrymandering of these districts?
The chair understands, and part of the purpose of council is to ensure that we get appropriate advice. I'm not an expert on redistricting law, but we receive that advice, and whoever moves forward with anything would of course, we have counsel in that sense, and I would my expectation is that any map that is drawn will be reviewed for compliance with the Voting Rights Act, and that it will comply with the Voting Rights Act. And of course, throughout the process, we'll have a deliberative process from the members of this committee on any proposal, if one comes forward, as well as on the floor of the House.
Okay. And you mentioned that you have hired outside counsel for the Committee on Redistricting. Is that correct?
As I mentioned to Representative Turner, outside counsel has been retained for the Speaker and his staff, the Chair and his staff, and because of the litigation that was ongoing for Chairman Hunter and his staff.
Okay.
Because
and
he's the former, just so the record's clear, he's the former chair of redistricting.
correct. And as I understand it, there has been, since there is no map, are you aware that we recently had a trial on the 2021 map? Is that?
I'm generally aware that Chair was not involved in the lawsuit.
And that map was passed by the Texas legislature, and who controls the Texas legislature?
The people of Texas.
No, what? Just to be clear, and I'm not trying to be cute here, but who is in control? Which political party is in control of the Texas legislature as we speak?
The Republican Party currently holds and held in 21 a majority of the seats in the House and Senate.
And they are the ones that are approved this particular map. Is that correct?
I don't recall actually offhand, Representative Wally, I don't want to lie to you about what the exact vote count was, but I do know that it was approved by the House and Senate in 21, I
Okay.
believe in the third special session. And passed
You're
that.
aware that the Republicans drew this map that now the Republicans saying are now illegal. Is that my understanding?
All right. The chair will remind the audience that clapping or outbursts in response to statements is not allowed under the rules of decorum. And I trust that the audience will help me comply with the rules of decorum going forward. To the gentleman's point, I apologize if I have forgotten the exact question asked. The votes in 21, I understand that Republicans voted for the map, me included, because I believed it complied with the Voting Rights Act. Whether or not individuals believe it does or doesn't, it is not the chair's position that the map drawn in 21 violates the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, but it wasn't until you got the chair, well, the governor, Abbott, received the letter from the Department of Justice that now ironically says that these maps are now, I'm paraphrasing, are discriminatory in a particular way. Is that your understanding?
I don't necessarily read into the proclamation that if the governor has made a statement, he'd have to defer to the governor, right? The chair has read the proclamation. The proclamation says what it says, and as the chair has mentioned, it's the custom and practice in the legislature when the governor puts an item on the call to take it up.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
are you,
Mr. Chairman,
Dean Thompson, for a purpose.
may I respond just a little bit to my colleague?
The chair will recognize Dean Thompson for a brief statement.
It just, Representative Wally, it just seems to me that the DOJ is accusing Texas of being racist. And I know, you know, I don't need to defend Dan Patrick because he can defend himself. And I don't need to defend the legislature because they can defend themselves. And I definitely don't need to defend Ken Paxton because he can defend himself. But he specifically stated that those maps was drawn and they are not race was not involved in it. And I don't know why the United States Justice Department is accusing us of drawing racist maps. I just don't get it.
The chair recognizes Representative Wally for a brief statement, and then if he wants to ask the questions to the chair, he will. The chair will for that.
I think that's what the perplexing Dean Thompson is really why we're here. We don't know why we're here, honestly. I'm kind of speechless on that fact. But to Chair Basut, are you aware that, and if the committee, if you answered this question at a previous committee, but I just want to get this, at least for our Harris County folk to understand, are you aware that the 2021 map increased majority white districts?
I have not looked at that,
Okay.
the breakdown of every single one and tabulate every single one. It's been 4 years, Representative Wally. I don't want to give you a wrong answer, so I'm just
Okay.
going to say I'm not advised at this time.
Are you or any of the committee members, but particularly you chair this committee, are you aware that the most recent census data shows that most of Texas's population growth in the past decade has come from communities of color? Is that a fair statement?
I'm not 100% sure, Representative Wally. I don't have information in front of me to dispute that because I haven't looked at this.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chair will admonish the audience to follow the rules of decorum. The chair wants to ensure that everyone remains and has an opportunity to speak. So let's make sure that we follow the rules of decorum. To the gentleman's point, the reason I'm not able to, I have not looked at that census
Okay.
data in detail, and I don't want to. Again, my rule is I'm going to give you the straight answer I can, and I'm going to answer
Right.
your question. And so on that basis, I don't have that census data in front of me. I haven't looked at it.
Okay. Well, just
I have no reason to doubt your statement.
okay.
if
So
that helps.
for the chairman's information, census data, also the American Community Survey, indicates that 80–90% of the growth in the state of Texas has been by the last decade by Black, Brown, Asian folks. Just want to set that record straight. And that you're sitting in the most diverse county in the country. Are you aware of that?
I believe, hyper-technically, Gentleman Representative Lalani might take issue with that because I believe that Fort Bend County is the most.
And where's
diverse.
Fort Bend?
Fort Bend County is very close by.
It abuts Harris County. Is that correct?
In the Houston metro area. You're
It's in the
absolutely
Houston
right,
metro
Representative
area. So this region is one of the most diverse communities in the country. Is that correct?
Walker. I would assume so, and I think we're better for it.
And that would be a strength. That diversity would be a strength because we're all Americans. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I think that unity and diversity is the strongest principle that there is.
Okay. And is the chair aware that this university campus is one of the most diverse university campuses, the University of Houston, in the country?
That's the chair's understanding. As Representative Wally knows, the chair is a graduate of this institution.
You are the University of Houston Law Center, as I.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the time you've given us to answer, particularly myself as a member of this body, and look forward to hearing from our members of Congress and the panelists. And I want all of you guys to know that you're being heard, and we're going to do everything we can to fight for you, your interests. You deserve it. We're all Americans. Godspeed.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
I have questions of the chair.
Chair, yes, for questions.
Chair, as you know, I represent this district, House District 147, where we are.
That's the chair's understanding, yes.
Yes, and I have 2 degrees from this institution, an undergraduate degree and a law degree. The chair understands that?
Chair understands that. Chair understands that you might have been a track star here at some point in time.
That too. And the chair would agree that when people are elected by their constituents, we know what's going on in our communities because we're here on the ground. Would the chair agree with that?
I believe the Texas House, of all, whether it's compared to the Senate or U.S. Congress, is the closest to the people. And so on that basis, I'd of course agree with it.
Exactly. So my colleague brought up the 2021 maps. Would you agree that in 2021, the Black and brown communities and Asian communities were cracked and packed and baked into districts that diluted their voting power to create more Anglo-dominated districts, even though the majority of the growth came from people of color?
Again, the chair has not looked at the census data for the districts that exist now. It's been 4 years since they were drawn and back in 21, so I can't answer that question in the affirmative.
And would the chair agree that we're repeating the same unjust process, only worse because it's mid-decade, mid-census? Would the chair agree with that?
Chair would not agree. Chair's position is that we're going to always follow the Voting Rights Act, and that's the chair's position, always will be the chair's position.
The chair's a lawyer, right?
The chair has engaged in what is known as the practice, quote, of law.
And the chair is familiar with due process, right?
Chair is absolutely familiar with due process.
And the chair understands that with due process, we're entitled to meaningful notice and hearing of rights that are being taken away from us, correct?
Due process, the due process that is owed depends upon the action being taken, whether it infringes fundamental rights, but in all cases, due process is at the minimum notice and hearing.
Right. So at a minimum notice and hearing, do you not, does the chair agree that the people that are coming to testify in this hearing, at least at this point, are unable to testify as to how they will be negatively or positively affected by any maps because there are no maps filed for anybody to testify to?
The question that the members of the public will be able to address whenever we get to public testimony will be whether or not they believe the current maps are appropriate or if they'd like to see changes. And
Okay.
so I cannot speak for the members of the public and what their opinion will be. I'd love to be able to hear it.
Okay, so to your point, once the chair hears what the public has to say as to whether they think we should change the current maps, if the chair believes that maps should be changed, is the public going to have the opportunity to have public hearings on the maps that are redrawn prior to us voting on them? And second part of the question, will the hearings after a map is filed be held across the state, not in 3 places like we have now? Third, will these public hearings that I believe our constituents are entitled to be able to be via Zoom like they were in Austin? Because I just find it curious that in Austin, where the people didn't look like us, people were allowed to testify via Zoom, and here you have to be here present. And I'm concerned about our disabled people who actually have opinions about whether we should be mid-decade redistricting, don't have the opportunity to come before us because they can't get here or whatever. Will they have the opportunity to come before us and have us ask them questions? So those are the questions I have for now, Mr. Chair.
The answer to your first question is 1,000%. The answer to your second and third
1,000
questions...
Wait. For purposes of the people who weren't taking notes, when you
Yes,
say...
a compound question under Texas Rules of Evidence. I
Right,
had to
but-
answer it. It would have been objected form if we were in a deposition, but I
But
would
we're
say
not in
this.
a
The
deposition.
question that you asked, and correct me if I'm wrong, Representative, was, will the public have an opportunity to weigh in through a public hearing and testimony on any proposal, if any, that this committee hears? And the answer to that question is 1,000%. The second questions that you asked about the method and the timing and the number of places, the chair will take those under advisement when scheduling the public hearings, which have not been scheduled at this time.
Right, so would you agree with me, Mr. Chair, that right now there's no new proposed map for anyone here testifying today to speak to?
There is no proposed map pending before the committee at this time for which public testimony will be offered, but we will have a hearing if such a map is filed. And
When, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
Representative, yeah, I yield for question.
Right, so when will the public receive the map of any proposed changes?
The chair is not sure at this time, but the chair, as he previously announced at the first hearing, while the rules allow for 24 hours notice after a bill is referred to set it for hearing, the chair is going to give more notice than that.
How much notice is the chair going to give?
The chair's not sure at this time. It depends on the calendar.
And so, again,
But
once...
it will be more than 24 hours. You have the
Okay.
chair's word on that.
Right, will the chair, in addition to giving more than 48 hours, give more than one hearing?
The chair's not sure at this time. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't made a final determination on that.
And where will that hearing be?
The chair's not sure at this time, but I will take your suggestions under advisement as have been made by others as well.
And I'll just say this, that some people have jobs to go to. Some people have to make arrangements to get places if it's not where they are. So I would respectfully request for the people that live in Texas that we be given sufficient notice, or they be given sufficient notice, so that they can make arrangements to come to any hearings that we hope are near them, so that they can give their testimony on the actual maps that will absolutely affect their rights and their representation in Congress.
Thank you, Representative. Representative
And
Simmons.
I'm sorry, I have just one more question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Jones, recognized for another question.
So, why are we not waiting to hold these hearings until after the current litigation about the 2021 maps are resolved?
The chair has already answered the question that the governor has placed an item on the call, and the committee will respond to it.
And along those same lines, in 2021, one of the proposed maps was going to consolidate CD9 and CD18, which would have wiped out one black district. Does the chair have any intention to do the same thing or attempt to do the same thing in this redistricting?
The chair
fiasco?
doesn't have a map in front of him, hasn't seen a map in that regards, and so I don't have any, I can't tell you one way or the other, but I can tell you this. We will always follow the Voting Rights Act, and I would like to hear the public testimony to see what they'd like to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Chairman, I have a procedural question, please.
Point of parliamentary inquiry is stated by Representative Shaw. Please state your inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. We're sitting here in front of hundreds of my fellow Houstonians, happy to be here, many of which are the target of this mid-decade redistricting. And I just want to know, Chairman, is it your intent that as the individuals testify and if they leave the room, that the other members who have, other public citizens who have signed up to testify and are standing right outside of these chambers are going to be allowed to come in to give their testimony for which they've signed up for and are waiting outside the doors to give?
It is the chair's intention, as he previously indicated, that when individuals testify, if you'll please leave the room so that individuals outside may be able to come in and take your seats, so we can extend that courtesy to our fellow citizens outside. Thank you, Representative Shaw.
Thank you for that clarification, Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Simmons, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. I know it's very important for us to get to the public
Chair yields for questions.
testimony. Thank you so much. Just for clarification, so typically when the legislature is charged with withdrawing maps, it is due to a census that has been taken and new information has been made available. In this case, this seems atypical, but has there been new census data that has been given or shared? Is there a new every 5-year census that has come out? I'm just trying to get clarification as to why or what new data will be used for these maps. Thank you.
While the census does provide estimates, I believe on an annual basis, we have not, of course, received any new census. That is done every 10 years. And any map that is drawn, as my understanding, will be based off of the 2020 census. Thank you, Ms. Simmons.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Turner, for what purpose?
It's been brought to my attention, Mr. Chairman, that apparently we've run out of witness affirmation forms outside the hearing room. Is the chair aware of that? Is there a plan to make sure we get more witness affirmation forms so people can sign up to testify?
Chair's been advised that that is the case, and we're printing more. I thank you for bringing that to the chair's attention.
Okay. There have been more already printed?
They're printing them right now. On that basis, the chair will extend registration by 30 minutes to 1 o'clock p.m. today.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Turner, for bringing that to my attention.
And Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up on
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
your dialogue with Representative Wally. You made mention of the fact that you believe the redistricting plans you voted for in 2021 comply with the Voting Rights Act. Do you believe that those plans comply with all applicable laws?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Any other questions? Ms. Wu, for what purpose?
Just a brief statement.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu for a brief statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was just going back over in my mind some of your comments from earlier. And you made a statement that members of the public had said that they were unhappy with the current maps. And I think you're intentionally conflating that, what is happening today with what is happening in the redistricting trial, or what has happened in the redistricting trial, that there, by a lot of people on this dais and a lot of people in this room, accuse the majority leadership of Republicans in the 2021 redistricting of racial gerrymandering. In fact, that is why that map, those maps, the 2021 maps, went to trial in El Paso for 3 weeks. And I think that people in the last hearing, 100% of the people, including the people who testified afterwards, after the 5-hour mark, and you shut the committee down, those people also 100% testified against the process of redistricting and also disliked the past maps for the same reasons. That the past maps, the 2021 maps, included racial gerrymandering because we created a system where the 96% of the growth in the state was in minority communities, but 100% of the growth of elected positions occurred in non-minority communities. That 40% of the state basically governs the other 60%. And I think it is disingenuous and maybe a little bit of a misstatement to say that people are unhappy with the current maps in the way that I think you're saying. That I think that people are unhappy with the current maps because they do include racial gerrymandering as we alleged in the trial. But people would rather accept the current racial gerrymandering over the intensive racial gerrymandering that the governor's proclamation calls for.
The audience will maintain decorum. If we get to the point where we're distracting from our time here today, I'd hate to have to take any action to maintain decorum. I don't want to. I want to hear from everybody. But did the gentleman complete his statement?
No.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to continue his statement.
And I think it would be important for witnesses, when they testify today, that they can say that I disapprove of racial gerrymandering that I believe occurred in the past maps, and I especially disapprove of the future racial gerrymandering that's going to occur to make this five-seat Trump map occur. Thank you.
So, any other statements or questions from members of the committee? Chair is none. We will now proceed to public testimony. I'll allow you to clap for that one. All right. Chair's going to call our first panel and then give information for the second panel. Again, if your name is called for the first panel, please come down to the front. If your name is called for the second, to be ready, please be ready. Chair calls Sylvia Garcia, Jasmine Crockett, Lizzie Fletcher, and Al Green. Mr. Green has been called as well. Now, if the gentleman, I believe the gentleman may be sitting at the table right now. Actually, what? That's John Mata. That's John Mata. You want me to? Is he in your list here?
He is invited testimony.
Okay. Right, Congressman Green, would you be so kind if I took this gentleman's testimony first? Is that all right with you? All right. Chair will not call, but Congressman Green, please be ready. You'll be on the second panel. Chair calls Johnny Mata, who I believe is seated already. Okay. Now, joining Congressman Green on the second panel will be Nick Lampson, Sasha Leggett, and Dr. Sergio Lyra. Please be ready after this panel to come and testify. Lyra, I apologize. And if I mispronounce the name at all, please correct me. I don't intend to, and I want to make sure that we call you correctly here. I'm looking at these forms since we've done these in paper form. If I could have, could you take, Congressman Crockett, we need you to sign your information form. That's going to be brought to you momentarily. I'll come to you last so that we can get going here. Chair calls Johnny Mata. Mr. Mata, I show you registered as Johnny Mata, testifying on behalf of of Houston for Greater Justice. You are, as required by the rules, on the revised congressional redistricting plan. And please, is that correct?
I'm the chair of the Greater Houston Coalition for Justice.
And did I read everything about your name and your registration correctly?
I've been called all kinds of names, so don't feel bad.
Chair will take it as it's accurate. Please give us your testimony, sir.
Okay. First of all, I'm very interested, was listening to questions to you as chairman of why are we having this redistricting on a special session. Never heard an answer. But I will say that the issue is, as you know, biblically speaking, about greed and power. It's very funny. I've been doing this for over 50 years, participated in many redistricting, and we have to have, this is on a special session, when we just had a real major tragedy in the river, Guadalupe River, and a lot of lost lives, and a lot of people that still don't have their life together. That's where this section should be, not in redistricting. Furthermore, let us not fool ourselves. The governor, and for whatever intent this special session came, it came as a surprise. We've been preparing for other things as groups, civil rights groups. We're really faced with a lot of the immigration issues that even U.S. citizens, especially military people, are being deported. And redistricting comes every 10 years. We weren't ready for this. And I think the message should be there should not be a special session on redistricting.
Please finish your testimony.
That message can go to the governor. I would call the governor because as a state judge, he made a decision on a man that was accused of taking a lawnmower.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. We may come back to you for some questions. Members at the end of the panel will come back to you. Thank you, sir. Chair calls Sylvia Garcia. I'll show you registered to testify as Sylvia Garcia on behalf of yourself and testifying on the revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes, but I want to be on record that my answer is hell no, we don't need to be doing this.
I understand. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. As I testified in Austin, we should not be here today. You all should really be back in Austin passing legislation to support families in the Hill Country after the devastating flooding. Instead, we're here today playing political games to appease the felon in the White House in his lust to retain power. We are pretending that the governor did not approve the very maps he is now insisting must be changed. This political theater will hurt communities in my district, targeted in the DOJ letter, CD 29, and it is just shameful. So let me tell you about District 29. Our shared values and culture far outnumber our differences. We're a community that values faith, family, and hard work and service. At nearly 75% Latino, this district was created to comply with the Voting Rights Act, which you, Mr. Chairman, say you fully support. And any suggestion otherwise by the Department of Justice is simply a lie. From Lindale to the East End, to Aldine, to Pasadena, to Galena Park, to Jacinto City and South Houston, we are a community and we stick together. We are home to the area's largest Dia de los Muertos celebration, award-winning mariachis, championship high school teams, and some of the greatest people you'll ever have the privilege of meeting here in Texas. We drive the Texas economy by working the Houston Ship Channel, and we would never, ever, ever let a con man from New York tell us Texans what to do. Ripping up the 29th district will silence the voices of this community, and that is a travesty. As has been said earlier, the population growth in Texas is because of the Latino population. The Voting Rights Act protects districts like the 29th with common interests, priorities, and background. Given this, I urge you to reject this partisan gerrymandering, reject the maps from the felon in the White House that no one has seen, end this charade, and support the families who are grieving and do what matters. Please stand up for Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Lizzie Fletcher. I'll show you registered to testify as Lizzie Fletcher on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
It is correct that I'm here to testify on behalf of myself and the constituents of Texas's 7th congressional district, who I represent.
Is it okay if we keep your, and I understand your position, is it okay if we keep your registration on behalf of yourself just because that's not an organization, but in your elected capacity, which we understand? Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Understood. Please give us your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Vasut, Vice Chair Rosenthal, and members of the committee. I'm Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher. I have the privilege of representing Texas's 7th congressional elected their candidate of choice since this district was configured in 2021. I'm proud to be their candidate of choice. It is the honor of my life to serve the people of this district, and it is my duty to defend them against the harm that could come from this redistricting process. I'm disappointed to be here today for a hearing purporting to get the views of Texans on a congressional redistricting map and replacing it with a map that no one has seen. It is important for you to know, however, that all but one of the 13 congressional districts currently represented by a Democrat has a majority-minority population, including all 4 districts here in Houston. And in all 13 of those districts, minority voters elect their candidate of choice. And those 13 districts are the only districts where minority voters, who make up more than 60% of the population of our state, consistently and reliably elect their candidate of choice. To dismantle any of these 13 districts currently represented by Democrats would be intentionally diluting the voting strength of minority communities. You cannot do this without harming Texans, and you should not. It is against the law, and it is against the fundamental organizing principle of a democratic society that all citizens, not just the privileged few, have the right and the ability to have a say in our government. We have a long and shameful history of discrimination when it comes to voting in our beloved state. From poll taxes to white-only primaries, Texas has discriminated against voters of color for generations.
Please complete your testimony.
You have the power to reject that, to reject the pressure from President Trump and national Republican operatives urging you to offset their anticipated electoral losses elsewhere by redrawing the map in Texas to discriminate against minority communities.
Thank you for your
to put
testimony.
Texans first and not surrender them.
We'll come back to you. Chair calls. Chair calls Jasmine Crockett. I show you registered to testify as Jasmine Crockett on behalf of yourself on the revisions to the Congressional Redistricting Plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, thank you. So I am Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. I am also testifying on behalf of the people of Texas 30 and frankly all the people that have any sense or any compassion in the state of Texas. Now, it seems like we have consistently heard the refrain that Michael Jackson used to sing of why? And so I just want to be clear because I have an opportunity to see so many people that I served with. And unlike the chair, I actually do recall a number of things, such as the fact that the state was grown by 95% people of color. I also recall, and I'm old enough to remember, when Texas lawmakers took pride in not being D.C. I'm old enough to remember how you ignored the voices of people during the last redistricting. I'm old enough to remember that we were assured that we would have our own map done from the Texas House, yet we didn't. Instead, we took the Texas Senate map. I'm old enough to remember that we were assured that we would have 2 new seats, one in the DFW area and one in the Harris-Fort Bend area. I am old enough to remember that we acknowledged that the Latino community absolutely was entitled to another seat under the Voting Rights Act. I am old enough to remember when we fought the current maps because while 95% of the growth was due to people of color, not only did they create 2 new Anglo-majority seats that are approximately 766,000 people each, y'all paired the 9th and 18th congressional districts, and we had to fight to unpair them. I am old enough to remember that I testified in court about a month ago, and the state took the position that they didn't consider race when they created the maps that we're currently sitting under. I am old enough to remember that this legislature has consistently been found to be intentionally racially discriminatory in the drawing of its maps ever since the Voting Rights Act was enacted. I am also old enough to remember that it was a great Texan that signed the Voting Rights Act of 1965 into law. So,
please finish your testimony.
Yes, to comply with the Voting Rights Act, we should have 60% of the seats that allow people of color to elect their representatives. That would be 24 seats. Instead, we currently only have 14. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. I am asking you, in the words of MLK, where will you stand?
Thank you for your testimony. to order. Thank you. Gallery will come to order. The gallery will come to order, or the chair will have to clear the gallery. The gallery will come to order. The chair will have to clear the gallery. The chair does not want to do that. Remember, every time you're taken away from other people talking. Members of the committee, any questions for this panel?
Yes.
Representative Wu, recognized to question the panel.
Thank you. This question is for everyone here. The preface is we've been trying to find out why we're here. The chair says that he knows jurisdictionally what the authority is that we're here, but not exactly what we're supposed to be doing. The governor has not really said anything other than he wants to eliminate coalition districts. Could you tell us, do you support districts made up of coalitions of all races, that black, white, Asian, Latino, everyone together, coming together to pick their people, pick the person that they want, no matter who that person happens to be? Do you support that, and do you think that should be protected?
Yes, Representative Wu, I do support coalition districts, and as I testified, all 13 districts currently held by a Democratic member of Congress are districts where a coalition of minority voters elect their candidate of choice. And therefore, if this panel does, as President Trump has suggested or stated, that he would like to remove 5 Democratic members and replace them with 5 Republican members, you will be intentionally dismantling coalition districts in violation of the Voting Rights Act and the needs and desires of the people of Congressional District 7 and districts throughout the state.
I echo the points that were just made, but I want to say that while we've been talking about law and there's a number of lawyers that are sitting here, we understand what the Voting Rights Act stands for. We also understand that there's a little thing called the Constitution that some people in D.C. want to ignore. The reality is that we are simply seeking representation of all people in Texas. All 30 million people should have a voice in the policies that are made. And frankly, when you live in a democracy, if you have a problem because you don't want to answer to your poor policies, then maybe come up with better policies. But at the end of the day, we absolutely should not be going out of our way to do what this legislature is consistently been found to be guilty of doing, which is to make sure that they can do an overemphasis of Anglo voices in this state. Only 40% of this state is Anglo, yet somehow we have more than 60% of our seats that are elected by Anglo majority districts. As I said in 2021, as I argued against these maps, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah, well, Representative, thank you for the question, and I totally concur with both of my colleagues, and I think that is the nature of the Voting Rights Act. And it would, in fact, be unlawful and unconstitutional to dismantle coalition districts. And I think it's interesting to note that the DOJ letter quotes the coalition district definition of a Supreme Court opinion. What they fail to tell you that it's a dissenting opinion, not a majority opinion, and it's a dissenting opinion by Justice Kavanaugh, who's never been, in my mind, a great warrior for justice. But the bottom line here is, when you ask yourselves why you're here because Donald Trump wants to remain in power. The big ugly bill that takes 17 million people off of Medicaid, the big ugly bill that takes food away from hungry children, the big ugly bill that cuts some veterans' benefits, that big ugly bill passed by just one vote. And that was his signature agenda. So he knows he's got to find seats somewhere in the country to offset some of their losses, because there will be losses. So he picked Texas because he can pick up the phone and talk to our governor and lieutenant governor, and when they call and he says jump, they simply ask how high. That's why we're here.
The answer is yes, yes, yes. And why? democracy, democracy, democracy. That's what we're losing in America today. A lot of my forefathers in LULAC, American GI Forum, NAACP, that worked so hard for the Voting Rights Act and equality are gone now. They're rolling up in their death, in their tombs right now over what's happening here today. I said something about greed and power and how it deals with the House. I guess back then they were talking about the House of Representatives of Texas, of what your job is. But let your conscience be your guide, because accountability begins in our community. They decide whether you go back to your position or not. And let me say this. The pride of America and the trust in the world is in decline. Many of us, are ashamed of how we're about to lose democracy and all of these things. Don't let that happen to us.
Mr. Wood, more questions?
And on that same note, could you answer for all of you, do you support majority districts just like coalition districts? That means that, like in Houston, in Harris County, we've been a minority-majority area for quite a while now. And do you support, in those places where it's already minority-majority, do you support keeping districts that are minority-majority?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do. And I just want to add that we have levels to this. Nevertheless, we have protections. I am also old enough to remember that Texas 30, prior to me representing it, but during the redistricting battle that we had on the floor, the citizen voting age population of Texas 30 was 52% African Americans. This legislature decided, for no apparent reason, to take it down to 48%. They also decided that they wanted to wash out certain black folk and put other black folk in because they just felt like that was enough because it would give them the numbers. But we know that if there is a district, and I have the most compact district in the state of Texas, we didn't go drawing squiggly lines to find black folk to put them in my seat. My seat is actually compact. It's these other districts that look like some kid just decided they were going to scribble whatever. And so when we're looking at compactness, that looks like not necessarily cutting our urban centers that tend to be the more diverse areas of this state into little pieces. It looks like making sure that you can hold those communities of common interest together. That means that if it's HISD, people stay together so that when there are fights, when they decide that they want to do things like defund HISD, they have a federal representative who understands that instead of giving them HISD and giving them another ISD, it is important that you keep these communities of common interest where they live together, where they play together, where they go to church together, where they go to school together, where they shop together. And that's not what these maps have done. And so, do we need new maps? We do. Do we need better maps? Yes. But your response has nothing to do with the people, regardless of what y'all say. Because the people told y'all in 2021 not to do this, and you did it. The people are going to come up here today, I can guarantee you, and tell you not to break up their communities again because there's a target on their back because they know that they're weak in D.C. I am asking y'all to do what you say you love to do in this state, which is to honor the people that we serve. We are Texas. We are better than this.
Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
May I ask the panel some questions,
You
Mr.
may.
Chair?
You're recognized for such purpose.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Congresswoman, for being here. I wish it wasn't under these circumstances. Do you know how many Texas cities are declared disaster areas? Or counties? Texas counties are now nationally declared federal disaster areas?
I don't, because I don't have any in mind currently. So-
Yeah, I don't know the number, but I suspect that there's still some disaster declaration in the Hill Country, either at the state level or the national level.
As
And
well
that's
as-
just a guess, but I don't know for a fact.
From federally, just to talk federally, is there any conversation about how many of our counties are declared disasters?
No, but I can tell you that we are aware of, obviously, the fires that took place. We're aware of, obviously, the most recent flooding. We're aware of the fact that we've not been hit by any tornadoes recently. No. So I don't know what the current numbers are, especially since we have an administration that just came in, and whether or not they revoked any of those declarations or continued any of those declarations. So I'm unsure, but I can tell you for Texas 30, I currently don't have any.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
thank you, Representative Garcia, for the question. I think it's an important question. We do know that, of course, recently there has been the disaster in the Hill Country, and I know that Kirk County, and I believe there are 5 other counties that fall under that disaster declaration. We also know that we have ongoing disasters here in Harris County. We're continuing to recover from Hurricane Beryl last summer and the derecho, which were also federally declared disasters. We're still recovering from Hurricane Harvey back in 2017. So we have many challenges, and we know the importance of ensuring that there is an appropriate federal response, and that we have advocates in Congress who are fighting for our communities. Just this week, all the Democratic members of the congressional delegation asked for a full federal report from the GAO to examine the federal response from FEMA and the National Weather Service, NOAA, et cetera, to understand the federal response and where there were failures, so that we can address those. And we also submitted just this week supplemental disaster funding request to the Appropriations Committee for $15 billion to address the ongoing disasters in Texas.
And how would redistricting impact that?
Well, I would say that it would have an impact, because just listen to what Representative Fletcher said. She's still dealing with issues related to Harvey. So constituent work related to FEMA requests, requests from the national, insurance from National Flood Control, those are never end. I mean, it's not easy to just take care of the constituent question, within a week or two. It's ongoing. So when you have redistricting, if Lizzie's opened a file on Jasmine Crockett because she lost her home, then all of a sudden Lizzie gets put somewhere else, then somebody else is going to have to start from scratch. The institutional knowledge, the network, the relationship with the constituent, all that goes away. It's about constituent services and access to your member of Congress. People want to be able to know that you can go and say hello to them. You're going to run into them at the grocery store. You can't do that if you've got these squiggly districts that go from, Austin all the way to the Valley, or for me, from Houston to Orange, Texas. I mean, what relationship do I have with Orange other than wearing orange on Go Astro days? It just doesn't work.
Yes, ma'am.
And then be mindful, Representative Garcia, that the fellow in the White House has already said that he plans to do away with FEMA after this next hurricane season. I think maybe he may be changing his mind a little bit after he went down to the Hill Country, but they're still set on giving FEMA and recovery disasters to the states. And you all are going to be faced with the issue of how to fund that and how to administer that.
Are you aware that in my day job, I'm a disaster recovery humanitarian relief specialist?
No, I didn't, but thank you for your service.
Are you aware that I'm the first and only woman veteran to ever serve in the Texas House of Representatives or the Capitol?
I heard you say that in Austin. Yes, ma'am.
My team has been boots on the ground. We have over 1,000 search and rescue response personnel that I have organized through my military contacts and Military City USA, in which I represent House District 124. We have been boots on the ground since July 6th in this search and recovery effort, so much so that we collaborate single-handedly with the EOC and the Texas Department of Emergency Management in recovering missing people who are in the river. It's not for me. Please don't clap. Please don't clap. I'm saying this for a reason. Out of every elected official that represents the state of Texas, would it surprise you if I told you I've heard of none from Congress, 1 from Senate, and 3 from the House? Would it surprise you if I told you that my team's actions are being reported to the White House? Sit reps, for those who aren't military, are situational reports. Those are firsthand accounts of the bodies we find. Firsthand accounts of the thousands of tons of humanitarian supplies that my network has put into the Hill Country in its efforts. We are the #1 collaborator of law enforcement first responders from all over this nation, and we have heard nothing. Now, that's not for me. But when I've been sitting here for 2 days while my team is out in the field depending on me because they're getting calls every day from residents who are saying, please come find my daddy. And we talk about political theater and all these fun words, you know, felon in the White House, political games, pretending, shameful. These are all words that we lovingly throw around. I'm not a politician. I am a U.S. Air Force retired combat veteran. And I'm the first for a reason. Because the politics you all practice does not translate to real service. And I love you all dearly. I respect all my colleagues here. And I can tell you, I can look you straight in your face and say, I can say with confidence that not a colleague up here would ever say anything bad about me to you. And that is because from the day I was elected 2 sessions ago, I remained mission focused. That mission is connecting the dots of resources, connecting the dots of policy, connecting the dots of relationships. Colonel Wilson, he is a Republican. I am a Texas Democrat. That means something different. Colonel Wilson and I, politically, night and day. I'm a civil rights activist. I'm the secretary of the Texas Legislative Black Caucus. I am the whip of the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. I am the secretary of the LGBTQ caucus. And all of my colleagues still love me. So while we're sitting around here entertaining the racism, we know it's alive and well. Trust me, our boots on the ground are witnessing it with the very people that we try to help. We know what it is already. But how are we going to navigate from this point forward? And I'm telling you right now, division is not the way. The only way is to unify. Unify one Texan, one party. My call is, please, Mr. Chairman, if we could please, and Congresswomen, I need you. We need our commander-in-chief right now in Texas. People are hurting.
Okay.
We need it. If I may say, Mr. Chairman, if we could please, I would love for us to get together, finish out these hearings because Texans need to have their say. We need to go to Monday, finish out our hearings, and then ask to please have a brief hold so we can focus on this disaster, bring this up in the next session, set up appropriate tours across Texas where we offer more people to be able to come to the table and have their say. Thank you so much.
Let me respond to your. Let me give you an example of what happened. I got a call last week thinking I was an attorney. And I said, no, ma'am, and calling the coalition. She said she had a disaster at her home. They put her in a hotel, and her grandchild wanted to go swimming, but the swimming pool was broke. And so, to make a story short, there was another hotel similar to her house, so they moved. And when she got there, they said, I'm sorry, we can't take you because you complain about the pool. So she went back to the place, and they said, I'm sorry, we're not going to take you. I told her about HUD and Title VII of the law, But I said, we are going to meet with you, and once we do a thorough investigation, we're going to deal with the hotel and embarrass them for such inhuman and unconscionable action.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Chairman, respectfully ask, you allow me to answer a few questions of the panelists.
Absolutely. Chair has recognized Mr. Wally. Question panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Basut. Congresswoman Garcia, I want to focus on CD 29 because I just want to get some clarifications. You mentioned some data about the creation of this CD 29, and that was created after the 1990 census. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that 1990 census, based on the Voting Rights Act, mandated that we create CD 29. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was because of the growth of the Latino population in Harris County, but particularly in these particular parts of Houston. Is that correct?
Well, it's parts of Houston, but also, Representative, it includes parts of Galena, Pasadena, includes almost all of Galena Park, South Houston, Jacinto City, and then the upper part of the Aldine area. So it's more than just Houston. It's maybe about 30% of Houston.
Correct, and that I was going to get to that because it's just not Houston. It was mainly at the time. Now, obviously, Latinos are everywhere in this county.
You can't draw a map in Houston without touching the Latino community.
Well, you
The
can't
Houston
draw
region, the Houston region or the state.
You can't. You can find a taco truck in every corner in Houston
Right
or
next
Harris
to the
County.
Starbucks.
So at the time, the size and compactness of the Latino community was such that it mandated the creation of that district. Is that correct? And that was, as you mentioned, parts of North Houston, parts of the Aldine area, North Harris County, stretching over to East Harris County along the Ship Channel. Is that correct?
The original went all the way to parts of Baytown that got removed this last census.
Okay. And then it kind of meandered over, kind of hugged the Houston Ship Channel down to southeast Houston and the East End. Is that correct?
Correct.
And currently you mentioned that the population of CD 29 is 70% Hispanic. Is that correct?
74.
Okay. But the citizen voting age population, to clarify, just to make sure that that's on the record, and I think it's been testified as such in many public settings here and in legal settings and courtrooms, that there's about 65% of CD 29 citizen voting age population has a Spanish surname or they're Hispanic. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's political cohesion in that CD 29. Is that correct?
Correct.
And over time, they've also, that community tends to vote as a block. Is that correct?
I would generally say that, but a Republican candidate gets between 20 to 22, sometimes 15 to 20%. I don't think anyone's done better than that.
Okay. And over time, that district has it's grown, but for the most part, it's been the northeast, East Harris County, southeast Houston, East Ends parts of Houston, and they've been pretty compact in there as a community of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, as I said earlier, it's a lot common language, common culture, values. I mean, there's a true community of interest, not only between Latinos in Houston, but Latinos in Galena Park and South Houston. I mean, there is a lot of pride and a lot of strong work ethic and a lot of, frankly, trust in government.
And that community is primarily, it's grown with our Central American brothers and sisters, but it's primarily still a Mexican-American community that have been here for generations. Is that correct?
Many generations.
Okay. And that community, actually, that community, CD 29 has elected you as their representative of choice. Is that correct?
correct them. And just a note, I mean, when I was elected together with Veronica Escobar from El Paso, we were the first Latinas to ever be elected to United States Congress from Texas.
Okay. And one distinction that I'd like to also add, Congresswoman, and for the committee to be aware that in the creation of CD 29, did that community of interest, who did they elect at the time?
It was not a Latino.
It was not a Latino.
The districts are meant to give someone the opportunity
Correct.
to elect someone of their choice, and it's their choice. So, again, I was the first Latino, the first Hispanic elected in District 29.
And then how long have you been in office as a member of Congress?
This is my 7th year.
Your 7th term.
No,
and
7th year.
Your 7th year. And prior to that, where did you serve?
I served in the Texas State Senate.
And then prior to that, I understand you were a county commissioner.
I was the Harris County Commissioner.
Okay. And you were the first Latina to be elected in that position, correct?
First Hispanic.
Hispanic, period. And then you were also a city controller.
I was elected citywide in the city of Houston back in the 80s.
And then you were a municipal court judge, correct?
Yes, I was a judge before that.
And then you were, I understand, a social worker. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
I'm like a cat, have many lives.
and I want to focus, particularly your story is compelling in that obviously you and Representative Escobar in El Paso were the first two Latinas, but your story has been emblematic of the district as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the distinction in the creation of the district was that the district, that community of interest that was majority Hispanic, elected an Anglo-Democrat in that primary.
Yes,
sir.
Is that correct? I, in fact, was in that race. I came out 3rd.
Correct.
But I kept trying.
Yeah.
I didn't give up.
But regardless, that community, majority Hispanic, Mexican American, they elected Gene Green for
20 plus years.
20 plus years, correct? That was their candidate of choice.
Correct.
And since we're talking about numbers, your district is a majority Hispanic opportunity district, correct?
Correct.
And I know we're talking about the power of Congress and the powerful forces in the White House. But to the average American, the average Texan, the average person that lives in CD 29, why does that matter? Why does it matter to the average family that's trying to put food on the table, to the average mother that's trying to get health care, to the average worker that's trying to get a job, maybe at the ship channel and doesn't have maybe adequate resources, or child care that we need? Why does it matter to those families?
Well, it matters, especially in our district, because they want to elect someone who shares their values, shares their communities of interest, shares their culture, shares their language, and it makes a huge difference. I know it was pointed out to me when I was working on the investigation to the first missing and later, of course, discovered that she'd been murdered, Vanessa Guillen case. We always use this as an example of her mother was able to come and speak directly to a member of Congress that was accessible, easy to get to, someone they could identify with, and sit down and talk in Spanish and hear her complaint, which was something the Army had never done. And it was, I who insisted that we go to Fort Hood and see what was going on. It's possible that someone who's not been able to share her values and her language and her culture and her being able to just sit down and put yourself in their shoes is just critical when you're doing constituent services. You shouldn't just brush it off and just say, oh, well, no, the Army said this and it's the Army. We can't question them. Or, oh, no, Social Security said you're not disabled, so that's it. Sorry. So I think it matters when it's someone who's committed to putting, people over politics and just fighting for them. People want us to be out there and fight for them, and I think that's what your candidate of choice will do.
And you mentioned Vanessa Guillen, and for the panelists, I know those of us in Harris County know who she was, but who was she?
Well, she was just she was a young soldier here from our neighborhood. As a result of redistricting, her family no longer lives in my district. They now live in Congressman Green's district, and that's another issue about why it's important for districts to stay together, because they had to go to Congressman Green and kind of not really start all over, because obviously she was already gone, but she was sexually assaulted. She was murdered and dismembered, and her remains were buried by a river there in the Fort Hood area. Initially, the Army was not being aggressive enough, in my view, in searching for her. They just considered her missing. So we really had to push and get the White House involved and others to make sure that they did the right thing and search for her. And then they discovered that she'd been murdered right there at Fort Hood.
And Vanessa, born in the United States,
Born in the United States,
was trying to serve her country,
serving her country,
and
all
was
she ever
brutally
wanted to
murdered.
do.
Was brutally murdered. But as I understand it, her mother is from Mexico. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
And she came from a mixed status family. Is that correct?
Correct.
And many mixed status families live in CD20, not just in CD29. They live everywhere. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it would be important to have representation, not because maybe they look like you, but they at least share and can fight for their issues, and they can come to their member of Congress, Ms. Crockett, or Ms. Fletcher, or Mr. Al Green, because they at least have empathy to go to the DOD and fight for somebody that looks like Vanessa Guillen. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Representative Fletcher, you have a district that's considered a coalition district. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, Representative Wally.
And then that district, majority, minority, as mentioned, and what does that mean? Because we throw that around, but what does that mean?
Well, Texas's 7th Congressional District may be the most diverse district in the entire United States. It covers Southwest Houston, and it includes communities, Black families, Latino families, Asian American families. If you think about what we all know in sort of Southwest Houston, it goes everywhere from the historic heart of the LGBTQ community to Gulfton, down to Sugar Land, Alief, Mission Bend. We have the heart of the Jewish community in Meyerland. We have so many different communities that come together, that work together collaboratively, and so more than it's close to 65% of the citizen voting age population is non-white.
Right.
But we have an incredible coalition and community that works together to support people throughout Southwest Houston and the greater Houston area.
And prior to your election, CD7, who was elected to that position?
So I was elected for the first time in November of 2018, and the prior incumbent in that seat was John Culberson, who had been the representative since the year 2000.
And we redrew that district since then, is that correct?
That's correct. The district as it's currently configured was configured in the 2021 map.
Okay. And that's the current map that you distinguished members of Congress are running under, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that district, CD7, rich in diversity, rich in language, different types of languages being spoken in that community, correct?
That's right.
Not just Spanish?
Not just Spanish. As
Right.
many people know, throughout the city of Houston, there are more than 140 languages spoken in our city, and the 7th Congressional District includes one of the most diverse areas where the most languages are spoken. I get to represent the community in Gulfton, which is its own version of kind of our Ellis Island in Houston. There's so many languages spoken in Gulfton, and in the 7th Congressional District, about 38%, give or take, are people who are born outside of the United States, which is more than twice the average in the state of Texas. And so there's an incredible diversity of experience. I've worked closely with folks. It's a big refugee resettlement area, which is, of course, really struggling under this current administration and cutting off the refugee resettlement funds and the organizations that work in our district and across our community. But there are people from all around the world who call the 7th Congressional District their home.
And that part of Houston, CD7, rich in diversity, rich in culture, rich in languages being spoken, rich in food.
Yeah, I was going to say great restaurants.
Yes. They have collectively, in their size and compactness, in their political cohesion, and they've voted as a bloc to elect you as their candidate of choice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Obviously. And so at the end of the day, it's not so much about you individually as members of Congress. It's the people, that have elected you as their candidate of choice. Is that correct?
That is exactly right, Representative Wally, and I think it's the most important point that we can take away from these hearings. This is not about any particular member of Congress. It's about the voters. It is about the people we represent and giving them the opportunity to elect their candidate of choice and to have a real opportunity to do that. And when we talk about what historically has happened with redistricting efforts in Texas and elsewhere, there are conventional ways that people break up the voices of those communities, either packing them tightly into very compact districts and minimizing their ability to have a voice throughout multiple districts, or cracking them so that they have such little presence in various districts that they can't have enough political power to choose their candidate of choice. And so that's why this conversation about coalition districts, that's why the conversation about why it's so important to give people that opportunity. I believe, as Representative Crockett said, and in my original testimony, more than 60% of the population of this state is non-white, and yet the Anglo population determines about 65% of the congressional seats in Congress. And so it's very important not to further dilute these districts. And as I said, the 13 existing congressional districts under this map all have representatives who are elected by minority communities as their candidate of choice. It's not about the member, it is about the voters, and it is about the people choosing their representatives rather than politicians choosing their voters.
And thank you. Representative Fletcher, and I think you heard the question that I posed to Congresswoman Garcia, and it's unfortunate because I would ask some of the same line of questioning to our member of Congress from CD18, but they haven't had representation in about a year. And I'm sensitive to that only because I worked for Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for many years ago, and loved my service in working for her as well. But why does it matter? Why does it matter to the average Texan who loves this state like anybody else? Why does it matter? Because we're talking about a power struggle, right? A power struggle that's occurring. But why does it matter to average people that live in your district?
Well, I think that this matters, and it should matter to every Texan, because what we're talking about are the fundamental principles of democracy. It's about all of us having not just the right to have a say, but the ability to meaningfully cast our ballots for the people we want to represent us, and to be able to know who they are, as Congresswoman Garcia was saying, to be able to reach out to them, to be able to know that they're there to help you with all the kinds of things we members of Congress can help with, whether it's with problems with the IRS. We've certainly helped people with FEMA and with the Small Business Administration following disasters, with veterans benefits, with the many things that members of Congress can do to help. And it takes a long time to build those relationships, to know who your representatives are and to be able to contact them, reach out to them, and know that they're there and that they're listening to you. And one of the most important things we can do is be connected to our communities and be present in our communities. And one of the challenges that we see in some of the maps, and Representative Crockett talked about this too in past maps, where communities are broken up so that communities don't have the same ability to have those relationships and to have that contact. But what we're talking about here, as you mentioned, is so much bigger than any one district. It is about the fundamental principles of democracy, and it is about us being able to choose our representatives and have our voices and our votes count at the ballot box. And as Congresswoman Garcia mentioned in her opening testimony, right now we know that in the United States Congress that it's a very slim majority, and that in part the reason that the Republicans are in the majority is because they redistricted North Carolina and took away 3 Democratic seats, which is the margin in the House. The policies that this administration is imposing and directing the House Republicans to vote for are deeply unpopular, and they are going to result in real harm to our constituents. And we're talking about 17 million Americans losing access to health care. We're talking about cutting funding for food assistance. People are going to be hungrier. People are going to be sicker because of the policies that this Congress is passing. And so if we don't have the ability to send the people that represent us and our values and what we care about to Congress, we're going to continue to see policies that people don't want because they aren't actually able to change the outcome of the election. We should all be accountable to the voters, and we shouldn't change the map and change the game and move the goalposts in the middle. We are in the middle of a congressional session that is going to go down in history as one of the most damaging to the American people. And we need to be able to respond at the ballot box next November and beyond. And this effort is about taking away our ability to do that.
Representative, Chairman Vasuda, I apologize. I'm going to end my questioning here, but I'm going to just ask a follow-up question. At the end of the day, though, you mentioned legislation at the federal level that is very unpopular. But what does that mean? Does that mean children getting kicked off Medicare or Medicaid?
Exactly.
Okay.
It means children losing their Medicaid. It means people losing the subsidies that help them afford health insurance. It means people not being able to go to Planned Parenthood to get birth control. It means that there's no food assistance for families, millions of families not getting $6 a day to help keep them from being hungry. It means not having school lunches in schools. It means so many things, and that's the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's so much that got rolled up into that one big ugly bill, 1,000-page bill, and done in the dark of night. People are still figuring out what's in it. Our electricity rates are going to go up. Our electric bills are going to be higher. There are so many terrible things coming out of that bill. And people need to be able to say no to that. Yeah, Congressman Garcia, it wasn't covered in that particular bill, but the immigration policies that we're seeing that people across our community are devastated by and afraid of. People who live in the 7th Congressional District are afraid to go to church. They're afraid to go out. They're afraid of what's going to happen. And I hear that from my constituents because they know that I share their values, and they know that I'm up there fighting, and they need to be able to continue to have a voice in Congress. And we are talking about taking away their voices. It's not about me. It's not about my voice. It's about taking away their voices and minimizing the number of people who can carry the message from Texas that we don't like what they're doing and that we're going to change things. And you have to be accountable to your voters. And when you talk about drawing these maps this way to make sure that they don't need to worry about whether they get reelected, that's a disservice to every single Texan.
Thank you to the panelists.
Members, any other questions for the members of the panel? I know we've been going a while on this one.
I have a question.
Chair recognizes Ms. Pearson for a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here today and sharing your passion on this issue. I will say Representative Wally fleshed out a little bit of what my question was, but not all the way. I I'm a little confused because at the beginning of the testimony, I heard about, and my question is for you, Congresswoman Fletcher. Your colleagues testified earlier that it was important for people of color to have people who look like them. Your other colleague mentioned that it's important to have the same language and same culture. And then you testified that you have is it 65% non-white district?
That's right.
And do you agree with that? I'm just curious because for me it sounds like in your position, Black and brown people just simply vote for someone who best represents their values, not based on their race or culture. So I'm just curious on what your position is on this.
Well, I think you've heard many people say over the years, if you can see it, you can be it. I think it is important to have diverse representation in the United States Congress of all kinds. And the geographic diversity is built in, but the diversity of members of different racial and ethnic backgrounds is absolutely essential. It's critical that we have women in Congress and more women in Congress. Congresswoman Garcia and I came into the largest class of women ever elected to the Congress, and there will be more. It is important to have diverse voices, and that matters. In our congressional district, it's an incredibly diverse district. There is no one person that can be everything that the 7th Congressional District is. But what we do need is somebody who cares about everybody in the 7th Congressional District, who prioritizes them and their needs and their values and priorities and is accessible to them and is out in the community and is working to understand the experiences that are not necessarily my own personal experiences, but the things that matter to the people I represent. And so I do agree, absolutely, that we need diversity of representation. But the most important thing that we're talking about today is giving the people the opportunity to choose that person. And when Donald Trump says, I need 5 more Republican seats, you are taking the ability away from the people to decide who their representative is going to be, and that is wrong.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that response. It sounds like you agree that minorities vote for the person that best represents their values, not necessarily based on their skin color. So I appreciate that. And since you mentioned Donald Trump, I wasn't going to, but since you did, he actually won the majority of the Hispanic vote in the state of Texas. President Trump has actually increased his numbers in Black and Hispanic and Asian voters since
Gallery will stay in order.
2016. So my question for you now, since you mentioned
I don't believe
it,
the statement is true.
my question for you now is, do you believe that those voters should be accurately reflected in the state of Texas?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I don't think anyone's contesting that Donald Trump didn't win the state of Texas. I don't have the breakdown.
I'm speaking minority voters only.
Well, I think overwhelmingly minority voters across the state of Texas elected or voted for Vice President Harris as their candidate of choice.
That's not accurate. But my question for you is, do those voters deserve the same representation?
I'm going to just jump in really quickly.
Thank you.
I think earlier I made it clear. You say what? I made it clear that the majority of the state is minority. 60% of the state is minority. So when you're drawing maps, just to be clear, you should not be looking and trying to guess and figure out who voted for who. It should be about minority representation and then allowing them to elect their representation. If we did right in this state, regardless of who anybody votes for, because we don't have a magic wand, even though I know that Trump is afraid of them black votes, but nevertheless, so when I do the math, 24% or 24 of the 38 seats that we have in the state of Texas, they should be represented. It should be minorities that are electing their representation. So if y'all are going to draw maps, I just want to be clear. Instead of us having 14, I think there's 14 total because it's some. Instead of having 14 seats that minorities are allowed to elect their representation, take it up to 24. If Donald Trump feels like he's going to be real strong, if Abbott feels like he's going to be real strong, if everybody sitting here feels like they're going to be real strong with the black, brown, Asian, whoever, that is perfectly fine, so long as their communities are not broken up. So all I'm asking is that we do follow the law, we follow the Constitution, and we give Texas 24 minority opportunity seats because 60% of this state is represented by people of color. And to go to your point, I do want to be clear, because it's not about who sits in the seats, it's who does the electing.
Right.
One of those new seats, because we got 2 new seats in 2021, they both are Anglo majority districts, even though there was no Anglo majority that we got information about in the census. One of those seats elected a black man. The other seat elected a white man. One is a Republican, one is a Democrat. So I want to be clear that this is about race, because when we start to talk about the Voting Rights Act and we talk about Section 2, that is what it's about. It's about the state being reflective of the minority voices in that state. And when I'm talking minority, I am talking color. I don't care who they elect. But it's up to them to do the electing of who it is that they want to see, not allowing a minority of people, which Anglos are the minority in this state, allowing them to have an over-representation in D.C. That's it.
Well, I agree with you 100%. Let me just finish.
Let me add.
Well, I agree with you 100%. That is actually my point in asking the question, because we have a majority-minority district who did not elect a minority. So thank you for your answer.
Let me add to that. We've been locked out of the system for so many years. Lack of representation of people of color. That is the intent of the Voting Rights Act. And a person like her that does a good job gets elected by a majority of people of color. But the intent, we must not forget, and I agree with my colleague here, on the number of representation from Texas should be. I agree 100%.
No, I just wanted to ask the representative what her source for the statement she made that the Latino population.
Unfortunately,
majority-
ma'am, questions only come from the dais.
Okay, well. Well, she asked the question of the panel, and I'm just responding. I guess she doesn't want to answer. Well, enough said.
Any other member wishing to question this panel? Chair recognizes Ms. Jones to question the panel.
This question is to the congresspersons sitting out there, because you know your districts, your boots on the ground. So all 3 of you are lawyers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I thought so. And have all 3 of you participated in redistricting in your capacity as elected officials ever?
I was on the special committee on redistricting when I was in the Texas Senate, and I was been through about every redistricting since we redistricted city council back in the 90s.
Okay,
And I was in the State House in 2021 when we
during
did
that
this
redistricting.
Yes.
So you have or you have not?
I have not been involved in redistricting in any official capacity. I was a sitting member of Congress when the last map was drawn, and so I observed the redistricting process, but I have had no involvement in it.
Okay, so then my question is to the 2, Congresswoman Garcia and Congresswoman Crockett. This redistricting process, please explain to me if it's the same or different than previous redistricting processes. Could you do that, please?
I can tell you that we noticed a lot of inconsistencies, and I was able to testify about this because we are in litigation, and it is so interesting that the state for 4 years has been arguing how these maps were race neutral and how great these maps were. And we do know that every single Republican voted for these maps, but now all of a sudden they don't like the maps that they put into place. But nevertheless, I will tell you that there was some random person or persons that were in some random room that were drawing maps. I never got to see the person. We heard rumblings that it was a guy that had messed up maps, I believe, in Colorado or some other state he had been in. And so this was not a matter, just for the people that are sitting here. We have the ability to draw maps as lawmakers. There is this thing called Red Apple. And we actually, when it comes down to doing our maps for the State House, we didn't let some random person in the room come and draw those for us. We actually drew the maps ourselves. And so I participated. I offered an amendment specifically on Texas 30, which I was not representing or running for at that time. And in order for me to get my amendment approved to even be able to make the amendment, number one, we had to pre-file, which that never happened. We had gone through redistricting for our state house maps. There was no pre-filing of the amendment required before you could actually bring the amendment to the floor. So I had to pre-file with an amendment, and then ultimately, before I could actually bring the amendment on the floor, whoever these random people were in the room, I never got to go. I had to hand my amendment off to one of my colleagues from the Republican side. They then went to the people in the back somewhere. Then they came back out and told me whether or not I could actually present my amendment on the floor. We also know that they did what they're doing now, which is pretended as if they were going to draw some maps, but in actuality, somebody else is going to give them the maps. And then they had people testifying as if they were listening, but then there is no clear record for the courts about how people feel when they directly impact their districts, because they weren't given an opportunity to talk about the impact on their districts because they don't know the impacts.
So-
but they get to say that we did hear from them when you really didn't.
So, in order to file, would you agree with me that in order to file an amendment, there's got to be something filed,
Yes.
and I have to like it or not,
Yes.
and then if I think something needs to be changed, then I file an amendment to change that. Would you agree
Yes.
with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. So in the process that we're having right now, there literally is nothing to file an amendment on. Would you agree
Correct.
with me?
Correct.
Right. And so let me ask you this. Whenever there's a map proposed, because whenever there's one filed, and for purposes of people who don't understand, the way that a bill looks for a map is it has a whole bunch of like zip codes.
Yes.
It tells all of the zip codes that are a part of whatever congressional district it is. So it's hard to tell what it looks like on the paper, right? So, but sometimes you can see the picture when you file what the map actually looks like in Red Apple.
Correct. So my amendment, it had the picture of the district. So you could see the counties, you could see because Texas 30 fell under the Voting Rights Act, it was important to lay out what the citizen voting age population was as well, to make sure that there were no violations. So it's a little bit more, but you do get typically a picture.
But my point is this: after you give them the picture and the people in Ledge Council redistricting put all the zip codes in there, then you can tell. And would you say that's, and this is a yes or no question, is it simple or is it complicated?
Oh, the entire process is very complicated.
Right. And the reason I bring that up is the fact that we're not having public hearings where people have time in advance to look at these maps so that they can figure out where all these zip codes are, to see how it affects them, is definitely a lack of transparency for the people that are fighting for their rights to stay together. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. I would say that this is not a flaw in the process, but instead this is
a design.
Correct.
In the process.
Correct.
And so that's a problem. So are you asking this committee specifically, who holds these public hearings, that once the bill is filed, that has everything divided up, that there be public hearings across the state so that people will actually know how this bill/map affects them, and only then can they make educated testimony about how the maps will affect them? Do you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as we heard the chairman say, we are here to testify on this instead of for or against. And you know, as a representative, that typically when we have hearings, you are testifying for or against. But when we go to court, because this ultimately will go to court, because I know how Texas likes to do, ultimately, when you're looking at the record, it doesn't look like anybody was against it.
Exactly, which is why when you come up to testify, and you understand this because you used to sit in this seat in the House, they're asking you to be neutral.
Correct.
Right? Which hurts us in court later. Correct? So are you asking, or you three Congress people asking that after the bill with whatever map is shoved down our throats is filed, are you asking for us to have hearings, public hearings, evaluate and reflect and figure this out and talk to our constituents to allow our constituents of Texas to come and testify about the specific harm or good that these maps or that this bill is going to do? Is that what you're asking?
We're absolutely asking for that.
Absolutely.
And I'll tell you that as much time as they are spending during these field hearings without a map, they should absolutely invest even more time once they have the maps. So the idea that they're going to minimize the amount of time that people have to speak on this and actually do less when they have more is a problem, and that should be something seen as irregular in this process as well.
And Representative, my experience, of course, was serving in the Senate, and we did do, during that period, we did 4 field hearings. And of course, the biggest flaw in this whole process is that we're letting the White House dictate and prepare the maps in some back room. We don't have a map. It's difficult to speak about an item that you haven't even seen. So that, I think, is probably the biggest flaw. And secondly, I think there should be robust field hearings, particularly in those districts that are going to be impacted. But keep in mind, 4 districts were named in the DOJ letter. But once you go in there, the domino effect of what other districts are impacted, because you move something here in Houston, it may create a movement somewhere in Fort Bend County or Galveston County. So it impacts all of us. So they should be robust. There's no reason why, in my mind, that you could have had a field hearing in the Rio Grande Valley. It's a 5-county region with over 1 million people, really important to our economy. El Paso, even San Antonio doesn't get one. You know, what about the Port Arthur Beaumont folks? I think it's just a disservice to Texas that we're not allowing all Texans to be heard.
And speaking of, because you talked about it before, communities that have similar experiences.
Absolutely.
Right? So we talked about that, and we talked about already why it's important to have someone who understands what you're going through. For example, for you, Congresswoman Garcia, and maybe everyone, because there are mixed status families everywhere, don't you think that in a, I'm trying to look at you as I speak, don't you think that in a community, for example, if you have a mixed status family, right, and you have people actually going through the citizenship process, they have their documentation, right, and then that you be able to call a congressperson like you, Congresswoman, who is going to try to help you get your citizenship because you're trying to go through the lawful process, rather than have a congressperson, if they crack your community, that is actually trying to deport you or get your status in court dismissed. And by that I mean this. We had so many people didn't understand what was going on when President Trump was getting rid of all those immigration judges. But now we see he wanted an immigration system where they could dismiss the cases and literally create undocumented people because they no longer have a case where they're here documented. Don't you think your constituents are entitled to have someone like you who understands the struggles and who's going to try to help them get to a path to citizenship, as opposed to if they call their congressperson in a racially gerrymandered map that is going to try to deport them and break up their family? Is that an accurate concern?
Well, of course, it's always been a concern, and regretfully, I have to tell you that we take many calls where people call us from another district who tell us that they called their member of Congress, but they were told over the phone that there's no one who speaks Spanish to really work with them, or who will tell them, well, we don't really handle those kind of cases, call Garcia in Houston. So we do get those kind of calls, and I say regrettably because it's shameful that those members aren't doing full constituent services, number one, but we have strict rules in Congress that I can only spend resources, time, and personnel within my district. which really limits some of the things that I can do. So I wish that there was more members of Congress that looked like me and did constituent services to everybody in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, whatever language.
So it effectively disenfranchises people
Right.
who don't look like you.
And it makes them not have faith in government, not faith in the process and the system when they can't even get a phone call returned.
And I'll say this too, would this be accurate? The only way to create a majority Anglo district, right, when you have a majority of minorities, is to literally crack or split the majority minority. So what you'll have is you'll have urban areas where minorities flock to because they see discrimination against themselves in their little towns that they're from. And so they'll get black or brown or Hispanic or whatever minority you are, and they'll drive it all the way out to the rural areas that's majoritarily Anglo. Is that accurate?
I think you're very close to accurate. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I think you're pretty accurate.
Right.
I'm gonna say you spot on. That was one of the. That was the. I mean, that's what it is. That was one of the issues that existed with my district. Just to be clear.
Okay.
While my district's numbers remained the same, what they did was my neighbor Jake Elzy, who's CD6. Jake Elzy represented 3 counties. They ended up taking Jake Elzy's seat and making it about maybe 7 counties or so. But what they did over in Tarrant County was Tarrant County, in one city, Grand Prairie, they decided that Grand Prairie was getting a little too colorful for them to potentially maintain control over it. So what happened is this one city got split into 3. 1/3 came to me, 1/3 went to Elzy, 1/3 went to Burgess. And so they cracked that community of one city. And the next thing you know, they're paired up with people that have no idea of what their struggles are in Grand Prairie versus what they are dealing with in, say, farming areas of Texas.
Right. So, and that's my last question. But what the point is that's how they're able to create majority Anglo districts. They crack the minority areas, and then they put a small number of minorities in a district with people who look nothing like them, and that's how they're able to hijack, to terrorize, to kidnap the United States Congress, and it's just right. It's just not right. Thank you for explaining that.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Jones. I just wanted to say, people say for the record all the time, but this time truly for the record, I agree with my colleagues that we should absolutely have more hearings on the maps for precisely the reasons they just outlined. People need to see what a new map is going to do to their community and be able to come to all of you and talk about why it should or should not, and most likely should not happen based on the things that we've seen. So it's really important that once there is a bill and a map, that the public has an opportunity to see it and to meaningfully give you all input before you proceed. And I would ask that you not proceed, that you make the decision whether to do this or not, that you choose to end this process and focus on the real and urgent needs of our fellow Texans and our great state. Thank you
so much.
Absolutely.
Members, Chair will show Representative Barbara Gervin Hawkins is present. She was actually present at 12:45. So, Barbara, good to have you. Any other questions for this panel? Hearing none, the panel is excused. Now, for all in
Thank
attendance,
you, Mr. Chairman.
you're welcome. We had the witness affirmation forms were printed, and individuals were able to sign those. The chair, though, didn't get an opportunity to announce that they were closed. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand at ease for about 5 minutes to give our precious court reporter a break here. And just to remind everybody, when we come back to, I'm going to close registration at that time, so that's your warning. So on that, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. The House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. And that's all right if it takes a little bit of time. The House Select... My audio on?
The House Committee will come to order.
Thank you, Dean Thompson. Please take your seats. We'll give you a little bit of time. And just so the record is clear...
Come sit over here.
I'm going to make sure everybody hears me. Just so the record is clear, anytime we take one of these breaks where we're standing at ease, that clock's not running. I just want you to know that. And just so you're aware as well, thank you, Speaker Moody, all the questions that we had at the very beginning, none of that counted towards the time at all. So that clock only runs when someone's testifying or answering questions up here at the front. All right? And just so the record's clear, we've only used 1 hour and 22 minutes, okay? So now, as the chair previously mentioned, the time for registration has been reached. Is anyone else in this room that is present wishing to register or testify that has not registered or testify? Chair hears none. Registration is closed. All right. Members,
I think you go first, probably.
we have one more important announcement. Would Crystal Jordan... Is Crystal Jordan here? If Crystal Jordan could make her way into the room or up front, I have your credit card. Now, I'm a man of honor, and I am not going to use your credit card, but if you could come claim it, I would feel much better about myself. Either that or it's going to go to the police. So if Crystal Jordan could come kindly pick up her credit card, and it is in the safekeeping of the chair right up here at the front. Now, with that, we're going to go back to our panelists here. Chair will call as our next panel Dr. Sergio Lara, Al Green, Nick Lampson, and Sasha Leggett, if you'll make your way up front. Now, Dr. Lara, we're going to have you go last because I need you to sign your witness affirmation form. I'm going to have them bring that to you. I haven't started the clock. And our next panel after this, so please be ready, is going to be Bishop James Dixon, Christian Menifee, and Augustin Pinedo. And I apologize if I messed up any of those names. With that, we're back on the clock. Chair calls Al Green. Chair shows you registered to testify as Al Green on behalf of yourself on Congressional Redistricting Plan. Of course, you're the congressman for the 9th District of Texas. Is that correct, sir?
It is.
Please give us your testimony.
Before I give my testimony, Mr. Chairman, I do have a document for the record.
And we have passed those out for you, Congressman.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, by way of further introduction, I am Al Green, a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. And I stand and sit here today because the dean is correct. The Attorney General of the United States, by command of the President of the United States, has indicated in a letter, and I shall just read one sentence. It says, if the state of Texas fails to rectify the racial gerrymandering of Texas 9, Texas 18, Texas 29, and 33, the Attorney General reserves a right to seek legal action against the state, including without limitation under the 14th Amendment. Literally, the state has been ordered to do what we're doing by the AG. I'm not sure that order has to be fulfilled. But in so doing, the Attorney General has singled out 4 congressional districts, all of whom are represented by people of color. The co-chair is eminently correct. This is about racism. It is about people of color being denied the opportunity to have representation. I know there's some question now as to why people have to have people of color. Because I've walked the neighborhood, government of the people. I played pool in the pool halls. I've been on the buses. I know the bus lines. I kind of think it's good to have somebody who's been in the hood with you. It means something. It does. And while my time is short, let me just end with this, because
Thank
I
you.
have much more I could say, but I want to end with this, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if this plan is perfected, there will be more white faces in Congress and fewer black and Latino faces. I thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls, and again, members will question the panel at the end. Chair calls Nick Lamson. Shall you register to testify as Nick Lamson on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm Nick Lamson. I served Southeast Texas in Congress for a decade and as the Jefferson County Tax Assessor Collector for nearly 2 decades. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I thank the chair and the committee. I got to tell you, I'm experiencing a troubling sense of deja vu. Governor Abbott has called this special session to advance a mid-decade redistricting plan, just as the Department of Justice raised in 2003, I was a target of Tom DeLay's mid-decadal redistricting scheme, the first in the country. That plan was not about reflecting population changes. It was about locking in partisan power. I was approached and offered a deal, switch parties, and they'll leave my district alone. I was even promised a committee chairmanship. I refused because public service is about the people you represent, not personal gain. DeLay thought he had drawn himself a safe seat, and I ran against him to prove that no abuse of power goes unanswered, and I won. Communities of interest deserve fair and undiluted representation. The people of Texas deserve maps that reflect who they are, not maps that are designed to protect the powerful. Now, 20 years later, the same playbook is being reopened, and Jefferson County, once an anchor of a congressional district, still lives with the consequences. Our influence was stripped away, and we have yet to recover. This is not just about redistricting. It is about equity, accountability, and whether Texans choose their representatives or politicians continue choosing their voters. Democracy does not belong to a party. It belongs to the people. And it is the responsibility of every person in this room to protect it. I urge the committee to reject the effort, not because it is inconvenient, but because it is wrong.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair recognizes Sasha Leggett. I shall you register to testify as Sasha Leggett on behalf of Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Chairman, members, my name is Sasha Leggett, and I am here to read a statement on behalf of Harris County Commissioner Rodney Ellis. I've been in this fight before. In 2003, I broke quorum and left the state to stop discriminatory redistricting maps from becoming law. The media called me a father in exile. I spent a month away from my family after my youngest daughter was born because I believed Texans deserved fair representation. And now we are here again, but this time it's worse. This isn't about redrawing maps. It's about erasing progress, about dismantling the Constitution and destroying what remains of the Voting Rights Act. Let's be honest, this process is designed to break apart multiracial coalition districts, undermine Black and Latino voting power, and concentrate control in the hands of a small political minority. Texans of all backgrounds have built power together across race, region, and party, but instead of honoring that process, it punishes it. These maps being drawn are not to represent the people, but to insulate a shrinking group of politicians from accountability. And make no mistake, this is a political operation, a top-down strategy driven by Donald Trump and his allies to rig the rules, silence opposition, and turn racial discrimination into law. Even the process itself shows the intent, limiting hearings, cutting people off early, and no in-person access in Austin. Nearly a quarter of Texans don't have internet, and they're being shut out. Let's not forget this. Nothing has even been filed. Texans are being asked to testify on something we can't see, we can't review, and we can't trust. This is not representative government. It's a coordinated assault on our democracy, and we will fight it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair, and if members of the audience could please withhold your repository just because it takes a little bit longer than for me to announce the next witness. I want to be as efficient as we can. Chair calls Dr. Sergio Lira on behalf of the Greater Houston LULAC on the revised congressional redistricting plan. That's your registration, is that correct?
That is correct, and also I'm the chair of LULAC Redistricting Task Force that was created after the 2020 census.
Are you intending to testify on behalf of them, or is it okay if your form just says testifying on behalf of the Greater Houston LULAC?
I'll go ahead and testify on behalf of Greater Houston LULAC.
Okay, understood. Please give us your testimony.
Yes, it's called the Courage to Care. I'm asking all the Republican colleagues to have the courage to care, and let me explain why. Because the population boom in Texas in 2020, according to AI and Google, was 95% folks of color, mostly Latinos, Asian Americans, and African Americans. This population growth, as you know, was rightfully every census and population growth, we asked for new congressional seats. This is democracy. However, a majority-minority district was not created. In fact, as we know, 2 congressional districts were Republicans. But I want you to know that the Latino economic force that's happening in our state contributes $582 billion to the economy. I know that your heart is in the right place to do the right thing. And I know you want to ensure fair representations to everyone in your district. And you have voted for the previous map that was considered race neutral. But you were elected to serve all constituents, and Latinos are now the majority in many areas, and in particular these 4 districts. But I want you to know that Latinos live in your community. Latinos attend your church. Latinos go to your schools. Latinos build your homes. Latinos are actually the essential workers in this building, and they need representation. Do not vote for the mid-decade redistricting map. Let me tell you why. It's a dangerous precedent. It will cause a snowball effect where, in fact, Democrats may do the same thing in the blue states, and in reality, we're all lose. Let's focus on saving lives. Let's focus on flood litigation. Let's focus on the THC legislations to no longer hurt and harm young children. What's more at stake here is the lives, whether you're red or blue, but we have to save lives and do what's right and have the courage to care. And let's keep things as they are. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to question the witnesses.
Thank you. Mr. Lamson, we're from the same area, and we have a very different demographic than most people. We are really mid-sized rural, and we're often grouped in with Harris County when it comes to health care access. Can you tell me what has been the consequences of not just Jefferson County, but Orange and Hardin and those other East Texas places that we used to have districts where we had things more aligned in, what that's done to our rural hospitals, to women trying to give birth, for people who need health care access when we had those districts of interest split in 2?
It was a true community of interest. We had primarily interests in coastal issues, industrial and agricultural. The district ran, before it turned to District 9, where Allie is now, that district ran down the coastline for a little over 100 miles. There were a lot of issues that were very specific to that area. The main one, the deepening and widening of the Sabine-Neches Ship Channel. We had worked, my predecessor, Jack Brooks, not the immediate predecessor, Steve Stockman, but Brooks worked for years trying to prepare the continuation of the development of that ship channel. I picked it up, was on the Transportation Committee, had won support from members of Congress all over the country to be able to move those activities forward. And in 2001, we built the most important piece of it, which is a saltwater barrier. Because as the channel gets deeper, salt water comes in, would run up, and could potentially kill off the Davy Crockett Forest to the north and other environmental impacts. That $53 million project was completed, and we were set to do the others. So the redistricting then set that economic development project back by at least 20 to 25 years. It has just been put back on the list of the Corps of Engineers for activity. That kind of chaos. The community of interest that we were attached to, Northern Beaumont was attached to North Houston, a white-collar retail district. I won't say a word about the negative word about the member that took over the activity in that district when I left. He is a good person, but he had a whole different focus. I can't say he didn't care about the Neches River, but he was not there to understand what the problems and the needs and the concerns of industry, which is the economic driver of the entire of East Texas, including Orange County. It was a major problem for us.
And because you touched on this, the way that we were trying to improve our area was to make sure that we didn't get the flooding that was happening from anywhere else that was northern to us in Texas. But it was also helping, unless I'm wrong, it was helping cities like Houston and Dallas where they wouldn't have so much flooding, because what would happen is we had done all the work for all of the water to come down faster, but without flooding our area as well, and a lot of that stopped, unless I'm incorrect on that one.
It takes a community. People have to work together. Unity is required. And yes, the things that we were doing in the 9th Congressional District worked very closely with the folks, the old 9th, worked very closely with the people here in Houston. The 9th District had the southeastern portion of Harris County in it at the time. You're correct. There are many, many issues that affect it. I now work for a hospital system. That hospital will be impacted because of decisions that are going to be coming out of the Congress over the next several months. One of our major demands were a rural critical access hospital in the middle of a rice field. And if it goes down, most of our patients are Medicaid patients, and if that goes into effect in the manner in which we think it will, it very likely could drive this company into bankruptcy, which is what we took it from 11 years ago.
And then this is my last question. When it comes to the Health Care Act, we know that we have women who are trying to get to the hospital in our area and just dying because they're driving 40 minutes to an hour just to give birth because there are no hospitals in certain parts. Can you explain, I guess as fast as you can, explain, have people's income in East Texas gone up or down since they started busting up districts with community interest, that were coalition districts or majority minority districts? Has that helped people's income when we said we were steady in the 90s, or has that made areas like ours go down and become poorer?
Poorer. It has not been helpful. And I was on a task force that included folks as far up as Jasper. Actually, some people from Lufkin came down and participated in it as well. And the study was, is there something that our hospital system and the hospitals in Beaumont could do to assist those people up around Jasper, an hour and a half north of us, deep East Texas? And what we found that over I forgot the exact number, approximately 600 women with their pregnancies could not find assistance and had to drive for more than an hour and a half to get prenatal or postnatal care or delivery services. That area is a poor place to be, and it needs improvement and needs someone who cares enough to inject themselves into the issues and make something happen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
To ask one question to Congressman Green.
So recognized.
Congressman, can you tell why redistricting, specifically Congressional District 18, is disadvantaged in this process because it does not have a sitting Congress person?
Thank you for the question. Let me start with this. District 18 has made a difference. And when we had the vote on this big, ugly steal of a bill, it passed by one vote. One vote. If the 18th congressional district had been represented, it would not have passed with those votes. And the 18th is important because Jackson Lee and I were partners. We worked together. She did casework. If you had a problem and you were a veteran, she would take up your cause. If you were a person who was undocumented and out of the country, she would try to get you back if the law permitted. If you were a person who literally had no air in your home and you needed air conditioning, she would help find it for you. She went above and beyond the call of duty. This means something to people. But let's not forget Sylvester Turner. Sylvester Turner had a very brief tenure. But in that period of time, it became intuitively obvious to even the most casual observer that he was going to be a great congressperson. I was with him the night that he transitioned. We were at the joint session of Congress. Some of you may recall that I was there. And after he and I talked, he traversed his way up the aisle, and I saw him no more. He was no longer there. But I want his legacy to be important too, because he didn't control that part of his destiny. But what he did in Houston as mayor was indicative of what he would have done in Congress as a United States congressman. So yes, the 18th Congressional District means a lot. It does.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Green.
May I add one thing, Mr. Chairman? It's heard.
Not at this time. Members, any other questions for the panel?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a...
Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, a lot of people are here to testify, and I know my colleagues have a lot of questions. If they can shorten some of those questions and get to the public testimony.
Understood. Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions to this panel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. The next panel, as we previously mentioned, if you'll make your way up, Bishop James Dixon, Christian Menifee, and Augustin Pinedo. While they're making their way up, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal for a brief announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all really for bearing with us. So first, housekeeping item, we've confirmed that if you need to get up and go to the restroom, get a water break, whatever, they will let you back in. You won't lose your seat. So that's first. Second, we want to move through this next panel quickly if we can, because we came here to listen to you and we want your testimony. So I'll be moving at the end of when we reach 4 p.m. I'll be moving to extend time. We'll take a vote on the objection to adjourn and stuff. Should that end up being voted down, or even if we do extend time, so many people have signed up to testify today that we have arranged for you to speak directly to us. We're going to reconvene outside of the formal hearing at Wheeler Avenue Church. So when this is over, anybody who has not been able to be heard yet, you are invited to come speak directly to us. We will live stream it. We will record it. The gym at the church. Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church Gymnasium after this. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And as our panel is up here, our next panel, so please be ready to come up after this one. Lenita Robinson, Eric Ross, Emily Rain Eatman, Deborah Allen. Please be on deck. All right. Turning now to our panel here. Chair calls Augustin Pinedo. Is Augustin Pinedo here? Chairperson Augustin Pinedo, registered to testify on behalf of LULAC District 18 on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Okay. Chair calls Christian Menifee. And before you testify, Bishop Dixon, I have a signature on your form here, but it's on the line that I'm supposed to sign. Do I have your permission to put a little arrow up from your signature to the line you were supposed to sign?
No, just sign yours under mine.
There we go. Got it. You got it. Thank you, Bishop. Mr. Menifee, I show you registered to testify. It's Christian Menifee on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Christian Menifee, and I'm here in the protection and defense of the districts that were named, the minority, the black and brown districts that were named by the Trump DOJ to try to steal their political power. I'm here to say enough is enough. Do not steal the political power of these districts. Now, I live in the 18th Congressional District, and the folks who live there know that historically, the reason that that district is what we've known it to come to be is because of the severe racism that existed in this country. Black folks in this country couldn't register to vote, couldn't vote, and if they did, they faced violence, and in some instances, even worse. But despite that, we know that over time, just because time has passed, that doesn't mean that that racism has gone away. You got redlining. You got blocking people's access to Capitol. And over time, you've seen that the relics of that racism still exist today. That's why if you go throughout the 18th Congressional District, you'll see food deserts. That's why there are communities in the 18th Congressional District that have 9 or 10 concrete batch plants in a mile of a single community. That's why you have lower life expectancy, and that's why you got cancer clusters all across the 18th Congressional District. Now, despite all that, the governor in the state of Texas has targeted this district. When we lost our Congressman Sylvester Turner, the law says that the governor is supposed to call the special election immediately, but he set it for November so that people in this district are going to go more than a year without congressional representation. That means that when there are votes on the floor, nobody's there to vote for our district. That means that when immigrants and veterans need their cases worked, nobody's here to do that work. That means that when SNAP benefits and Medicaid are cut, there is no voice for this district. I'm here to say enough is enough. State leaders have targeted this district for far too long, and it's time for you to do the right thing. Do not strip these folks of their political power. Do not adopt a redistricting plan that does that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bishop Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Dixon, I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of the NAACP and Ministers of Houston. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's on the revised congressional redistricting plan.
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to all of the representatives here, welcome to Houston, and thank all of you for being here today. I represent the Houston NAACP, and I'm also privileged to speak for the state NAACP, along with, of course, pastors across the city of Houston and the Community of Faith Church, which has been in District 18 long before it was a district. Our church is 150 years old, founded by the formerly enslaved Reverend Jack Yates, for whom the area high school is named, who helped purchase Emancipation Park in District 18. I want to say that because those individuals who are making decisions about the future of District 18 and 9 and the other districts mentioned need to really understand the richness of the history and the value that representation has added not just to people of color, but to everyone who resides in the greater Houston and Harris County community. That's very important. We're here today under unfortunate circumstances. As it's been articulated multiple times, we have a census every 10 years, the data from which should dictate necessary changes to the maps for congressional representation. That is a common sense plan. We're here today not because the data has dictated it. We're here today because there is a decision that the people of this state don't deserve to elect their own representatives. And it's proven that political and racial gerrymandering proves that the elected chooses their voters as opposed to the voters choosing their elected. And whenever that occurs, the people always lose. I want to say to us very quickly.
Yeah, please finish your testimony.
I will. Very, very quickly, that what is being done is oppressive, it's racist, and we need to be clear on this that it's unconstitutional and immoral. And speaking as a prophet, the Word of God says in Zechariah chapter 9, chapter 7, when you oppress God's people and your hearts are too hard to change, the wrath of God will come. This is a warning to Texas. Don't play with God's poor, oppressed people, taking their insurance, their Medicare, and their health care, because there is a God who's bigger than anyone in the White House, the Texas Senate, or the Congress, and judgment shall come.
Thank you for your testimony. Members,
I have one.
gallery come to order. Members, questions for the panel. Chair recognizes Mr. Manuel, question panel.
Mr. Menifee, I know that you're a county official. I have one question about CD 18 because I've brought this up before. How long has Congressional District 18 been without representation? And what have been the implications on the county by not having representation, even though apparently we just need to get a map done and redistrict right now because the governor gave us 2.5 weeks and said, let's get it done?
The late Congressman Sylvester Turner passed away on March the 5th. And an important point here is, under the law, the governor is supposed to call the election as soon as practicable. Now, there have been Republican districts, Philemon Vela in 2022, right? When that district became vacant, Governor Abbott called the election to take place in June. And one of the reasons that he gave when he did so in the proclamation was because hurricane season was approaching and people need access to their federal representative to get resources from FEMA into their communities, right? This is the governor of Texas speaking. That same governor then looked at the black and brown folk in the 18th congressional district and said, you get November, you don't get June. So we're going to go more than a year without congressional representation. When that's happening, I'll tell you right now, back when Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was in office, if there was a hurricane that happened, she was on the phone with the county working with FEMA to get resources back into the community. That's what's missing right now, is we don't have an advocate who can get those resources directly into our community. And we don't have people who are in place right now to handle new veterans cases, new immigrant cases. And of course, we don't have a vote. It's a major, major impact to our communities, and it's completely inhumane that the governor did it, and he gave a nonsense reason when he did it. He said it was a problem with the county's elections. And everybody sitting in this room knows that Tanisha Hudspeth is doing a fantastic job running our elections.
Ms. Gervin-Hoggins, for what purpose?
Quick question, Bishop Dixon.
You're so recognized.
I'd like for you to repeat those 4 things so my colleagues can understand. This is serious business. Serious business. And we do not need someone in D.C. in the White House putting their arm in Texas and destroying and dividing our community. What are those 4 things you just said?
We're dealing with oppressing poor people, taking their health care. This is Medicaid, this is SNAP. Oppressing our seniors. This is life and death. And when you take away people's health care, their food, oppress the poor, God always responds on behalf of the oppressed. Listen, Texas is about to practice politician politics to enact and legalize politician policies in order to disenfranchise people that some folk think belong back on the plantation. We need to understand that this is against the laws of God and not just the laws of the legislature. It's a higher law than that. And I'm asking every Texan, black, white, brown, Democrat, Republican, if you say you love God, you love people, you've got to love the right people right now and enact the right policies, or your name will be guilty of the blood that it will cost.
Thank you, Bishop Bishop.
Mr. Chairman,
Dean Thompson, for what purpose?
I'd like to ask Mr. Menifee a question.
You're so recognized.
Mr. Menifee, if I live in the 18th congressional district, are there not cancer clusters there that's not being taken care of?
That's right.
Are there not being concrete batching plants? We have over 300 batching plants in that area that people are inundated with. Isn't that also a problem there?
Yes, there is.
And there have also been other EPA problems that impact the health and safety, not only of the people, but all of the people that live within that geographical area that are impacted.
That's 100% right. When Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee was in office, she was one of the people who was at the table that got the EPA into Fifth Ward to start doing additional testing to address the cancer clusters. When we at the county filed a lawsuit against the state over its failure to regulate concrete batch plants in black and brown neighborhoods, it was Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee who helped get the EPA involved to get the TCEQ to change the rules. Time after time after time, you've seen that having a fierce advocate in Congress who is focused on environmental justice can really move the needle for people. But right now, folks are dying without a voice. Folks are sick without a voice because the governor decided to play politics with a seat, but he's playing politics with these people's lives.
And we've been denied a representation.
No representation right now.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair calls Lenita Robinson, Eric Ross, Ebony Rain Eatman, and Deborah Allen for our next panel. The panel after that, please be ready. Mary Ham, Angela Robin Anderson, Patricia Garris, and Maritza Wong. Please be ready. All right. Chair calls Lenita Robinson. Okay, I'll show you registered to testify as Lenita Robinson on behalf of Pure Justice on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony. Is that mic working?
Is it working?
There, if you just make sure you talk right into it. Thank you very much.
Let me get right into it. Good afternoon, honorable chairs and committee members. My name is Lenita Robinson, and I am proudly representing Pure Justice, a grassroots organization committed to economic justice, racial justice, and criminal justice reform. I am also a seventh-generation Texan and the granddaughter of a 100-year-old matriarch whose life spans from Jim Crow to George Floyd, from poll taxes to voter ID laws. The mid-decade redistricting effort is not about population shifts or court mandates. It is a calculated move that threatens to dismantle the decades of hard-fought progress in black and brown communities across Texas. When you fracture and manipulate districts, you weaken our collective power to push for economic opportunity, for fair wages, infrastructure, and education. You undercut racial justice by silencing the very voices that continue to call out discrimination in healthcare, housing, and policing. You stall criminal justice reform by reducing our ability to elect leaders who understand what it means to be over-policed and underserved. This is not the first time black Texans have seen power stripped away through redistricting. After Reconstruction, black representation was legislated out of existence. Now, in 2025, that same suppression is dressed in legalese and wrapped in political strategy. I call on this committee, do not be the architects of another rollback. Protect the democratic rights of Texans, not just those with wealth and influence, but those whose voices have historically been ignored. Let me close with the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, a woman who never stopped demanding justice in the face of politics. Nobody's free until we're all free. Let's not allow the maps to become another tool of injustice. Let's make a blueprint for equity. Thank you for your time. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Eric Ross. Shall you register to testify as Eric Ross on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, honorable committee members. My name is Eric Ross from Congressional District 18. I'd like to take a moment of silence to remember the children and families affected by the recent floods in Central Texas. The United States is a republic, not a democracy. But the DOJ and the current administration's pressure on our governor to withdraw districts mid-decade threatens our constitutional foundation. Our founders created a republic where authority flows from the people's concern, res publica, through carefully designed institutions, not raw majority rule. They feared temporary, imprudent majorities trampling minority rights and created checks and balances to prevent exactly what we're witnessing. As the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee once declared, this is outrage when districts lose their communities. Her words ring true today. This manipulation violates both Republican principles and constitutional law. This mid-decade power grab represents everything our system was designed to prevent. A narrow majority using temporary power to permanently rig elections. Madison warned of this in the Federalist 10. Factions tyrannizing through manipulation, through persuasion. To conservatives, true republicanism protects minority rights and prevents hasty majorities from dominating. Fair redistricting upholds constitutional safeguards. To progressives, our republic's anti-majoritarian features protect vulnerable communities from political manipulation. To all Texans, we're witnessing the abuse of power our fathers most feared. Federal politicians compelling states to rig elections for partisan advantage. Scripture reminds us, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed. Isaiah 1:17. Our Republican system works through deliberation and broad consensus, not backroom deals predetermining outcomes. When districts are rigged, we lose competitive elections that make representatives accountable to all constituents.
Please finish your
Geographic,
testimony.
Cultural and economic diversity strengthens our republic. Gerrymandering destroys it by silencing voices and predetermining results.
Thank you for
Stand
your
against the
testimony.
assault on Republican institutions, reject federal pressure, draw fair districts, allowing democratic input within our constitutional framework. God bless Texas, and God bless these United States of America.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Ebony Rain Eatman.
Present.
Show you registered to testify as Ebony Rain Eatman on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you all so much for the opportunity. Once again, my name is Ebony Rain Eatman. I failed to mention this last time, but I am one of the many candidates that are running for the congressional 18th district. But I want to bring attention to this moment. Representative Wu, Wale, and Turner expressed that we are all unclear why we're here in this particular process at this time, but the answer is very evident. This administration is currently being bullied into breaking procedure to appease a fascist. Growing up, I was taught that giving into a bully doesn't stop them from tormenting you, it makes you an easier target. Your actions reflect a government that does not understand what its true power is and where it comes from. So let me help you understand where it comes from. Your power comes from the consent of the governed, not from threat of force. A government, we are not scared of a fascist man-child. So why are you? Your mandate shouldn't come from a felonious, self-appointed king, but from us, and we did not ask for this. We, the people, demand that you remove this agenda from the special session and disregard the president's blatant attempt to rig our democracy. Last time I spoke to you, I begged you to get a spine. This time, I'm echoing a warning from my colleague Isaiah Martin when he mentioned in his Thursday's remark before he was unceremoniously removed from his speaking podium. History will not remember you kindly if you don't stand up for Texans. Fight like a Texan. Fight back. And there is no reason why this government has to kowtow once again to a felonious, self-appointed king who has no intention of meeting the needs of Texans. His one resource is to say that he can live and rule according to what the real people need. But the real people have been telling you for the last 72 hours, we did not want this. We did not want this. We did not ask for this. We asked for help in Kerr County. We asked for representation in District 18. We asked for leaders, our neighbors, to take our words and represent us and fight for us, not just in the state, but in the United States of America. And you are blatantly disregarding our needs because you're scared of a bully.
Thank you for your testimony.
I yield my time.
Chair calls. Come to order. Chair calls Deborah Allen. Shall you register to testify as Deborah Allen on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Deborah Allen. I am not a D, an E, or an I. I'm a human being. I live in the cancer cluster. I'm a senior citizen. I live in Northeast Houston, and I'm a member of the National Black Women Making a Difference. But what I don't understand is when you do these redistricting hearings, and I testified at the last hearing, so I'm confused as to why I'm back here again, asking you to do the same thing again. I'm here representing my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and my great-great-grandchildren. So if you can please explain to me why when you draw the lines, my community stays in the flood zone, why my neighborhood is in the cancer cluster, why when it floods, it doesn't flood in your area, but only in mine. So I want to come to the table to ask you if you can explain to me how this is happening in my community, in Congressional District 18, which I am a proud member of, in Representative District 142, in the State Senate District 13, so you'll see where I'm going with this, 18, 13, 142. So when you're drawing these lines, someone is deliberately drawing us inside of basically death. It doesn't flood in your area like mine, but your water flows down to where I live in Northeast Houston. So you guys are safe. You don't understand what it means to jump into a dump truck to get out of flood water. You don't understand what it means when I have to drive 20 and 30 miles out of my community to get quality food. You don't understand, and if you do, please correct me, because I'm taking care of my family and my neighbors, but if I came to your house, would you feed me? If I came to your house, would you help me? So when you draw those lines, make sure that you are taking that into consideration, because where we live in Northeast Houston, we help everybody. We don't care if you're black, blue, brown, or green.
Thank you.
We help everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Seeing none, the panel is excused. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls up for our next panel Mary Ham, Angela Robin Anderson, Patricia Garris, and Maritza Wong. If you'll make your way up to the front for these 4 seats. The next panel after that is going to be Benjamin Whitman, Marcus Emanuel, Jacqueline Santillana, and Jonathan Marcantel. If you will please ensure that you're ready here in the room, and we'll come to you. Chair calls Marita Wong. Show you register to testify as Marita Wong on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
It's Maritza Wong.
Maritza Wong. Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Maritza Wong, and I am a resident of unincorporated Brazoria County in Congressional District 9, formerly CD 22. I am here to ask this committee to reject any further gerrymandering of our state. The last election in which I felt that my vote made a difference in determining my congressperson and my state legislators was 2020. The gerrymandering that occurred in 2021 made the outcome of those elections predetermined where I live. The sad thing is that I'm not even here to ask you to fix that. I'm just here to ask you to not make it worse. Gerrymandering is wrong, no matter which party is doing it. I do not belong to any political party. I vote for people who I see making a genuine effort to make our communities, our state, and our country better. Nothing about this proposed redistricting is in good faith, and everyone knows it. This is a blatant attempt by the Republican Party to rule through total domination, but not even a dictatorship can silence your voters. In 1973, my grandfather became the first Hispanic city council member in Alvin, Texas. This room is probably full of people whose ancestors were the first at something. So what you might not understand about those you're trying to silence, especially people of color, is that we have been in this position before. We have been told we do not count and we are not worthy, sometimes to the point of violence at the hands of those in power. Oppression is not new to us, and we carry those stories deep inside of us, no matter how long ago they happened, 5 days or 500 years. So we are not afraid of the outcome here, because we will persist as we always have. We will continue to speak the truth so that it does not die beneath the lies coming from the halls of power. The actions this committee is considering make it very clear who is actually afraid, and that is every lawmaker who is abandoning Texas and bending to the will of Washington, D.C. In this moment, I ask you to consider what your legacy will be. Did you stand for anything at all, or did you just do as you were told? Because one day, all of our descendants will be telling this story. What will they say about you? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Patricia Garris. Shall you register to testify as Patricia Garris on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
The year is 2040. Harry holds his elderly mother's hand, and even with long-term care coverage, she must live with him. The 2025 budget bill forced the closing and consolidation of skilled nursing homes. The nearest one is now 4 hours away. The home nurse wait is 6 to 9 months, so he must start the bath that's embarrassing for her and difficult for him. Immigrants who used to make up 40% of health professionals don't come to the United States anymore. After driving 2 hours to the nearest hospital last month, Harry's daughter endured an emergency hysterectomy. Although his daughter survived, his grandbaby died with a cord around his neck. Harry's son and his wife earn $170,000 a year. Since 17 million Americans lost their health care, his son's cost is now $2,500 a month with an $8,000 deductible and 25% copay. The tariffs keep costs high, and Harry worries that he may need to delay his retirement to help his son. Harry checks the bath temperature. His breathing is labored. Pollution has turned his asthma into emphysema, and the doctor can't see him for 4 months. Anti-immigration and student loan restrictions have decimated the number of new doctors, and older ones are retiring out. Harry feels a small, sharp pain in his chest. He walks, locks eyes with his mother, then falls back. Having served as a Texas representative for many years, Harry suddenly begins to think about his votes. As his eyes close, Harry mouths, "Forgive me." He knows his votes caused the deaths, the shattered dreams, and suffering of people who simply didn't look, act, or think like him. Harry got what he voted for. The pain and the misery he voted for others has come for him and his family.
Thank you for testimony. Chair calls Angela Robin Anderson. I shall register to testify as Angela Robin Anderson on behalf of Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church and yourself, and testifying on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. I am Reverend Dr. Angela Raven Anderson with Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church. I live in Congressional District 9, and my business home instead is located in Congressional District 18. I rise today in defense of democracy and dignity. During the American Revolution, our foreparents declared a simple yet profound truth: no taxation without representation. That cry was not just about taxes, it was about power, voice, and justice. It was a demand that the people, not the privileged few, should shape the future of this nation. This is a democracy. We decided a long time ago that no king, no one person, no ruling class would govern over us. We would govern ourselves through fair and free representation. Today, in 2025, that same cry echoes in our hearts as we confront the deliberate, racist assault on congressional districts 18 and 9 and others like them, districts that have long served as platforms of power for Black and brown communities. Let's be clear. Every line that is drawn on a map determines more than political boundaries. It determines the flow of resources, the funding of schools, the protection of civil rights, and access to quality health care. These lines either open the door to progress or slam it shut. The proposed redistricting isn't about fairness. It's about fear. It's about racism. It's about diluting the voices of communities that have historically been denied power and are now standing in it. We see the tactic, we know the playbook, and we refuse to be silent. We pay taxes, we serve this country, we build this economy, and we demand that what we have earned, which is fair representation. So to close, I close with this call: stop the steal, hands off our districts, let the people choose their leaders, not the other way. We demand fair maps.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Mary Ham. Should register to testify as Mary Ham on behalf of the Texas Democratic Party CD2, or is that where you reside?
Congressional District 2, I am the SDEC committee woman.
Okay, so you're testifying on behalf of Texas Democratic Party CD2
Yes.
On the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, and I'm going to be very brief. Part of what I was going to say already got covered by Congressman Lamson. Looking at the numbers, Republicans hold over 2/3 of the congressional delegation in Texas. When you look at statewide races, this does not correlate. And actually, in statewide races, they're very closely matched. About 48%, about 5% difference between Republicans and Democrats. So you would think that there would be the maps would be a little more generous to Democrats, that we'd have more seats, but that's simply not the case. Given in partial lines, the numbers would be more even. Representative would actually have to work for the betterment of the people. When you make a district so far in one direction, you prevent, well, actually, you don't prevent, you make it so that the congressperson doesn't have to do much of anything unless it's in their nature. And we see in some of the congressional districts, it's not in the nature of the Republicans, just being honest. Now, times change. When you look at demographics on how you do the map, since you don't have a recent census, basically redistricting is going to be a crapshoot, okay? So you would basically be looking at the numbers from the last election, who voted what, to draw lines. And what you've got to understand is people move. Times are changing, people are changing jobs, and we are moving quickly. So what you got to understand is what you think is there may not be there. And I'll tell you a quick story, and it was told to you very, very, very little while ago. In the early 2000s, I worked for like the best boss in the world, Congressman Dick Lamson. And as he said, due to redistricting led by Tom DeLay, he lost his seat. Well, he didn't let that faze him. He then moved to family property, and he won DeLay's seat that should have been set for a Republican. So you cannot guarantee outcomes. People are fed up. We're tired of the games. The people need...
Please finish your testimony.
You need to go back, and you need to tell Abbott it's time to work on progress for the people of the state of Texas, and not more power grabs that are not helping anybody.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Seeing none, the panel is excused. Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls up our next panel, Benjamin Whitman, Marcus Emanuel, Jonathan Marcantal, and Jacqueline Santillana. Benjamin, I'm going to need you to sign your witness affirmation form, if you don't mind taking this, Benjamin. So we're going to come to you last. That's okay. Our next panel after that, so please be ready, is Ashley Tabor, Michael Anthony Watson, Tiffany Hill, and Jesus Maydell. Or Maydell. I apologize. It's a little ambiguous on the DRP. All right. Chair calls Marcus Emanuel. Okay. Shall you register to testify as Marcus Emanuel on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Now, under normal circumstances, I would thank this committee for the opportunity to speak, but considering that this committee hearing shouldn't be happening in the first place, I don't feel like that's very appropriate. Epstein's wingman literally went on live TV and admitted that the reason he wanted Texas's congressional map to be redistricted is for the sake of picking up 5 seats in this upcoming midterm, because he knows it's going to be a blue wave. The corruption is so blatantly obvious. Now, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time talking about the detriments and harms of redistricting for 2 reasons. One, because the speakers before me already gave a good synopsis. But secondly, because Republicans will go about pushing for initiatives already being conscious of the detriments and harms. They just don't care. We can see it with the big, beautiful bill that took away, or is going to take away, Medicare from 17 million Americans. And we can also see it with the voucher scam that recently was passed in Texas that's going to defund our public schools. That's why I'm more focused on making sure or encouraging voters to go out and vote in this upcoming midterm election, specifically vote Democrat, because my prerogative is to make sure that bad actors don't hold office anymore, rather than trying to beg and plead with bad actors to vote against their own immoral self-interest, although we know they're not going to. Americans have to realize that democracy is being torn down right before our very eyes. What the Republican Party currently stands for needs to be completely eradicated, and hopefully something more moderate rises from the ashes. And if not, then it needs to be eradicated again and again and again, as many times as it takes. Because if the Republican Party keeps moving in the direction that it currently is, under this fascist dictator, there won't be an America to speak of anymore.
Thank you for testimony. Chair calls Benjamin Whitman. Shall you register to testify as Benjamin Whitman on behalf of the Cameron County Democratic Party and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Guillermo Whitman. I'm a resident of Harlingen in Cameron County and a constituent of House District 37 and Congressional District 34. I'm here today because I care about the Rio Grande Valley, and I'm against the current redistricting efforts. I travel across the state regularly advocating for RGV-focused policies and greater investment in South Texas, but it's frustrating that to participate in this process, I had to leave at 3 a.m. from my home in Harlingen to get here and testify. So I've looked at many of those proposed maps, but among the most radical, Plan 2202, which stretches CD 34 from Cameron County all the way up to the coastline, just literally the coastline, to Brazoria County. Another Plan 2201 shoots inland but reaches all the way up to Warden, again, hundreds of miles from the valley. I wouldn't be left speculating if I just saw what the map that's being proposed. So many of these proposals as well do not reflect the communities of Texas. They're blatant attempts to gerrymander us into Republican pickups and dilute the voices of Latinos. It combines border towns like where I'm from in Harlingen with rural counties near Houston that have vastly different needs and cultural identities. For years, I've heard Republicans say that areas where I'm from are forgotten, that border communities are underinvested, and yet this process and these proposals actively undermine our voice by diluting it across hundreds of miles. Cameron County deserves dedicated representation. Our challenges require a member of Congress to be focused on our area, not having to balance rural areas hundreds of miles north. In March, for example, Harlingen was hit by hard flooding where I myself was trapped. But redistricting like this could very well cost us funding and attention we need for things like critical infrastructure. And I want to take a moment to speak directly to my fellow South Texans. Republicans are trying to dilute your voice and our region's importance in Congress. I'm still going to show up for my community, even if it's designed to discourage our participation. But I urge you to make your voice heard and to join me in rejecting this current partisan, mid-decade redistricting effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jacqueline Santillana. She registered on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Santillana. I live in Willacy County, and I am a constituent of Congressional District 34. I have lived in the Rio Grande Valley for most of my life. I care deeply about my community having fair representation and their voices being heard, which is why I'm here today. In 2021, I testified to urge that the redistricting process be conducted fairly and transparently. It is concerning that we are once again having to testify, especially when this process is happening 5 years early and while the 2021 congressional district maps remain under review in federal court. I'm also disappointed that no public hearings have been scheduled in or near the Rio Grande Valley, leaving our community with more barriers to speak here today. Our community deserves the opportunity to participate within their proximity and not be limited to 5 hours online or in person. I've also seen maps proposals that stretch as far as north as Warren County, areas with vastly different needs, cultural identities, infrastructure projects, and priorities. Redrawing these maps risks diluting the voices of communities in the Rio Grande Valley, taking away resources, and effectively stripping us of fair representation. We should be able to elect leaders who have the same lived experiences and understand our needs. Instead of stripping power away from communities of color, our focus right now should be on delivering relief and support to those still struggling from the recent floods, not on redistricting that further divides us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jonathan Marcantel. Shall you register to testify on behalf of the Texas Democratic Caucus and yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, if you will permit it, I have provided written testimony to the committee, and I will let that stand as my testimony in the interest of time.
Well, we accept it and thank you and appreciate your help earlier. Members, any questions for this panel?
Yeah,
Dean Thompson.
Would you like for that testimony to be a part of the written?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like it to be part of the written record.
Thank you.
Perfect. And I believe you've handed that in to the assistant clerk. We'll make sure that the members get it. Members, any other questions? Ms. Marcantel, thank you. Panel, thank you for your time. You're excused. Chair calls up our next panel, Ashley Tabor, Michael Anthony Watson, Tiffany Hill, and Jesus Medel, or Maypel. I apologize, I'm not sure which one. Our next panel, just so you'll be ready, is going to be Karen Knapp, Jerome Wald, Christopher Campariel, and Victoria Sullen. Okay. Ma'am, on the end, what's your name?
Ashley Tabor.
Okay. Chair calls Ashley Tabor. Shall you register to testify as Ashley Tabor on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
All right. So let's address the elephant in the room. The sole reason why Texas is considering redrawing its maps is at the behest of our president. It's also true that many people voted for this man because they believe him to be a good businessman. I'm not a politician, but I know a thing or two about business. I've been with the same employer for almost 11 years, and I've traveled around the globe in order to do my work. I can tell you that what's happening here and what our president and governor hope to achieve is the antithesis of good business. At its core, good business is customer-focused. When companies prioritize their internal and external stakeholders, they often do well with their KPIs, their key performance indicators, their customer satisfaction scores, and revenue. On the flip side, when your company's leaders cater to the whims and delusions of the CEO, trust in the system begins to erode, and the mission of the business can no longer be one of integrity. We live in a country that celebrates crony capitalism, but let's make one thing clear. Good businessmen and women embrace the free market. They welcome competition because they believe that their ideas have merit and are innately persuasive. As soon as they start to cheat, one has to wonder whether their mission was ever noble or in the best interest. They are content to cook the books and not win you over with good ideas, but with force and potentially intimidation tactics. They would rather rig the market and sacrifice accountability in order to appease a corrupt and irreparably immoral CEO. The message I have here is for the dais, but also for everybody in this room, especially my fellow Texans. If you believe in the business of our democratic republic, do not let the politicians forget the mistakes that they might be making by redrawing these political maps. Hold them accountable every chance you get at every turn.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson?
Michael Anthony Watson.
Perfect. Chair calls Michael Anthony.
There are two Michael Watsons in Fort Bend. So
All right. Chair calls Michael Anthony Watson, not the other, Michael Anthony Watson.
That's right.
Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Anthony Watson. I live at 1800 FM 1092.
Mr. Watson, would you mind getting that mic just a little bit closer?
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Because I'm normally
I'll give you a little
loud.
extra time, too. You're fine.
Okay.
Here.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, sir. Good.
Okay. I'll just go back. My name is Michael Anthony Watson. I live at 1800 FM 1092 in Missouri City, Texas. That's TX9, House District 27, and Senate District 13. We, the people, my people, black people, have been in the fabric of Texas since 1528, when Estevinco stepped foot on Galveston Island. He was an African Moor and a very skilled ship navigator, according to the Texas Historical Society. Voting is the essence of our democracy. The 15th Amendment enshrined the right to vote for African Americans at the rebirth of our nation. I grew up on the Gulf Coast in Mobile, Alabama. My grandmother's house was firebombed by the Ku Klux Klan because she had the audacity to help black World War II veterans study for literacy tests so they could attempt to register to vote. So free and fair elections are in my DNA. This Texas mid-decade redistricting is clearly racially motivated. Res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. Anglos make up nearly 40% of Texas, but control 28 out of the 38 congressional seats. 40% of one group taking 70% of the seats is not fair. The black, brown, and Asian populations grew much faster than the Anglo population in the last decades.
Please complete your testimony.
However, Texas awarded 2 seats derived from the 2020 census to the white population. Clearly not fair. Just one last thing.
You bet.
The Roberts Supreme Court in the Millman case in Alabama just affirmed that black people may not be intentionally discriminated with when you're drawing new congressional maps. So my people are merely asking for the opportunity to be heard and to secure the blessings of liberty in this nation. Thank you, and I thank my forebearers.
Thank you for your time.
Absolutely.
Hold for just a second, panelists. Chair calls Jesus Medel or Mapel. Is he here? Chair will show him register to testify on behalf of LULAC, but not testifying on revised congressional redistricting plan. Chair is going to call Tiffany Hill. Is Tiffany Hill here? Chair will show Tiffany Hill registered to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Ms. Jones is recognized as question panel.
I don't remember your name. What's your name again, ma'am?
Ashley Tabor.
So this is what I want to say to you.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is running this country the way he ran his bankrupt businesses into the ground. And I appreciate the clear and powerful way that you explained why this redistricting is wrong and racist in a way that people pay attention to business could understand. Thank you.
With all due respect, I have been living in Texas for 5 years. I'm originally from New Jersey, and I know all too well that he is not the good businessman that people think he is. So you can put that on the record.
2 casinos gone bankrupt.
Yeah. Atlantic City speaks for itself.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. Panel's excused. Chair calls Christopher Campo-Real, Jerome Wald, Karen Knapp, and Victoria Solon. Christopher, we're going to need you to sign your witness affirmation form. We're going to bring that to you. Our next panel is going to be Karen Washington, Cynthia Drabeck, Dawn Marshall, and Thurman Barty. Please be ready. All right. And ma'am, what's your name on the far end? Yes.
Karen Knapp.
All right. Chair calls Karen Knapp. Shall you register to testify as Karen Knapp on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Knapp, I showed you you had signed the very bottom where I'm supposed to sign. Can I put a little arrow that you signed the other
Yes,
line? I'm gonna sign.
please
Okay.
do.
No worries.
Please
We're
do.
just getting this right. Please give us your testimony.
Okay, thank you. As a resident of Congressional District 18, I have a message for Donald Trump and Greg Abbott. If you want to flip this district, earn our votes. Don't steal them. Listen to all of your constituents. Abbott has silenced CD18 for months now to serve Trump's agenda. CD18 is a majority black and brown district. As are other Harris County districts you're targeting, we see exactly what you're doing. Make our streets safer. Poll after poll shows that the majority of Texans are tired of gun violence in this state. Fully fund public education. Stop destroying it. Get out of HISD and stay out. Feed hungry children in the summer. Texas can fund summer meal programs for children all by itself. No federal funding needed. Keep people healthy by making health care affordable and accessible. Stop passing laws that put Texas at the top of the medically uninsured states in this nation. Get out of OB-GYN offices and delivery rooms. Strengthen environmental protections. Stop favoring polluters over human beings. Fortify the grid. Hold CenterPoint accountable for their negligence. Stop making us pay for their failures. Stop putting up barriers to voting. And by the way, you're making it harder for Republicans to vote, especially elderly Republicans. Support LGBTQ youth and their families. Don't persecute and criminalize them. In fact, support all families and children. Stop abducting people off the streets who aren't criminals. And finally, stop teaching Texas children that the only way to get what you want is to cheat.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Victoria Saline.
Thank you, Chair. Victoria Salin.
Salin, and I shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Greetings to the committee. My name is Victoria Salin. I come from College Station. What's the rush? We don't have a map. After people and experts get the map, please, I ask you to provide notice and hearings so that everyone can carefully consider the redistricting issue. I understand the time in this special session is really short, but I encourage the legislature not to use time constraints as an excuse to exclude the public from deliberations. And we can really only fairly make deliberations once we have the map. If you do go forward, what will be the impact? The time spent now on redistricting, and it's your time as our representatives, takes away from considering other really important issues such as flood recovery and improving flood prevention, not to mention all the other issues. From my own perspective, I've been a volunteer voter registrar for Brazos County for a couple of cycles now, and I know firsthand that county elections, committees, and officials have a lot on their plate. Counties also don't have a lot of extra money to spend on the work it would take to implement new maps, and it will put a big burden on county staff. Not to mention the confusion among our fellow voters who may lose their representation if the lines are moved. I've personally been redistricted a couple of times in the 30 years that I've been a Texas voter, and I know it can be confusing for voters who depend on federal programs, who are very vulnerable people. We all need to know how to access services, and with cuts in the federal government, we the people need to be represented effectively. New maps might well harm many, many people, and especially this would be a bad outcome if the new map is motivated by a racially motivated political power grab. Please don't rush into redistricting.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jerome Wald. Show you register as Jerome Wald, testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Glad to have you here today. Good to see you again. Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. So again, good afternoon, committee members. I thank you for this hearing. My name is Jerome Wald, and I'm a native Houstonian. I am a retired Texas State employee. I'm 75 years old, and I've been involved in politics since I was 14. And so I am a proud constituent of Congressional District 7. As a Texan, I wish that this legislature were working on redistricting fairness rather than gerrymandering. Instead, I'm here to testify against this harmful attempt to redraw our congressional districts in the middle of the decade. I have about 7 talking points I'd like to address. I hope I get to them all. First of all, one is show voters the maps by holding a public hearing, as you're doing now, with testimony on any proposed maps they have been drawn, but before they are voted on. Point 2, do not discriminate against voters of color. It's a blatant racial discrimination. Number 3, do not limit public testimony to 5 hours. Our voices deserve to be heard. People have taken time away from their work and their families so they can address their representatives. Point 4, we need at least 5 days to review the maps. Maps must be made public at least 5 days in advance of any public hearings during a special session or votes in order to allow sufficient time for the public to review the maps, prepare testimony, and propose alternative maps. Number 5, we also need at least 5 days to review any proposed changes in the maps. Any amendments or changes offered to a map proposal must be presented at least 5 days in advance of any vote to allow for public to analyze the proposed amendments and advocate for or against them. Point 6, provide an analysis of how the new maps impact historically disenfranchised communities of color and VRA protected language minorities to elect candidates of their choice. My last statement, which is not going to be included, number 7, but I will say to remember to do unto others as you would have them do unto you, because the tables can turn. And that's quotations from the Talmud and Leviticus 19:18.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Christopher Campo-Real. Don't see him. I'll show Christopher Campo-Real registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you again all for your testimony. Panel is excused. Chair calls up our next panel, Cynthia Drabeck, Don Marshall, Thurman Barty, and Karen Washington. The panel after that is going to be Carmela Walker, Judson Robinson, Demetra Orion, and Lucy Reyna. So please be ready. Okay. Chair calls Thurman Barty.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you again.
Okay. First, I'd like to say good afternoon to this august body and this great panel.
Let me make sure I get your registration right. So you registered to testify as Thurman Barty on. You have Citizens of Port Arthur. I know you were former mayor there, but I think since that's not an organization, theoretically or technically, we have to say on behalf of yourself on revised congressional redistricting plan.
I represent myself and a great number of individuals who may not want to be recognized at this point.
Sure. So is it okay if I have your registration show that you were testifying on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please give us your testimony.
Okay. And again, as he stated, I am Thurman Bill Barty, former mayor, past mayor of the great city of Port Arthur, Texas. I just stepped down, termed out a few weeks ago. And I'm speaking, however, as a resident of Congressional District 14, which is situated in a very large portion of Jefferson County, Texas, and Port Arthur, Texas happens to be a part of Jefferson County, the second largest city there. And again, I represent unofficially a very significant population situated in Congressional District 14. And with that in mind, I pray upon each of you for consideration to not please do not gerrymander the district any more than it already is. Presently, a large portion of the population is systematically disenfranchised because of political ideology interference. There are certain other issues that this special legislative session can actually be addressing besides polluting the political atmosphere with more disgusting maneuvers. So please consider not changing the description, the boundaries, or anything that deals with Congressional District 14, and for that reason, any of the congressional districts here in our great state of Texas. Allow Texans throughout this great state to be proud participants of the governance in our great state without regard for political, ideological interference on all levels. So again, I pray upon you. We've learned to live with what we have since 21. Don't change it. I cannot remember in 71 years that we've gone through a change in 4 years or 3 years simply because it might be constitutionally correct. But just think, it's not morally proper. And for sure, it's not politically sound to do this right now and hurt this country. And might I add, to
Please
hurt
finish your
minorities,
testimony.
to hurt blacks and browns, just because you have a leader or we have a leader who doesn't care about anybody but himself. Because if you think he cares about you, get in the tight. God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Cynthia Drabeck. Okay. I show you registered to testify as Cynthia Drabeck on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Absolutely, and thank you for your time today. American attempts to tailor district lines for political gain stretch way back to the country's very origin. Patrick Henry, who opposed the new Constitution, tried to draw district lines to deny a seat in the first Congress to James Madison, the Constitution's primary author. Henry assured that Madison's district was drawn to include counties politically opposed to Madison. The attempt failed, and Madison was elected, but American gerrymander had begun. Here are my districts. I'm in a United States Rep District 2, and then here are my other two gerrymandered districts, as you can see. They look like pieces of a puzzle. These maps should reflect communities, not be driven by racial quotas or political manipulations. Based on the population growth and the problems currently presented in the currently drawn districts, redistricting into neighboring districts should be considered. These hearings should continue. I'm humbly asking for representative districts to be concise, to adequately represent contiguous neighborhoods, schools, businesses, infrastructure, and constituents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Don Marshall. Show you registered to testify as Don Marshall on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Don Marshall, and although I'm running for the Texas 10th U.S. Congressional District, I'm here today to give testimony, as is my right as a citizen of Texas, in opposition to this unconstitutional redistricting proposal. Our elected officials are not rulers. They are representatives. They hold office not by divine right or family name, but by the faith and support of we, the people. And that faith must be earned and re-earned through transparency, accountability, and a profound respect for our will. Freedom means that we, the people, choose our leaders, and we must terminate their employment when they no longer reflect our values, our struggles, or our hopes. It means that no one, no governor, no senator, no president is above the law or beyond the reach of a ballot box. But freedom only works when we exercise it, when we show up, when we raise our voices, when we hold elected officials accountable for what they do, not for what they say, for how they vote, who they protect, and whether they stand with the people or stand in our way. So let us be very clear. In a free country, democracy doesn't end on Election Day. It begins there, because freedom is not a gift. It is a responsibility, and the will of the people is not a whisper, it is a force. I urge this committee to do what they know to be right. It is time to do your job and not just keep your job. Say no to the gerrymandering and stop the redistricting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Karen Washington. Show you registered to testify as Karen Washington on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I had you signed at the bottom. Is it okay if I do a little arrow up there and I sign under you?
That is fine.
All
and
right.
if you'll also notice on that application, I did not agree with neutral.
Understood.
So I checked that I am against redistricting.
Understood.
I want that to be noted.
And absolutely, as part of your testimony, it will. Technically, for the minutes, it'll have to just say neutral, but again, that's just because the rules require it, and I understand completely. Please give us your testimony.
So this morning at 7:00 a.m., I am a part of an organization that gathered to collect items to send to Kerr County. I was not available to participate in that because I had to be here, because I vehemently do not agree with what's happening here today. I wanted to work with my grandchildren because I'm teaching them to learn to be a volunteer regardless of, and helping others in our community regardless of race, color, or creed. It is important to me that we help one another. That is what I teach my children. I teach them integrity, and I teach them to have morals. So with that being said, I'm wondering why we're here today, because it appears to me that someone did not have the intestinal fortitude to say no. There are no maps. What are we looking at, and what are we discussing? So when that event occurs that we do get redistricting maps, I certainly want to be here to talk about it again. All my life, I've had to fight. I'm not stopping now. Normally, I roll up my sleeves, but this time I'm taking the jacket off. I'll be considering calling all of my friends in all of the districts where you guys sit and say, listen, we've got to get people who are going to speak for us. That is very critical to the survival of democracy. You guys were voted into position to speak for us. We shouldn't have to sit at this table and beg you to speak on our behalf. So with that being said, I worked in a corporation for over 30 years where there typically were dog and pony shows. In case you don't know what that means, dog and pony show is where you go out and you pretend to want to hear genuinely what your constituents have to say. And then all along knowing what the plan's going to be. Just so you know and are very clear, we know what that is, and we're not going to sit back, lay back, and allow that to happen. We'll be back here. And what I like about what's happening now is that strategically, you guys are forcing us to lock arms. You know, before the last election, we were divided. But now, we're collectively joining together to say this will not happen. We are against gerrymandering. It is racist. It is racist. It is racist.
Please finish your testimony.
So with that being said, I'd like you to know that it's a tactic that we're not, it's divide and conquer. We're not going to allow that to happen. 100 years from now, history is being written today about you and your stance. What will it say? That you had a spine or spineless?
Thank you for your testimony.
You write that.
Members, any questions? Any questions for this panel? Chair recognizes Representative Jones. Question of panel.
Mr. Chair, this is actually a question for you. I'd like to
Chair,
know.
you have a question.
Yes. Mr. Chair, why wasn't this hearing set up to let witnesses speak their truth for or against instead of forcing them to say they're neutral?
As the lady should be aware, that's required by the rules.
Well,
Because the rules require when there is no bill before the body at a hearing that the testimony is always on.
Right, so I guess that's my question. Why are we having hearings before we have a bill where we can actually say for or against?
The chair has repeatedly answered that. It has always been the practice of the redistricting committee, to my knowledge, to first have hearings before even considering a map, and then to have a hearing on the map. And that is for that reason we're doing it this way.
Okay, so all I'll say is this. Slavery used to be legal, and it's not anymore. Just because something was done away doesn't mean we should just do it that way. And I believe that people are really struggling here with being forced to say that they're neutral because of how we, the legislature, decided to have this hearing, when we could have done it where they could actually put how they truly feel about what's going on and know in advance of hearings how potential maps will actually affect us. Thank you.
Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Gallery, stay in order. Chair calls Carmela Walker, Judson Robinson, Demetra Orion, and Lucy Reyna. Ma'am, what is your name on the end there?
Carmela Walker.
Okay. Chair calls Carmela Walker. Shall you register to testify as Carmela Walker on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you to the chair, vice chair, and members. Really appreciate this opportunity today. I worked at the 83rd legislative session with Honorable Sylvester Turner through the legislative internship program under Senator Ellis when he was senator. Now he's commissioner. And, you know, he was a master at bipartisanship. But what we're seeing today is not bipartisanship. It's very partisan. And I wanted to say that we don't need packing and cracking and stacking issues. What we need, or jacking our constituents and our community, you know, and robbing them of inalienable rights and due process. We need a process that's going to work, and this is not working. What we're seeing here is a partisanship position that's literally ripping Texas apart. And so we're asking you just to keep the maps the way that they are. I'm not quite sure if you're aware, but District 9 and the issues that they have there, the infrastructure, aging roads, and public transportation systems require upgrades. Public safety concerns about crime rates and police-community relations persist. District 18, the economic disparities, prevalent poverty rates affecting access and services, housing, affordable housing, and improvements in existing structures need help. Health services, District 29, flooding. It's prone to flooding and drainage damages. Environmental concerns. District 33 has transportation issues, public amenities, social services, and resources are needed. So we don't need anyone to redistrict anything. What we need are our representatives to do their jobs so that we can address some of these issues that are on behalf of the public. That's what we're asking. And lastly, I'm going to say to you, between 1899 and 1867, we had a 68-year gap with no representation. And that was before, that was actually after Representative Robert L. Smith of Colorado County. And then after that, we had Senator Barbara Jordan of Harris County. We had Representative Curtis Graves and Representative Joe Lockridge of Dallas. And they were sworn in 1967. So what I'm saying to you is that we need representatives right now who can represent Texas in a way that's equitable. Represent us. Do the job. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Judson Robinson. Shall you register to testify on behalf of, is it Hall?
Yes, the Houston Area Urban League.
Houston Area Urban League, short for Hall. Okay. And on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And do I have your permission to write out the what was that title? Houston
Area.
Urban League.
Correct.
Okay. Is it okay if I update your registration to spell that out?
Correct.
All right, perfect. Please give us your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the committee, thank you for being here and listening to this testimony. I think you've heard kind of conclusively where this audience stands, where this city stands, where this district 18, 29, 33, and 10 stand as it relates to redistricting. We don't want any redistricting. We are comfortable with the lines as they are drawn. We don't want to make a decision on any new map that we have not even seen. We don't want to do it within 30 days. We don't want redistricting in our community. We are built on a community that has seen Barbara Jordan rise to a position of prominence that has made the 18th Congressional District something to be proud of. I come from a small community called Pleasantville. Many of the people from Pleasantville are here. I've seen members of our guild that are here. I've seen members of the Urban League Young Professionals that are here. Many of those folks have lived in Pleasantville. When Pleasantville was formed, we didn't have street lights. We didn't have a bus stop that came to that community. But thanks to the 18th Congressional District and Barbara Jordan, she was able to work with people like Judson Robinson Jr., who was the first African American to be elected to Houston City Council since Reconstruction. But it took people working together, people who had common likeness, common causes, common experiences, that could understand why it was important to have streetlights in a community like Pleasantville when our current council member didn't think that was important. When our current council member didn't think it was important that we have a bus line so that people could get to work. When our current council member didn't think it was important that we have a health care center in the neighborhood that we could get to when we need it. You see, it takes experiencing and walking in the shoes of others that you have common ground with to appreciate where they come from, to see things through their lens. I hope that you as our leaders will put yourselves in the shoes of others. Put yourselves into the shoes of the people that are here. Things through our lens. It's fair. It's important. And that's what we elected you to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. If the panel remain right there for a moment, Chair calls Lucy Reyna. Lucy Reyna here. Chair will show Lucy Reyna register to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Demetria Orion. Demetria Orion. Chair will show Demetria Orion register to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. Panel is excused.
Thank you.
Chair will call our next panel, Kia Baptist, Manuel Cohen, Bill Robinson, and Patrick Logan. Please make your way up to the front. The next panel after that, which we'll do one more after this next one, and then we'll take another little break. Andrea Hubert, Lisa Hunt, Mackie Thomas, and Stephanie Foy, please be ready. Okay. Chair calls Patrick Logan. Is Patrick Logan here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I'll show you register to testify as Patrick Logan on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of this hearing committee. My name is Patrick Logan. I am a U.S. Navy veteran who served on 2 different aircraft carriers. So if I can't hear some of your responses, it's probably because of jets and flight decks and noises and other stuff. Anyway, I live in Congressional District 18 in an unincorporated neighborhood. My neighborhood, Greenwood Forest, has almost 1,600 families, and that neighborhood also is almost 50 years old. It's so large that we're split into 2 different precincts. However, we're a single community. As a member of the Greenwood Forest Social Club, I help plan events for the entire neighborhood. We have an Easter egg hunt for the children, with family movie night, family game night, and on the 4th of July, we have a parade that stretches almost a mile long that goes down the boulevard that divides the 2 precincts. And the streets are lined with neighborhood people. We have over 1,000 people this year. Our swim team is also comprised solely of residents at Greenwood Forest and competes regionally and recently won the district championship. The reason I'm here is I'm concerned about this process because we don't know what the new districting map will be. If you draw a new congressional map, you need to ensure you do not divide communities such as mine. I'm also testifying because I've reviewed the more than 40 different redistricting maps that have been proposed. They appear to have one thing in common. The people who drew these maps have absolutely no understanding of the Texas Constitution. Every map that I've reviewed is complete garbage and is openly violating Section 26 of the Texas Constitution. Knowing these proposals will not pass even the weakest of court challenges, I have to ask, why did you even propose these ridiculous maps in the first place? You know your policies are unpopular, you know your proposals are unfair, and you know you will be swept from power if you do not rig the vote.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Manuel Cohen. Show you registered to testify as Manuel Cohen on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Manuel Cohen. I'm a longtime resident of Congressional District 9, represented by the Honorable Al Green. In my first election that I ever voted for, 2024, I already knew I was going to be represented in a gerrymandered district. That's been the history of this state, as long as I know, is gerrymandering, gerrymandering, gerrymandering. But even still, the people of the 9th District chose to elect someone that represented them. These future maps are going to divide our community so badly that we will no longer have a fair representation in Congress. We are going to be deprived of our vote simply because Texas Republicans want to defend a pedophile. This is it. It's plain and simple. The man in office right now was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, and the only way to protect him from any congressional subpoenas is if we put more Republicans in Congress. I don't know why you would seek to defend a pedophile, sir. It doesn't make any sense. You are the party of supposed family values. I don't think of family values being a pedophile. I want to make an appeal to you to at least try to draw a fair map. You know it's possible. I know all of you on this committee have the power to do so. Draw a fair map that repudiates this disgusting criminal in the White House and actually represents Texas voters. To the Democrats in this committee, y'all have said for a long time that every option is on the table. I want to make it clear to you that should include breaking the quorum. When the time comes, y'all need to be prepared to break the quorum so that way you defend our voices in Congress. We understand that the Republicans here are going to do everything in their capacity to gerrymander the state more and more, and y'all are in the minority. The one thing that y'all have left is to break that quorum. Please, for the state, break the quorum and actually force the Republicans to create a map that represents us.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Kia Baptist. Show you registered to testify as Kia Baptist on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Kia Baptist, and you're probably looking at me thinking she's one in a long line of people who've come up here and sat in this room all day, some of us from very early, to say what needs to be said. I have a script. A lot of it has already been said. Who am I? I'm not a politician. I am the hope and the dream of people who are named in my family and ancestors I don't even know. I think it is very important for you to understand, because I suspect a whole lot of y'all are sitting at your house frustrated at the news every day the same way that I am, the same way that a lot of us are, and wondering when on earth is somebody going to not be afraid of speaking truth to power and speaking truth to anarchy and oligarchy. And this is not an autocracy. We are a democratic republic. That means no oligarchy, no kings, no people who just said, I want 5 more seats and I want Texas to go get them. Now, I have lived in Texas for 20 plus years, And not one of those years has any Texan decided that they were going to go along to get along if they didn't agree with what was going on. Why are we doing it now? Why now? It used to be that bipartisanship was something that was lauded. People were elected because they were able to work across the aisles and work together to see that the right things were done. Where did that go? We are relying on you all to make sure that that happens. Don't give in to fear. They are trying to, we know why we're here. I know you said, we've asked the question, we know why we're here. Because the person in the White House has said this is what he wants, and he's going to figure out how to get it from our governor. And if the governor is not going to stand up for us, darn it, I expect for you to. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bill Robinson. Bill Robinson here. Chair will show Bill Robinson registered to testify on behalf of himself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, questions for the panel. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kia, thank you for being here today. Sometimes you just walk out of a neighborhood and into a room like this with 1,000 of your dear friends and make a difference, and my dear, you have made a difference there. Nope. A lot of people have said a lot of powerful things in this room. Nobody said it as clearly and concisely as you did right now, so thank you for bringing that.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair will call up our next panel, Stephanie Foy, Mackie Thomas, Lisa Hunt, and Andrea Hubert. When we're done with this panel, of course, we'll take a brief break. And just a reminder, Crystal Jordan, we're still looking for you. Got your credit card up here. Promise not to do anything with it, but if you wouldn't mind coming to get it, if not, it's going to go to the police. I think that's right. Yes. All right. Ma'am, what's your name on the end?
I'm the Reverend Lisa Hunt.
Lisa Hunt. Chair calls Lisa Hunt. Shall you register to testify as Lisa Hunt on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Please
correct.
give us your testimony.
Thank you. Hello, members of the committee and Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming to Houston in person to hear our remarks. My name is Lisa Hunt. I'm a resident of House District 29, an Episcopal priest, and a target of this rushed gerrymandering effort. In the biblical book of Proverbs, we find where there is no vision, the people perish, but those that keep the law are happy. The effort to disappear thousands of Texas voters of color by redrawing congressional districts is a cynical attempt to undermine any possibility of a vision for the common good of our state and our nation. Income inequality, lack of access to health care, hunger, cancer clusters, housing shortages, fear of immigration raids, and food deserts rack my community. My neighbors and I do not have $1 million to contribute to your election campaigns, but we do have a vote if you will let us exercise it. Texas has one of the lowest rates of voting in the nation. Voter apathy and disengagement is one result of the current and historic gerrymandering and stems from the experience that our votes don't make a difference. The perception is that you, our elected leaders, only represent the rich and powerful business interests of this state and country. Now, I want to believe that you are capable of casting a vision of a more just Texas, where all voters have access to the polls, where minorities are represented in elected office, and where the needs of our citizens take precedence over the lust for ever greater power. We have major issues to address, and we need leaders like you who reflect the experience of all of us. I urge you to reject this immoral effort this immoral effort to further marginalize my community and others like it. Don't even consider this redistricting effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name? What's your name?
Makia Thomas.
Okay. Makia, we're going to need you to fill out, to sign your witness affirmation form. She's going to bring that to you real quick. Okay. While she's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and call the other two who, unless they're Casper the Friendly Ghost, are not here. Stephanie Foy. Stephanie Foy. Chair will show Stephanie Foy, registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair will call Andrea Hubert. Andrea Hubert. Chair will show Andrea Hubert, registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Okay. Let that WAF, as it's commonly known, make its way back up here. Show you registered to testify as Mackie Thomas on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional district plan. Is that correct?
Yes, it's Makia Thomas.
Makia. Ah, I see it's an A. Okay, I thought it was an E. My apologies. Makia, please give us your testimony.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. My name is Makia Thomas, and I'm a proud resident of Congressional District 9. I'm here to speak about a critical issue impacting the democratic integrity of our state. The stark disparity between Texas's diverse population and composition of its congressional delegation. This isn't a partisan debate. It's a fundamental fight for political power and ensuring who gets to wield it. Texas is a vibrant, diverse state where 60% of our population identifies as people of color, yet our congressional delegation only reflects 34%. This imbalance isn't an accident. It's a direct consequence of redistricting process that appears to employ racial discrimination to dilute the voice and power of communities of color. Our district should be designed to elect candidates who genuinely reflect the rich diversity of our state. Ultimately, we need representation that is truly responsive to the needs of all Texans, not just the wealthy or special interest groups. When districts reflect our diversity, our government can effectively address the real problems faced by ordinary people: affordable housing, food access, living wages, quality public schools, and accessible health care. Our election should amplify the voices of all citizens, not just a select few. In closing, I hope this is the first of many opportunities for the community to provide testimony on this issue. We currently do not have any maps to respond to, and we will need an opportunity to do so. Thank you for your time today, committee members.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. At this time, we're going to take a brief break for our wonderful court reporter and for the members of the public in this room. The House Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for what purpose?
Mr. Vasu, quick question for the chair.
State your question.
How much time do we have left for public testimony?
I am pausing the timer right now. We have used 3 hours and 14 minutes.
And so that leaves?
1 hour and 46 minutes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other? Okay. With that, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand at ease for 5 minutes. The time is 3:48, and the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come back to order. I try. The chair will show Representative Dutton up here on the dais with us today. Now you're in the record, Harold. All as we left, timer is now at 3 hours, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. Sorry, next time. Okay, I'm going to call up 4 people, and then I'm going to read the names of 4 people if those would be on deck. So, Chair is going to call up Dana Foy, Natalie King, Alan Foster, and Darius Wind. That'll be our next panel. And then if we can have Vienna Nguyen, Bill Kelly, Robert Slater, and Charity Flores available to be for our next panel, so be ready. So, Darius Wind, Alan Foster, Natalie King, and Dana Foy. And I won't start the timer until we get that first panel up here. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started on the timer here. Chair calls Darius Wind. Darius Wind. Chair will show Darius Wind register to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Alan Foster. Alan Foster. Chair will show Alan Foster register to testify on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Natalie King. Natalie King. Chair shows Natalie King register to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Dana Foy. Dana Foy. Chair shows Dana Foy register to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Okay. That was a fast panel. All right. Chair calls up our next panel. Vienna Nguyen, Bill Kelly, Robert Slater, and Charity Flores. Please make your way up to those seats. The next 4, please be ready. Jessica Campos, Carrie White, Misha Legley-Berkins, and Patty Kwasinski. I'd apologize if I mispronounced any name. Okay. Let's take it. Sir, on the right over here, what's your name?
Oh, Robert Slater.
Robert Slayton? Okay. Chair calls Robert Slater. Shall we register to testify as Robert Slater on behalf of the Culture Commission Coalition on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for having us. With all due respect, I kind of find it very audacious, Mr. Chairman, for you guys to have this hearing in an underrepresented district as District 18, underfunded, and with all due respect, you have the great Mrs. Thomas next to you, that for you not to have a lot of information for the people is just unsatisfactory, respectfully. I do believe that it's not about what we're saying, but what is not being said here. I do believe that this hearing is a mere notion for future legal challenges, if you will, so you can say that you have the input of the community. I want to say also as a candidate of District 18 running that it is fair to say that when we have this special election in November 4th, and then possibly a runoff in January, and then a primary right there in March, this new map that may probably going to go in effect for March primary, these district maps are only going to have 2 months to really know their candidate of choice. And so not only are we without representation for a year, there's possible that another year may pass before you really have true representation. We are undue and we are in trouble and we have been hurting. We saw what happened with FEMA. As the Culture Commission, we have mobilized privately to get funding and trucks and food prepared because we just can't trust FEMA to come in or the government or you. With all due respect, when Donald Trump called the Secretary of State in Georgia, I believe, and asked for 11,001 votes for election interference, that Secretary of State stood ground and he was a Republican. Now that he's not running for re-election, he's calling for a special election per se of interference on behalf of our congressional races. And I ask that you stand forth also. Not only is this racially motivated, it also seems that it's election interference. So please have the gall and the spine to stand forward and represent Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bill Kelly. Shall you register to testify as Bill Kelly on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you to the members of the Select Committee on Redistricting for being here today. My name is Bill Kelly. I'm a precinct chair for precinct 0001 here in Houston's 1st Ward. And as others have rightly stated, this December will mark a full year of not having a congressional representative with the deaths of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee and Congressman Sylvester Turner. During this time, Congress has passed significant national legislation, including changes to federal health care. One of the provisions passed will require re-enrollment in Medicaid every 6 months. The last recorded words of Congressman Sylvester Turner were, "Don't mess with Medicaid." We have seen the harm this policy caused in Texas when our state adopted that 6-month enrollment policy for CHIP back in 2003. Then, through Representative Turner's House Bill 109, Texas repealed it. Representative Guillen, you were a co-author of that bill. Representative Guerin, you voted for it, as did 126 members of the Texas House. I say this to remind members of the majority on this committee how you would stop when Sylvester Turner stood up on the House floor. You would listen to what he had to say because you knew who he represented. You were his friends, not his work colleagues, his friends. Representative Hunter, you are his classmate. I know how close you were. I am asking you today to stop and listen to what your friend would be saying right now. He would take out his abacus and say you cannot go to one district without pulling from another. Running for Congress, he put on his signs the historic 18th Congressional District because of the pride that African Americans felt for the seat of Barbara Jordan and Mickey Leland. The elimination of districts where black and brown residents have the chance to elect a representative of their choice is both undemocratic and disrespectful.
Please complete your testimony.
Today, we are meeting at the same university that Mayor Turner graduated from and where he learned so much. I hope you learned something here today. Tearing apart minority districts is wrong and certainly something that your friend Sylvester Turner would speak against. I ask you, his friends, to stop.
Thank you for your testimony. The panelists will stay right there. Chair calls Vienna, Huynh. Are you here? Oh, hang on, panel. One sec. Show Vienna Huynh registered to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Charity Flores. Is Charity Flores here? Chair will show Charity Flores registered to testify on behalf of the Culture Commission Coalition, but not testifying, actually. In her defense, she did check the box not to testify, so that's just fine. Okay, members, any questions for this panel? Chair recognizes Representative Jones for a question to the panel.
A comment to one of the speakers. Mr. Kelly, I just want to tell you that I think you spoke very well to explain why coalitions matter. And as a black person in CD 18 and the state representative for House District 147, I appreciate the allyship that you just showed to know your history, which is not like bad, but to remind people who may not receive it from us about why CD 18 and why not having a representative is so important. So thank you so very much.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls up our next panel, Patty Kwasinski, Misha Legley-Burkins, Carrie White, Jessica Campos. Our next panel is going to be Melissa Alala, Michelle Ibrahimi, Mary Koch, and Alexi Hodge. Please be ready. Man, what's your testimony? You might be up by yourself.
Okay, then. Well, I am Misha Leslie Burkins.
Okay.
Misha Leslie Burkins.
All right. Shall you register to testify as Misha Leslie Burkins on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for recognizing me. I am Misha Leslie Perkins, a lifetime resident of the 18th Congressional District, a member of the Good Hope Missionary Baptist Church, the 153-year-old historic church in this district and the home of Barbara Jordan. I'm also a 1993 graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, as well as my husband and my daughter. We are lifelong Texans, and we are standing here today asking you to not redistrict. It was said earlier that a majority of minorities voted in the last election for the Republican who was running, and that may be true. However, the 18th Congressional District did not. And so we're not talking about statewide elections. What we're talking about are our representatives in Congress who are representing people who have common interests. We've been here a long time, and I know many of you are tired, but I'm asking you to please, as Texans, stand up for everyone in Texas, regardless of their political party, their political affiliation, whether they are Democratic, Republican voters, independent voters, or not voting at all because they're fed up with this system. Stand up for Texans and say no to the power grab, the racially motivated, racist power grab that's coming from the White House. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls, let me ask real quick, members, any questions for this witness? Chair is under witnesses excused. Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls Patty Kwasinski. Patty Kwasinski. Chair will show Patty Kwasinski registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Jessica Campos. Jessica Campos. Chair will show Jessica Campos registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Carrie White. Carrie White. Chair shows Carrie White registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair is going to call our next panel, Alexia Hodge, Mary Koch, Michelle Ibrahimi, Melissa Alala. For our next panel, it's going to be Roy Sanchez, Amethyst James Nahuanika. Where's Amethyst? I was just talking to Amethyst. We got you in. Andrina Keller and Julie Marinucci, please be ready. Okay. Ma'am, what's your name on the end?
Alexia Hodge.
All right. I'll show you registered to testify as Alexia Hodge on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Of course. Thank you for being here. My full name is Alexia Sabine Hodge, and I'm a resident of Houston. I'm here to argue for fair district maps.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Of course.
There
Hi.
we can hear you now. Thank you. Please
Okay,
continue.
great. I'm here to argue for fair district maps. I have amended my statement to reflect the crowd still waiting and be brief. I implore this committee to schedule future hearings in districts y'all propose to change when there are maps to see so constituents may speak again. Whatever the proposed maps look like, this committee is likely planning for Houston districts, including my district, CD29, to be gerrymandered and have less political power in a clear violation of the Voting Rights Act. I ask you to adhere to the Voting Rights Act because if not, you're only inviting more litigation against your own drawn districts, costing Texan taxpayers money and our fair representation. All of this money and time should go to the needs of constituents, and we do not need this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Mary Koch.
Yes.
Show you registered to testify as Mary Koch on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional districting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, except I pronounce my name Cook, Mary Cook.
I apologize for that. Mary Cook.
It's all right.
Well, Ms. Cook, if you wouldn't mind, give us your testimony.
Yes. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for being here. I'm a resident of Houston for about 30 years, and as you may notice, I'm an old white woman, and I am a proud constituent of District 9. I've been well represented by Representative Al Green. A lot of what I have in this piece of paper has already been said, so my first statement is going to be to answer the chairman's question. We're here, or a statement, we're here to hear what you have to say. I'm here to say, don't do redistricting. It's not necessary. Nobody except President Trump and Governor Abbott have asked for it. I haven't seen an upsurge in any journal, newspaper reporting that says, please redistrict this year. So please don't do that. Secondly, while you're taking the time, all of you here for 4, 5, 6 hours you traveled, we'll say just 12 hours each in terms of traveling, listening, and going home. How much time have you spent where you could be working on flood mitigation, climate control? This big bill that was passed has taken away health care and food for millions of Texans, mostly children. We need your help on that. We need your attention. Texas has resources. We have gaps to fill. I don't know about your churches. My church is working hard to raise money to get to school children this summer and also school children next year when they go back to school, and there is far less funded food programs for them. We need your help on that kind of stuff. This, in my opinion, is a waste of your time. Not only my time. I mean, I've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. We need you working on our priorities, please. Just a few other things I want to say.
Please finish your testimony briefly.
Okay. Basically, we cannot unsee what we have seen, nor can we unhear what we have heard. This effort to redistrict this year is a blatant power grab by President Trump and supported by Governor Abbott. Please do not do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And what's your name?
Melissa Ayala.
Okay. Shall you register to testify as Melissa Ayala?
Ayala.
Ayala.
The double L makes a Y.
No, I got you. And shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Melissa Ayala, and I am a proud constituent of Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia in Congressional District 29, Senator Carol Alvarado in Senate District 6, and State Representative Armando Wally in House District 140. I am submitting this testimony to strongly oppose any attempt by the Texas legislature to redraw congressional district maps at this time. There is no legal, demographic, or constitutional justification for redistricting before the next decennial census. Any efforts to reopen or revise the maps, particularly outside the normal 10-year cycle, raises serious concerns and political motivations and the potential violation of the Voting Rights Act, especially Section 2, which prohibits actions that dilute the voting strength of communities of color. As a former senior partnership specialist for the U.S. Census Bureau during the 2020 census, I witnessed firsthand how fear-based political messaging and disinformation caused real harm in undercounted and historically marginalized communities. Those same communities, Latino, Black, Asian, and immigrant populations across Texas, are now at risk of being further silenced if this legislature chooses to move forward with redistricting that is not mandated by severe population shifts or legal necessity. I'd like to note that the same president who was fear-mongering in 2020 is the same one trying to influence the governor and those who support him to gerrymander these congressional districts. Let me be clear, revisiting the maps now under the guise of legislative convenience or partisan interest is both unnecessary and dangerous. It would undermine public trust, invite costly legal challenges on top of the already costly special session, and erode the foundational principle of equal representation. CD 29 and other districts with strong cultural, geographic, and community cohesion must not be used as bargaining chips for political gain. I urge this committee not only to reject any proposed maps, but to refuse to entertain the process altogether. This is not the time for redistricting. It is time to protect democracy, honor the integrity of the 2020 census data, as many of us worked so hard to ensure that all were counted so funding could go into their communities, and ensure that every Texan's voice remains fairly represented. Please include my testimony in the official record. Thank you for your attention in this vital matter.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, stay right there. Chair will call Michelle Ibrahimi. Michelle Ibrahimi, shall you register to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls Roy Sanchez, Amethyst James Nwanisha, Adriana Keller, and Julie Marinucci. While they're making their way up here, our next panel, so be ready, will be Kiran Pashikanti, Tanya Rollins, Latoya Jarrett, and Michael Knight. So please be ready. Ms. Sanchez, start with you. Shall you register to testify as Roy Sanchez on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. I know it's been a long day. I'm kind of hungry. I haven't eaten. But anyway, my name's Roy Sanchez. I'm a proud member of Hope AFSCME Local 123, and I'm a resident and voter in Congressional District 29. I just want to let you know that I'm against past and future gerrymandering. As we discussed redistricting, shouldn't we be more focused on life safety issues that could have saved those souls on the Guadalupe River and any future disasters? I strongly encourage you to consider the potential impact on communities of color. Can we prioritize transparency, inclusivity by sharing maps and engaging in a collaborative discussion? We don't have any maps, right? By doing so, we can ensure that the voices of all constituents are heard and valued. Currently, we have a Congresswoman, Garcia, who is a huge part of our community. Everybody respects her. She's everywhere in our community. So, I'm sorry. By focusing, what we need to do is build a safer and more equitable future for all Texans. As a community, we have a unique opportunity to shape our collective future. I urge you to preserve the integrity of the congressional districts and protect the voting rights of all Texans, regardless of race, ethnicity. Together, we can create a brighter future for our state and uphold the principles of democracy. One thing I remember is Abe Lincoln mentioned that the government is of the people, by the people, for the people. And I'll add this part. It's not for a political party. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Amethyst James. Now, how do I pronounce your last name?
Wanicha.
Perfect. I shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Okay, so my name is Amethyst James Wanicha, and I live in Congressional District 7, which borders CD9. I serve on the executive board of Hope AFSCME Local 123. That's the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. The union representing the frontline public workers across Houston, 311 operators, solid waste collectors, nurses, custodians, park rangers, librarians, and so many more who keep this city functioning every day. I'm here because what happens in CD9 doesn't just stay in CD9. These proposed redistricting efforts would directly impact communities like mine, working class, Black, brown, and immigrant neighborhoods that share services, schools, and issues. When communities are represented by electeds who are from the community and who are chosen by the voters, like Congressman Al Green, who spent his time in office to address issues of our communities, who responds to the community needs. We in the community feel heard and seen when we have members like this who represent us. My union brothers and sisters and siblings, many of whom live or work in CD9, deserve to have a representative who understands their value and defends their dignity. Without seeing these proposed redistricted maps, communities could be broken up. Redrawing this district in a way that divides our people and weakens our voices does real harm. In conclusion, I urge this committee and all lawmakers to reject any map that weakens the power of communities of color or undermines the right to fair representation. Texas belongs to all of us, and the maps we draw must reflect diversity, dignity, and democratic voice of every Texan.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name?
Andrina Keller.
Okay. Our chair calls Andrina Keller. Shall you register to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Andrina Keller, and I live in Texas' 18th Congressional District. This is my first time testifying for anything, and I'm really nervous, but there's nowhere else I'd rather be today. I was born and raised in Texas. Growing up, like in junior high school, one of my favorite topics was Texas history. And I used to love to spit out little Texas facts like, did you know that the word Texas comes from the indigenous word that means friend? I believe that name stuck for a reason, that Texans do good by one another, that we stood up for what is right even when it was hard. That is the Texas I believe in, but that is not the Texas I see before me. The nearly 800,000 people of the Texas 18th, including myself, have been without a voice, without a friend in Congress. Governor Abbott could have called a special election much sooner, but he didn't. And now we have no one to speak for us on critical legislation or advocate for us in times like this hurricane season. That isn't just a delay, that's a denial. And it's not very friend-like. Now you have been asked to redraw our congressional maps mid-decade, which will further silence my district and other communities of color as part of an unfair, undemocratic power grab. That is not Texas. Texans deserve a process that honors us, and that means a transparent process with ample opportunity for community input, and also an independent redistricting commission and fair maps that reflect all Texans, including communities of color, who make up 60% of our state. Texas should be drawing more districts that empower communities of color, not fewer. Every Texan's voice matters, and it should count equally. Thank you for your time and for choosing to be a friend to all Texans and a defender of democracy.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, stay right there. Chair calls Julie Marinucci. Julie Marinucci, Chair will show her register to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls Michael Knight, Latoya Jarrett, Tanya Rollins, and Karen Pashikanti. Please come up to the front. Our next panel is going to be Elizabeth Winston-Jones, Ayan Moladina, Carisha Rogers, and Dedrick Wilmer. Please be ready. Okay. Shall you register to testify as Karen Pashikanti on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you for accepting my testimony. I've been sitting here since about 10 this morning and wondering why we're here, as most of this room is. And I think the answer is very simple. It's because congressional Republicans are afraid. They're afraid of their own actions and want Texas to help them blunt the consequences of their actions. If Republicans are so proud of their historic victory with minority voters in 2024, why does anything need to change? Certainly, national Republicans need no help with all their historic success, unless they think that cheating is the only way that they can retain their majority. Fair redistricting must be transparent, nonpartisan, and must comply with the Voting Rights Act to protect communities of color from being split apart and packed into districts to minimize their influence. The right to vote is sacred, and when maps are drawn to favor one party or to silence certain voters, it undermines our trust in elections. I urge those responsible for redistricting to prioritize fairness, not political gain. Hold public hearings with meaningful community input. Use independent commissions to reduce gerrymandering and ensure the maps reflect the true diversity of Texas. Our state is growing because of minority communities. Their voices must be heard, not erased. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And what's your name?
Ayan Moladina.
Okay. I do not have you. Yep.
You do
Go ahead and take it now. Chair calls Ayan Moladina. Shall you register to testify on behalf of students engaged in advancing Texas and yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Ayan Moladina, and I'm a 16-year-old high school sophomore from Austin. I am extremely concerned that the legislature is choosing to redraw our congressional maps after just a few years using the same census as before. Texas students who aren't of voting age also deserve accurate representatives who are truly representative of the community in which they come from. That means similar identities, similar values, and people who will listen to their constituents no matter if they agree with you 100% or not. My concern is that when we start to unnecessarily redraw maps that are already drawn in favor of one side, we are going to end up with candidates who are picked by those who draw the maps and feel that they don't have to serve their constituents at all. These congressional representatives are in charge of casework to ensure that the needs of their citizens are met, not just on policy issues, but on nonpartisan cases involving federal agencies. When I worked in the district office for my congressman, I received calls from people desperate to get their passports expedited to visit dying relatives or to be present for the birth of a grandchild. That's the kind of work congressional offices do every day. Casework that doesn't depend on politics, only on compassion. But if we elect officials who feel invincible because of unfair maps, what happens to those families when their representative just doesn't care to help? As Texans, we believe in fair play and doing what's right, not just what's politically convenient. I urge you to uphold your duty to all Texans, especially the next generation of voters like myself. Redrawing maps without updated census data undermines the principle of equal representation guaranteed by the Constitution and threatens compliance with the Voting Rights Act. Any good political party would want more seats in Congress, especially with the slim majority now. But America is a democracy. Backroom dealings and dirty politics are not how we achieve these goals. Hard work and winning over voters in non-politically drawn districts is the way to ensure that. I respectfully urge you to vote against any attempts to redraw the congressional districts outside of the regular decennial processes guided by the U.S. Census. We have to keep the fire of democracy alive, not let it blow out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Michael Knight. Shall you register to testify as Michael Knight on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I really appreciate you guys giving up your Saturday to perform this additional service. I am a Houston native. I am a lifelong Republican. I'm a business owner, and I'm a leader of my community. I reside in House District 38. My message today is that I care far more about protecting the cohesiveness of my community and it being properly represented than I do about trying to marginalize anyone I might disagree with so that one party or another can exert disproportionate influence. And I have a solution to propose to you. I am proud to live in one of the most diverse cities in America. My neighbors and I may have diverse ideologies, but we are all neighbors. And as soon as you try to predict who might vote for whom and attempt to jigger districts along those lines, you defy common sense, encourage divisiveness, and erode the foundations that make our country strong. I am tired of gerrymandering at all political levels, and it needs to stop. We'd all do well to take a lesson from bees. Arguably, one of the most successful species on Earth. There's a reason their hives are arranged in neat little hexagons. The further you get from round, the less efficient you are. Only circles don't pack well, so the hexagon is the best possible compromise. I always tell my managers, when in doubt, do the math. And I'm sure the engineers among you will appreciate this. When you next take up redistricting, I propose you establish a rule that the perimeter of any district not exceed the square root of its area by more than a factor of 5. Now, I know that's a little wonky, but if anyone's wondering, the ratio for a perfect circle is 3.54. For a hexagon, it's 3.72. The closer you get to those numbers, the better. For some of the gerrymandered districts we have today, it's probably 15 or more. monkey around with this limit all you want, but if it goes beyond 5, you best have a good reason for it, and it better not have anything to do with how much or how little anyone resembles you or how you think they will vote. Just as bees instinctively build efficiently for the health of the hive, democracies function best when political boundaries are drawn with the health of the electorate in mind. If you want to make the world better, make sure our perimeters aren't longer than the folks in the area inside can make sense of, benefit from, or support. Better symmetry and simplicity will absolutely lead to better outcomes for everyone. Please keep this in mind as you consider redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls LaToya Jarrett. Nope. LaToya Jarrett. Chair shows LaToya Jarrett was registered to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but did not testify. Chair calls Tanya Rollins. Ms. Rollins, I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Sure. My name is Tanya Rollins. I am the daughter of a retired Army Sergeant Major. I am the daughter of a retired civil servant, and I myself am a retired state employee. I have been taught to respect the government. I have been taught to respect the flag. I'm sitting here today because, most importantly, I've been taught to do what is right, and I question what is going on currently. On July 12, 2025, the state filed the state's defendants Western District of Texas El Paso Division in the League of United Latin American Citizens et al. Plaintiffs v. Greg Abbott et al. Defendants. This is a direct quote from the filing. The Texas legislature did not racially discriminate in drawing the current congressional electoral districts, full stop. This statement is consistent with Texas's assertions in previous lawsuits that Texas redistricting actions are race blind. Yet, Governor Abbott added redistricting to the special session, essentially contradicting previous race blind assertions. The only thing that appears to have changed in the state's apparent desire is the state's apparent desire to act as a co-conspirator in the current federal administration's power grab. Or the state is now admitting that black and brown communities have in fact been disenfranchised in the voter process. So here we are, participating in hearings under the guise of fairness, participating in hearings without published drafts of the proposed lines, limiting our ability to craft arguments based on the evidence. Perhaps the legislators' times would be better used dealing with the infrastructure issues so that Texans can stop wondering if the power grid will hold out during winter storms and hurricanes, and making sure children don't go hungry, and ensuring that state retirees get cost of living raises. Yes, I stuck that in there for myself. The list would be longer, but I only have 2 minutes. Since it is not likely that the governor will shift focus to issues pertinent to the well-being of Texans, I am asking that this committee to commit to holding a public hearing after the maps have been drawn, but before they pass through the committee. You must also give the public a minimum of 5 days, I see the red light,
Please complete your
notice
testimony.
and capability to review the maps before this hearing. I also want the legislators who draw the maps to explain the rationale chosen. I like yours, thank you. I am strongly opposed to these redistricting actions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions for the members of this panel. Chair recognizes Representative Rosenthal, Vice Chair Rosenthal to question the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michael. So, as far as I know, I'm the only engineer on this panel. I'm the only mechanical engineer in the state legislature, career oil field worker. My dad was a mathematician, so thanks for bringing the math. Is it your
Paul, Representative Paul, I believe, is an engineer.
So he's a civil engineer. We build weapons, they build targets. So is it your contention that, so while I would love to use geometry, the constitutional language around redistricting says collect communities of common interest along geographic boundaries. Does that make sense to you?
Certainly.
I agree with you about the perimeter to area ratio, though. We should be making these fat little blobs instead of long, stringy, spirally, whatever. My district looks like a sea dragon. So thank you again.
Please, thank you very much.
Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair is going to call our next panel: Carisha Rogers, Elizabeth Winston Jones, Dedrick Wilmer, and I'm going to add Sarah Jacobson. Sarah Jacobson, please go ahead and join them. Sarah, we'll wait for you a little while. We'll do you last so you have a little time to get over here. Our next panel after this one's going to be Janae Branch, Arnetta Murray, Toy Halsey, and Alan Provost. Actually, Alan and Toy are not testifying, so we're not going to call them. Let me add two more here. And Jennifer Hernandez and Richard Gilmore. You'll be on the next panel. Please be ready. Okay. Chair calls Carisha Rogers. Shall you register to testify as Carisha Rogers on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
All right. Good evening. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the community. My name is Carisha Rogers. I am a lifelong Houstonian. I am a resident of 3rd Ward in OST South Union. I'm a community advocate, and I'm working to build power in my district. I'm here because the priorities of this body are completely disconnected from the reality that Texans are facing. You're holding this hearing in a district that's being left without real representation for nearly a year because of political games. And now, instead of focusing on flood recovery, housing, or the everyday needs of our communities, you're fast-tracking redistricting in the middle of important issues we face. To us, the people, that feels intentional. So yes, we're upset and we're ready to hold you guys accountable. Because let's be honest about this. It's not about fair maps. It's about clinging to power. Texans are tired of backroom deals and power grabs, redrawing lines mid-decade just because one man in Washington doesn't like the change that's coming as a result of his own doing. It's a direct threat to our democracy. And I want to be very clear. I strongly advise against redistricting our current congressional maps unless it can be done in a truly nonpartisan manner. I was in the Capitol building in the 2021 and 2023 legislative sessions alongside a handful of the members of the board. And I saw firsthand how this body operates. That's exactly why I and so many members of this district being targeted do not have confidence that this legislature will produce fair and equitable maps. So let me be crystal clear about this. If this body chooses to ignore the will of the people, we will use every bit of power we have to vote you out. Our power is growing, block by block, voice by voice, and we will use it to remove anyone who makes redistricting a priority over the needs of its constituents. We deserve better, and we're not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Elizabeth Winston Jones. Elizabeth Winston Jones. Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Sarah Jacobson. Sarah Jacobson. Chair will show Sarah Jacobson registered to testify on behalf of herself on revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Dedrick Wilmer. Mr. Wilmer, I'll show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cody Vasuk, also to Vice Chairman John Rosenthal, members of the committee. My name is Dedrick T. Wilmer. I reside in Harris County. I'm a father, a community leader, and currently serve as Director and Board Secretary of Harris County Municipal Utility District 248, and also I'm a candidate for Congress for the Texas 9th District. I'm here today because redistricting is not just about maps and math. It's about people. It's about whether we draw lines to reflect today's Texas or to protect yesterday's politics. Houston is the most diverse city in this country and the last of middle-class America. We are black, we are white, we are Hispanic, we are Asian, we are immigrants, we are working families, we're entrepreneurs, and we're everything that between as Texas as always Americans. We're also not confined to just the inner city anymore. The idea that minorities and working class voters only live in urban areas is outdated. Many now live in suburban districts in places like Katy and Cypress, which have dramatically changed in their makeup. If I was running in a redistrict area that includes Katy and the Cypress Fairbanks Independent School Districts, likely voters today would be approximately 44% Democrat and 39% Republican and 17% independents. Racially, that population is a 34 Black and Hispanic mix combined with 24% white. That is a clear reflection that this is not a monolithic community, and it deserves representation that reflects its true diversity. But redistricting has too often been used to secure seats, not serve the people. But when we ignore these democratic shifts, we silence emerging communities and deny the voters the right to competitive and responsive representation. I say this firmly, change is always good. Texas is evolving, so should our districts to evolve as well. Representation should be based on the people, not party, but on neighborhoods, not nostalgia. I urge this committee to draw the lines that reflect who Texas truly are today, not who we were decades ago. Thank you for your time away from your families, and again, thank you for your service for this process.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair Hassan, thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls Janae Branch, Arnetta Murray, Jennifer Hernandez, and Richard Gilmore. The next panel, be ready, Samia Rizvi, Carmen Maria Montiel, Nabila Mansour, and Bernadine Getling. Chair calls Richard Gilmore. Show you registered to testify as Richard Gilmore on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Chair, members, I'm Richard Gilmore. I live here in the 2nd Ward in U.S. Congressional District 29. I'm fortunate to only be 2 miles away from this hearing. I come today to voice my opposition for this redistricting process. There's been no published maps to make comment on. It is not appropriate to now redistrict using data from the census 5 years ago. And most importantly, there's a gross lack of public engagement as we rush through 3 public comment sessions for the entire state. Like I said, I'm fortunate enough to be able to be here today, but those who live further out and with such short notice have no chance to ensure their voice is heard in this process. With only 5 hours allocated into perfect 2-minute blocks, that's 150 speaking blocks. If it's allocated into perfect 30-second blocks, that's 600 speaking blocks for public comment. Houston alone is over 2 million people. 5 hours of public comment from hopefully a few hundred folks is not sufficient. I'm lucky to have representatives such as Sylvia Garcia and Jolanda Jones who advocate for me and issues that are important to me. Redistricting my community will damage representation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Jennifer Hernandez. Shall you register to testify on behalf of the International Union of Printers and Allied Trades, DC 10?
That's Painters and
Painters.
Allied Trades?
International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, DC 10.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to add to that, testifying on behalf of myself.
And on behalf of yourself. And I show you on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Hernandez with the IUPAT. We represent glazers, painters, and trade show workers in Houston and throughout the state. I'm here today not just as a labor leader, but as a proud Houstonian and as a community advocate who's been on the ground, walking our neighborhoods, organizing workers, and standing with families after floods, blackouts, and attacks on our rights. Today I speak for the working people of Houston, the backbone of this city, and I speak out against this dangerous proposed redistricting process that threatens to divide our communities and deny us a voice. Let's be clear, this proposed redistricting is not about fairness, it's about power. Houston has 3 congressional districts up for possible redrawing, and the lines being considered would fracture brown, black, and working class neighborhoods, splitting us apart just to protect political careers that don't represent us. People deserve to elect leaders who come from our communities, who know our schools, our streets, and our struggles, not politicians forcibly drawn in. That's gerrymandering, and it violates the Voting Rights Act, plain and simple. We need representatives who understand Houston because they live in Houston, because they've knocked on doors here, because they've stood in food lines during storms and marched alongside us when our rights were under attack time and time again. Governor Abbott is using the special session to push Trump's agenda, focusing on political control instead of recovering from catastrophic floods, funding our schools, rising housing costs, and failing infrastructure. While Texas families are still rebuilding, our governor is proposing to redraw maps that lock us out of power. This isn't just political, it's personal. And when you silence a district, you silence its future. And in Houston, we're not going to be silent. We take care of each other when the system fails, and we will fight for districts that keep our communities together and make sure our votes count. Texas belongs to the people, and we demand maps and policies that reflect us, not repress us. So today, don't erase our voices. Stand with Houstonians and stand with Texas. Stand for fair maps and put Texans first. I'm a constituent of CD 18, and I don't need redistricting. I need representation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, stay right where you are. Chair calls Arnetta Murray. She'll register to testify as Arnetta Murray on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. She already told me she's driving home. Chair calls Janae Branch. Janae Branch. Chair will show Janae Branch registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but did not testify. Members, questions for the members of this panel? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. Panel's excused. Chair calls Bernadine Gatling, Nabila Mansour, Carmen Maria Montiel, and Samia Rizvi. That's going to be our next panel. The one after that, please be ready. Serena Arzu, Ruben Salazar, Al Castillo, and Graciela Sainz. We'll start on this end. What's your name, ma'am?
Bernadine Gatlin.
Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Bernadine Gatling on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bernadine Gatlin, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am here to express strong opposition to the redistricting of Congressional District Texas 9 and Texas 18. First, I want to emphasize that our communities deserve to be represented, not erased. I sincerely hope that our state representatives have already drafted a congressional map that protects our voting power and ensures our voices are heard in any future debates or discussion around redistricting. Splitting our community across different districts strips us from the collective power of our vote. It undermines the integrity of our representation and further diminishes what remains of the Voting Rights Act, particularly Section 2, which was designed to protect minority voting strength. District 18 has already suffered a devastating loss with the passing of Representative Sylvester Turner earlier this year. During this fragile time when jobs, education, and health care hang in the balance, the majority chose to pass a legislation without input from our community. This is not only violates the spirit of fair governance, but also echoes past injustices. In the landmark case Baker v. Carr, 1962, the United States Supreme Court declared that unequal representation is unconstitutional. Yet, that is exactly what would happen if these districts are divided and weakened. Texas 9 is a community of interest, and Texas 9 is a community of interest. We share neighbors, schools, churches, and struggles. We do not want to be moved outside the bonds of the people we know and who understand our needs. To quote Barack Obama, real power is not in domination, but in compassion. I ask you to show the compassion today, and not just in word, but in action. Do not dilute our vote. Do not divide our voice. Protect the integrity of Texas 9 and Texas 18. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Carmen Maria Montiel.
Shall you register to testify as Carmen Maria Montiel?
Yes.
On behalf of yourself?
Yes.
On the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, panel. As is said, my name is Carmen Maria Montiel. I'm here today as a legal immigrant concerned citizen, mother, and U.S. Congressional District 18 candidate. I'm for it, as I am against gerrymandering. I believe the new lines should truly represent the reality of Texas, as Texas have changed. Let's be clear with the demographics in Harris County and Houston. They are as follows. Latinos represent between 43 to 45%, white between 24 to 27%, blacks or African Americans between 18 to 22%, Asians 7%, and the rest a little bit of everything. For far too long, Latinos has been disenfranchised. In fact, conservative Latinos has been disenfranchised. Today, Latinos are the majority in the city of Houston and Harris County, and we will keep on growing in the future. However, we're not represented well in government. For example, District 18 became majority Latino with 45% after the census in 2020. However, it has been impossible to change the representation of the district, and the same faces do nothing, still control the district, city, and the county, with no action taken for the betterment of the people in our community. For 30 years, District 18 have been neglected. Latinos were conservative. Our values are faith, family, love of country, economic opportunities, and better education. The few and very few people that represent Latinos in this town do not represent our values. Also, Latinos are another culture. We're not another race. The Democrats keep on trying to put us in a brown box. When they put us in a brown box, they're discriminating against 80% of us because we're black, brown, white, yellow, copper, and red. It is time the district lines in Texas truly represent the values and interests of all of us. Little history. The Republican Party of Texas was founded by the black community. When people represent us, they should represent us to not disrupt. If you go to office to disrupt, you are working for yourself, not for the people. My name is Carmen Maria Montiel, and I love Texas. Thank you.
Ma'am, what's your name?
Samiha Rizvi.
Chair calls Samiha Rizvi.
Yes,
So you register
sir.
to testify on behalf of the Council of American Islamic Relations Action and yourself as well
Yes, sir.
on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Chairs and members, my name is Samiha Rizvi, and I'm the Texas Policy and Advocacy Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations Action. I'm testifying on behalf of CARE Action, and as a Texan, deeply concerned by the direction this body continues to take. I may be one of the few South Asian Muslims testifying today, but I've only felt more connected and seen because of those who've come before me and spoken in front of you. Our diversity is our strength, especially when we come together to unite our power. This past legislative session caused real harm. Muslim and Palestinian voices, along with so many others, were dismissed, ignored, and silenced. Muslim voter participation in Texas is already low, and actions like these only deepen that disenfranchisement. The Trump administration's decision to block the Middle Eastern and North African, also known as MENA, category in the 2020 census led to an undercount of these communities. Although the Biden administration approved the category, it will not be implemented until the 2030 census. That means the data you're using to redraw maps is flawed. And the Trump administration's proposed changes will only worsen representation for Muslim and MENA Texans, especially in Houston. I've submitted maps showing mosque locations in congressional districts 9 and 7. In District 9, where our communities are concentrated, representation reflects that reality. But in District 7, my own district, my community, while strong, is politically invisible. And this is about more than just maps. As Palestinians are starved before our eyes and public support shifts towards justice, Congress ignores its constituents. Gerrymandering is part of a broader pattern of hoarding power at the expense of Black, Brown, Asian, many of whom are Muslim, here and abroad. Mid-decade redistricting is unjust and unnecessary. Rather than caving to Donald Trump's demands, I urge you to put Texas lives over party lines. If you continue down this road, you risk forfeiting both public trust and your seat. Ultimately, fair representation is judged at the ballot box. I hope you choose to earn it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, stay right where you are for a second. Chair calls Nabila Mansour.
She's not here.
Yes. I show her registered to testify as Nabila Mansour on behalf of Asians, Texans for Justice on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair calls Graciela Saenz, Al Castillo, Ruben Salazar, Serena Arzu to come up to the front here. Our next panel is going to be Stephanie Wilkins, Joanne Foster, Christiana Thomas, and Nicole Orellana.
Please.
Real quick, Chair's going to call two that he's been advised they're not here. Is Joanne Foster here? Joanne Foster. Chair will show Joanne Foster registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Stephanie Wilkins. Stephanie Wilkins here. Chair shows Stephanie Wilkins registered to testify on behalf of the Pure Justice Action Fund and herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Okay, let's go to our panel here. Ma'am, you're all alone. Which name?
Serena Arzu.
Oh, well, hey, got you right up here. Actually, registered to testify as Serena Arzu on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Beautiful. So, hello. I am here today to testify against the racist order of redistricting our districts that mainly contain black and brown folks. This is blatant racism and is not legal. Let's start there. I am appalled at what is happening right now. I am appalled that Republicans in the Texas legislature lack a backbone. Trump can tell you all to jump and you'll just say how high. These policies are so unpopular that you are actively trying to help turn our next congressional election into a sham. I am urging you to stand up for all Texans. Texans in these districts that are targeted did not ask for this. No one, not one constituent asked for this. There isn't even a map to look at, which I personally think is ridiculous. That's bananas, okay? Y'all need to start standing up for Texans. And when I say that, I mean everyone, not just your base. And one could argue that some folks don't support what's happening right now with Trump, and they voted for y'all, right? They voted for Texas Republicans, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with everything that Trump is doing or with everything that Greg Abbott is doing. They expect for y'all to represent the people, okay? Not Trump. Hispanics are the majority in this state, and y'all are actively trying to silence their votes. Again, if these policies are so popular, leave these districts alone, right? And allow for these folks to vote how they vote. Stop trying to silence the black and brown community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair is none. The witness is excused. Chair calls Ruben Salazar. Ruben Salazar. Chair will say Ruben Salazar registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Al Castillo. Al Castillo. Chair shows Al Castillo registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Graciela Saenz. Graciela Saenz. Chair shows her registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair is going to call up our next panel. Nicole Orellana, Christiana Thomas, Slate Lawson, and Tina Brady. Please come up to the front. The next panel after that is going to be Zoe Kador. We're going to assume Miochea Money could be Uochea Money. Anybody with the last name of Money, just be ready. Amanda Edwards and Jennifer Finch, please be ready on the next panel. Okay. All right. What's your name down here on the end?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Christian A. Thomas.
Okay. I show you registered to testify as Christiana.
Christian A. Thomas. I think I misspelled it, yeah.
Okay. Do I have permission to correct your registration to be, is it Chrisshian?
Yes.
Okay. And then delete the extra N, pretend we never saw that, and then an A for your middle name, and then Thomas.
Yes.
Okay. We've adjusted your form. I show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional districting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm a young advocate in Congress District 7. I'm a sophomore in high school and shouldn't be spending my Saturday pleading to have representation in my own district. I'm represented by the Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher. The most disturbing thing about this proposed redistricting isn't about the drawing of lines or the vague language of past gerrymandering, but I'm personally deeply disturbed with the circumvention of democratic practices and the erosion of every single rule made to keep America in check. Democratic values shouldn't be upheld, but in the status quo, they're consistently being threatened by the idiots at the GOP and current president and the Republicans that continue to bow to him. This is a genuine concern. I ask the committee and the people today to not make people, students, and young people inherit this bad political agenda. But this culture is encouraging radical action from both sides. The redistricting battle has already proved to me that no side is willing to stay by the Constitution in order to meet their goals. But the fact of the matter is that Republicans are the main people pushing it. If you ignore what I have to say, like the majority of partisans in Texas, stop handing Texas to Greg Abbott and Donald Trump on a silver platter. When we prioritize partisans to color lines where they see fit, when we allow Republicans to abuse their power simply because they want to have more seats, it distorts representation, it erodes the core values that this country was built on, and it sparks a vicious cycle. When people of your age come to us young people for hope, you perpetuate that by making equitable, ingrained policies that make sure representation happens all across the board and voting. Voters should be chosen. Voters should choose, not be chosen.
Thank you for your testimony. What's your name, ma'am?
Nicole Oriana.
Chair calls Nicole Oriana, registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Oriana. I'm a rising junior at Cypress Springs High School, and just about a month ago, I had never even heard of gerrymandering. But once I learned it, I couldn't unsee it. Redistricting isn't just about the lines on a map. It's about power. It decides who gets a voice and who gets ignored. Young people are paying attention. And what we see is that these maps aren't being drawn for fairness. They're being drawn for control. In a recent interview, when Donald Trump was asked about redrawing the Texas congressional map, he said, no, just a simple redrawing. We'll pick up 5 seats. But it's not simple. Not simple for the communities being split. Not simple for our voters being silenced. And not simple for our black and brown Texans whose districts are being carved up so their voices matter less. When you break apart majority of black districts, you're not just shifting boundaries, you're gutting out our representation. And that's why this moment matters, because an American is just not about where you're born. It's about believing in the idea that everyone deserves a voice. Former President Obama once said, what makes someone an American is not just blood or birth, but allegiance to our founding principles and the faith in the ideas that anyone from anywhere can write the next great chapter of our story. I believe the next great chapter of our story belongs to us, the youth. No matter where you come from, find your voice and speak up, because these maps shape everything: our school, our healthcare, our safety, and our votes. To those in power, don't be the generation that steals from the next. Keep our communities whole. Draw maps that tell our story, and not ones where we're erased, but where we're finally seen and heard and belong. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, are you Tina Brady? Okay. Chair shows you registered to testify as Tina Brady on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional testimony.
Hello, good afternoon, redistricting committee members. My name is Tina Brady. I'm a Houstonian and live in Congressional District 29. I'm opposed to the redistricting Governor Abbott has added to the special session agenda. Governor Abbott approved the current congressional district map less than 4 years ago, October 2021. He's calling for redistricting now because President Trump ordered him to find 5 more Republican seats. I'm asking you not to spend your time and our money redistricting in 2025 when we'll be required to do it again after the 2030 census. I'm asking you that you not rush redistricting on us with no advance notice, no explanation of the reasoning, and no review of proposed district maps. At the least, take a moment to think about the people you represent. I'm also asking that you help us to build a system that hears us and where our votes matter. There are better methods to redefine districts than gerrymandering. Your constituents are being cheated by a system in which our votes don't count. We feel it, and you all know it. I thank you for your attention today.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold one sec. Panel, stay right where you are. Is Slate Lawson here? Chair calls Slate Lawson. Oh, please come on up. Oh, you're just fine. That's why we're going to do it again. I show you registered to testify as Slate Lawson on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
My name is Slate Lawson. I am a student here at the University of Houston. I am a resident of Texas's 7th Congressional District. I'm claiming my right as a citizen of this country and state to express my dissent against this highly irregular redistricting agenda. I do apologize. I soiled my shirt as soon as I got here. Didn't expect to be up here in a sports bra. While Kerr County is still recovering from the horrific loss of life due to the Guadalupe River flood and the federal agency ICE invading our state and disappearing people in our communities as we speak, you are here today with the goal of continuing to disenfranchise Texans that you believe will vote against the Republican Party. One worse, you attempt to do it all on the behest of a convicted felon. Now, I know a certain flag we hold very dear to this state, and that flag says, "Don't tread on me." This legislative body and our governor seem to have forgotten this core value of Texas culture. Over 100 people have died, dozens of children have died. Mothers, fathers, grandparents, and children are being snatched off the street, given zero due process. And yet here you all are, on a mission to redivide a voter district map. Also, the map you seek to redraw is still in an active state of judicial contention. An opinion on that map's constitutionality has still not yet been provided, and we know damn well that the changes sought are not to make it more fair to anyone besides the GOP. You still have the opportunity to not allow that puny man in the White House to tread on our state. Texans deserve better representation than that facilitated by our current legislative body. Do not try to play coy. We, the people of this assembly, are not foolish. We were raised and educated while critical thinking was still something our government wanted us to be taught. Our state district's map already looks like an Etch-a-Sketch on psychedelics, and you are so eager to get on your knees for Trump that you seek to twist it even further. I do not approve of the racially based gerrymandering this state has historically engaged in, and I do not believe this gerrymandering venture to be proposed today to be any different. This mid-decade redistricting is highly partisan, highly rushed, and an act of hollow character. Continuing with this redistricting indicates a severe lack of moral character, and anyone who votes in favor of it, it is sinful.
Please complete your testimony.
To top everything off, just 2 days ago, you chose to arrest Texas congressional candidate Isaiah Martin within the Capitol's chambers, reminding you that history will not remember you kindly, if at all, for what you were attempting to do. We, the people, will not stand for this grotesque impropriety. We demand you not allow this new map division to move forward and get back to the immediate matter at hand, taking care of everyone in Texas equally. To close my testimony, I'd like to direct a statement to the Republicans on this panel. If you were able to exhibit any genuine humanity, you would not need to gerrymander your way into office. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for testimony.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Vice Chair, for what purpose?
I have questions for this panel.
You're so recognized.
So first, thank you all for coming. We have a high school sophomore and a rising junior. Is that correct?
Yes.
you literally should be able to just do something else with this day, this Saturday afternoon. But you chose to use your time and bring your voice here to this room and bring some of the most powerful testimony we've heard today. So I just want to say, y'all give me hope. Thank you for sticking it out and bringing really great testimony today.
Members, any other questions for this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Chair calls up Jennifer Finch, Amanda Edwards, Mayochea Money, and I apologize if I mispronounced that, and Zoe Kador. Our next panel after that, so these four please be ready: Obis Nwabara, Meg Barnes, Joelle Abramowitz, and Carly Durham. Ms. Kador on this end? Nope. Okay.
Oh, no.
Ms. Edwards. Yes. Shall you register to testify as Amanda Edwards on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for having this opportunity for us to speak. My name is Amanda Edwards. I have served as an at-large Houston City Council member and also am running to serve as the next Congresswoman for the 18th Congressional District. As I had opportunity to do, I spoke in Austin this past week and offered testimony regarding the tragedy that has taken place within the 18th. You see, we've lost Congressman Sylvester Turner and Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee within less than 1 year of each other. But what we also know is that the 18th Congressional District is a district that has stood on the shoulders of giants like Barbara Jordan, like Mickey Leland, Craig Washington, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Sylvester Turner, all of whom fought for people and for justice. We have this moment in time where our seat, the 18th congressional seat that is now representing the area in which we are now having this meeting, is now vacant. And what we are choosing to do with this moment is to kick it while it's down. And I implore you not to be an example of what not to do with power. There's an adage that goes like this: if you're not at the table, you're what's on the menu. And right now, with this hearing, with this special session to seek redistricting, we are placing the 800,000 people of the 18th Congressional District on the menu. And to do so in a moment where we have no voting representation, to do so in a moment when we have not had voting representation, and it will be a year and a half before that special election runoff is resolved. That's unconscionable. That's unacceptable. John F. Kennedy has a book, and it was about profiles and moral courage. I encourage each and every single one of you, when you're thinking about this special session and what to do with the redistricting, let us not lead by fear. Let's not lead by political convenience and expediency. Instead, let us lead with courage to do the right thing no matter what the consequences. That is my charge to you all today. Please stop the redistricting of the 18th Congressional District.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, what's your name?
Kador, Zoe Kador.
Okay. Shall you register to testify as Zoe Kador on
Yes.
behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming. Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Zoe Kador. I am the daughter of an immigrant. I'm also a fifth-generation Texan, a resident of Third Ward, an attorney from the University of Houston, a former Miss Houston, and I am also a congressional candidate in District 18. I believe in the promise of democracy when it is allowed to function fairly. Today, I speak not just for myself, but for the thousands of Texans who show up, speak up, and still wonder why their communities are pushed to the margins when maps are redrawn. Make no mistake, America and Texans see this process for what it is, a desperate partisan attempt to hold on to power. The Republican Party is increasingly unpopular, and this panel exemplifies that. If your party focused more on improving life for working class people instead of firing government workers, eliminating FEMA, terrorizing immigrant communities, detaining innocent citizens, increasing the deficit by trillions, attacking reproductive freedom, and stripping health care from the poor, you wouldn't need to rely on lies to justify racist gerrymandering to hold power in 2026. Let me be clear, we do not need this redistricting, but if this committee insists on moving forward, you have a responsibility to do no harm. Redistricting should be about ensuring that every Texan, regardless of race, zip code, or party, has access to equal power. But too often it becomes a tool to preserve power instead of sharing it, and the people who pay the price are communities like mine. Black, brown, immigrant, working class, Texans who are more than just voting blocks. We are the heart and the soul of this state. So I urge you to keep communities of color intact, to keep our districts intact, and not divide us just to dilute our power. That means that maps that reflect Texas should reflect them as it is, not as it once was, or if some wish it to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, stay right there. A chair calls Jennifer Finch. Jennifer Finch, show her register, testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls, again, it looks like an M to me, Meochea Money. Meochea Money, show her register, testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Dean Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make the statement.
Chair recognizes Dean Thompson for a brief statement.
None of us have seen what the map looked like. We're still trying to find out what it is that we're supposed to be holding a hearing on. So I don't know if she feels rained on.
Thank you, Dean. Members, any other questions for the members of this panel? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair is going to call up Carly Durham, Joelle Abramowitz, Meg Barnes, and Obis Nwabara. The next panel is going to be Lillian Jeanette Sexton, Andrew C. Burks Jr., Timothy White, and Isaiah Martin. Please be ready, those last four. Okay. Sir, on the end, what's your name?
My name is Dr. Joel Abramowitz.
Okay. I show you registered to testify as Dr. Joel, and how do you pronounce your last name?
Abramowitz.
Abramowitz. On behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please give us your testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing this testimony. My name is Dr. Joel Abramowitz. My wife and I live in the Museum District of Houston, Lizzie Fletcher's District, number 7. As a doctor, I'm appalled. Our rich state already has the worst health care access and affordability in the nation, along with some of the worst maternal and infant mortality rates. The big, ugly bill will now make health care worse for Texans, especially for rural Texans. Cowardly and cynically, your colleagues in Washington had the health care changes start after the midterms. Really? Do they think that Americans are stupid? President Trump orders Texas Republicans to redistrict in between census, and you immediately acquiesce. He is clearly afraid, as many people have said here, that the Republican Congress will no longer have a majority, so he wants to stack the deck. Republican congressmen didn't care about Texans' health then. Why would electing more of them have helped Texans now? You ask us to make comments about redistricting without even seeing the proposed maps. We all suspect that these changes, due to blatant gerrymandering, will further disenfranchise many of our citizens whose health care will already be affected by the big, ugly bill. What's the rush? Why can't we see the maps before you ask for public comments? We know that you all went into politics because you wanted to serve Texans. Please do the right thing and serve them all. Serve Texans and not Trump. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Carly Durham?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
Carly
I'll show you
Durham.
registered to testify as Carly Durham on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Carly. Thank y'all for your time. I see y'all are fading, so I'm going to try to be quick. I live in District 22. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm a disability advocate, and most importantly, a proud mom of 3. My husband and I are raising our multiracial family in a state we were born and raised in and love, but lately, guys, it doesn't seem like it loves us back. I have a 12-year-old with Down syndrome, and he's on the Medicaid waiver wait list since 2016, and y'all are going to think this is made up, but he's number 56,034. It does not line up for him to get services in time when he's 18. I also have an 11-year-old daughter with Down syndrome, autism, and a stroke survivor that we adopted through Texas DFPS. And then our youngest is 7, bright, helpful, but already knows how hard our family has to fight in this state for access, education, and dignity. You've heard so much about the legal arguments, the census data, and the contradictory DOJ letter, and I'm not an expert in those areas. I'm an expert in my story, and my story is about access. And today I saw in real time disability access fail and what it's like for communities to not be represented. We had a deaf and hard of hearing constituent here today to participate who did not have ASL interpretation. 2 volunteers stayed behind after the rally to help her participate in this event that should, according to ADA, which today is also the 35th anniversary of, have that ability to participate in without having to provide her own interpreters. So this is an example of how in real time communities without representation get impacted. Their access, their needs, and their voices, that's important, guys. If they're not at the table, they don't get seen and they don't get served. So I'm asking you to remember that when you're drawing these lines, that having your stories heard is not just about your story, it's about access. And please remember families like mine as you make these decisions.
The chair will note that we did not receive a request for that. The notice, I think, had information to be able to request those services. We're happy to provide those. I'm just not aware of that request being made, but let's talk offline. And so, Chair, your name is Obes Nwabara, is that correct?
It's Obes Nwabara.
Obes Nwabara. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Obes Nwabara. I'm running to be your next Houston City Council member in at-large position 4, and I live right here in Congressional District 18. Normally I'd say good afternoon, but it isn't a good afternoon when the state seeks to remove my agency as a voter. It's not a good afternoon when the state government walks in lockstep with our so-called president to steal congressional seats. And it's definitely not a good afternoon when the good people of CD 18 have gone months without congressional representation. This is wrong. It was bad enough when the governor delayed the special election in this district to maintain a slim Republican majority in the House of Representatives. Now you're talking about making it so our voices can never be heard again. And for what? To satisfy the giant ego of a tiny little man. It's downright un-Texan. But there's good news. You can say no. You can tell the president that Texans will control our own destiny and our own representation. We're at a crossroads. We can fall deeper into chaos and madness, or we can push back, turn back, and reclaim the ideals that we claim to hold so near and dear. I implore you, each and every one of you, to choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Meg Barnes here? Meg Barnes, Chair will show Meg Barnes registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair calls Isaiah Martin, Timothy White, Andrew Burks, and Lillian Jeanette Sexton. Please go ahead and come up to the front. Our next panel after that, if these 4 will be ready, going to be Carla West, Chelsea Erickson, Charlene Schaefer, and Colton Halt. Okay. And then actually, if Kevin Joaquin can also be ready for the next panel, I'd appreciate it. Okay, Chair calls, I want to go left, what's your name, ma'am?
Lillian Jeanette Sexton.
Okay. Chair calls Lillian Jeanette Sexton. Show you registered to testify on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This mid-decade redistricting scheme was dreamed up in Washington, D.C. The president is terrified that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is so unpopular with Americans, irrespective of political affiliation, the Democrats stand a good chance of regaining control of the U.S. House in the midterm elections. I am on Social Security and Medicare, and the bill triggered the statutory Pay-As-You-Go Act of 2010, which is designed to ensure that new spending or tax cut legislation does not increase the federal deficit. It requires that any legislation increasing mandatory spending or reducing revenues must be offset by spending cuts or revenue increases elsewhere. The bill will cut Medicare provider payments, which could lead to reduced access to care for us beneficiaries. Medicare will be cut by $535 billion, which will weaken the program and cause an earlier collapse of the safety net. I repeatedly called my U.S. representative, a Republican, but he ignored my pleas to vote no on the bill. It is important to allow voters to choose representatives who have their values rather than to allow politicians to choose their voters. My concerns are that this process is too rushed. The 2021 maps are still being litigated. There is limited opportunity for public participation. The process disadvantages communities of color. If redistricting passes, we will need 5 days to review the new maps, and all comments and public records must be retained. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Isaiah Martin. Show you registered to testify as Isaiah Martin on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony.
I'm Isaiah Martin, and as I was saying a couple hours ago, you Republicans tried so hard to silence me. You had me thrown in jail, and I wanted to come here to look every single one of you in the eye and let you know personally that you failed. You tried, and you failed. Just like you will try and fail when it comes to this gerrymandering scheme that you're about to pull off. It's amazing to me how more than 36 to 40 hours later, you're still here singing the same song, pretending like you don't know why you're here. You're here because Donald Trump told you to be here. You are desperate for his endorsement, which is why you are still sitting here singing the same song that you were a couple hours ago. But as a result of what you have done, millions more are now talking about this sham that you guys are perpetuating. More states have come forward saying that they are going to gerrymander Republicans out of their seats. That is the cost of what you have done. So I look forward to more people joining in on that momentum. I look forward to more states making sure that your failed, senile, dilapidated, out of shape, nobody listens to president fails again when Democrats take back the House very soon. And I look forward to every single one of you looking at this state rising up unapologetically against your failed policies that have destroyed this economy, that have destroyed this state, because the people will rise up whether you like it or not.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls, the panel will say right there, Chair calls Timothy White. Timothy White here. Chair shows Timothy White registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair notes, this is a special one. Chair notes under the House Policies and Procedures Manual, an employee of a member of the House may not register to testify or testify before a committee except by leave of the committee. Chair is a strong believer in the First Amendment. I believe everybody ought to be able to testify. It's the Chair's intention at this time to move to permit Timothy White to be able to register to testify. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Timothy White is recognized to testify but did not testify today. Thank you very much. All right. Is Andrew Burks here? Andrew Burks. Chair shows Andrew Burks registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Just so the record reflect that one I did that without objection on works for State Representative Charlene Ward Johnson, according to the form. I don't know that for sure, but that's what I'm indicating. All right. Any questions? Chair's done. Thank you for your testimony. Panel's excused. Chair calls.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
May I be recognized for a statement while the next group's coming up?
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu for a brief statement. Before you start, let me read these names. If Kevin Joaquin can come up, Carlton Halt, Charlene Schaefer, Carla West, and Chelsea Erickson, please go ahead and make your way up to the front. Chair recognizes Mr. Wu for a brief statement while they come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the audience out there, we strongly believe in your right to come testify and have your piece and make your statements about your communities. I know that our time is almost up. We only have maybe like 10 minutes left. But to know that we will be having a people's hearing, a people's meeting after this. We will continue to hear your voices and record it and to save it and to bring it to others so they can watch it as well. We will be walking over to Wheeler Baptist Avenue Church after this. If you want to drive, feel free to drive. But we'll be heading over there, and you will have your 2 minutes to say and explain what's happening in your community. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
May I follow that with a brief statement?
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for a brief statement. Chair will also add 2 minutes on the timer because I forgot to pause it. So we're going to add 2 minutes to that. Mr. Rosenthal.
At the gym of the Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, at the gym is where we're going to be. Here's what I want to say right quick. Y'all, thank you for being here. Well over 700 people signed up to testify in this place today. So many people came to testify that we literally ran out of forms and they had to print more. So while Houston was ready for this committee, the committee was not ready for Houston. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask if we can get an official count for the number of people that registered to testify, all that.
Absolutely. That'll be in the minutes that will be posted. I don't have it in front of me. We've got the stacks here that we'll have to go through. But yes, absolutely, they'll be in the minutes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Very good. So if we just did the math and everybody had 2 minutes and we were perfectly efficient and there was no breaks, you would have had 24 hours of testimony. And that's why we are prepared. I'll stay all night. Anybody that comes over there to speak, I will stay to listen to you. We'll record it, and we'll show it to others. Thank you again.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay. Chair's going to restart the timer, go back to public testimony. Ma'am, what's your name on the end?
Carla West.
Okay. Did I see you in the hallway earlier?
Yes, you
Oh,
did.
good. I'm glad to have you. I show you registered to testify as Carla West on behalf of yourself on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please give us your testimony. Yes, yeah, I apologize. That one's a little finicky. Just
Is that
speak.
better?
That's perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Go for your
Okay.
testimony.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the committee, first, thank you for your public service. As stated earlier, I am Minister Carla West, and I serve as precinct chair of 16, which is, I am proud to say, which is in Congressional District 18. I come today with good vibes. I do not believe that there's anything that I could say that you haven't already heard, other than the fact that I think that out of all this testimony, there may be something that I might say that you have not heard. I know that a mandate has been issued that many people deem not only unfair, but unnecessary. The president does not seem to care about wasting taxpayer money to promote his own agenda. What I will say is this. I urge you to remember the oath that you took to serve in government office. To serve in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Therefore, I ask you to remember us, the people. Remember that in a democracy, us, the people, expect fair representation, honest representation, and just representation. You are well capable of doing so. I believe that. So be fair, be honest, and be just. I do not agree with redistricting of any congressional maps at this time. and certainly not the ones that are in question. Doing so is not fair, it is not honest, and it is not just. Stop wasting our time and taxpayer money just because the DOJ asks you to do something does not mean you have to deliver. Just say no.
Thank you for your testimony. And what's your name, sir?
Kevin Huachin.
I'll show you registered to testify as Kevin Huachin.
Hua, like HWA,
Uh-huh.
and then Chin, like Cheeto.
Exactly what he said. Show you registered to testify on behalf of the Workers' Defense Action Fund. Are you registered to testify on behalf of yourself as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, on behalf of yourself as well. On the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, please give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Kevin Huachin from Workers' Defense Action Fund, an organization that organizes predominantly Latino people. I would first like to mention that in District 7, I have visited families whose doors was knocked down by ICE and police collaboration without a judicial warrant, without prior conviction, zip tying some of the women in the family, and arrest and deportation of their loved ones. That is what's going on in my district, and we are wasting time here today. Just to add another part, I wouldn't necessarily like to listen to appeals to ordinary voters reducing Latinos to taco trucks on every corner, but what is happening on every corner are that essential workers and day laborers are being rounded up. Working immigrants are being hunted by police. I'm speaking on behalf of community members who live in Congressional District 7 and 8, who just went to go get their Uber, but I told them to come back, so hopefully they make it for the rest of this. And I'm testifying in response to the legislature's attempt to redistrict our congressional districts mid-census. This move would take away representation from communities of color. Our residents, like those I'm speaking on behalf of today, who are already subject to inequity, racism, would see every area of their lives impacted, from their finances to their health to their children's education, at a time when they are subjected to low pay, skyrocketing costs for groceries, lights, and a tax based on color of their skin. Our parents are being hunted and deported. The last thing they need to worry about, their congressional representatives taking away their voice. Having public hearings hosted by both the House and Senate Redistricting Committee without visible maps only builds public distrust from the government. If you're going to make drastic changes with severe consequences for communities of color, then you need to make the public input process valid, one where you listen and take our feedback into account. If you say you don't have the intention of discriminating against our communities, then show it in your actions, do what's right. Let the current court case play out, hold fair and transparent hearings after the maps have been drawn and before they pass through the committees, and
Please
visit
complete your
all
testimony.
regions of Texas. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair, if the panel will stay right there, Chair calls Chelsea Erickson. Is Chelsea Erickson here? Chair will show Chelsea Erickson registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Charlene Schaefer. Charlene Schaefer. Chair will show Charlene Schaefer registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Carlton Halt. Carlton Halt. Chair will show him registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Members, any questions for the members of this panel? Chair hears none. Thank you for your testimony. This panel is excused. Chair is going to call up our next panel, Deborah Harris, Alverna Austin, Lizette Fernandez Prestwich, Christina Valentine. If those four will make their way up. The panel after that, which we will for sure get to this panel that I'm going to call out, and then we're going to evaluate in a second. Barbara McKinney, Kathy Hughes, Claudia Schneider, and Solomon Nye. If you will please be ready We'll come to you. Okay. Ma'am, what is your name?
Alverna Austin.
Okay. I'll show you registered to testify as Alverna Austin.
Yes, sir.
On behalf of yourself, on the revised congressional redistricting plan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Please give us your testimony. And if you would, just pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you.
Thank you so much, committee. Everything has been so eloquently said by everyone that has come before you today. I am a graduate of Texas Southern University, University of Houston. I attended Jack Yates Senior High School. I attended Cullen. I attended Lockhart. I attended Turner. I attended Pleasantville and NACU Henderson. I wasn't raised to be prejudiced, so for me, it's all, as I get older, it's mind-boggling to me. My mother raised me that we are all God's people. So when you use people's lives as a chessboard and manipulate for power, God help us all. I want to read something, if I have time. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. Now that's what's on our Statue of Liberty. Do we have integrity? Are we going to stand up? Are someone's bank accounts overflowing right now? I don't know. But it's sad. It's scary, but I put my faith in God. He's in control. Everything is happening for a reason. We have the present leadership to wake us up, because some of us will sleep, but we're not asleep now. We're not asleep at all. We are the people of the United States of America. I don't know how much time I have left. We, the people of the United States. This phrase established that the Constitution's authority comes directly from the citizens of the United States, not from the states individually, in order to form a more perfect union. This highlights the desire to improve upon the existing system of government under the Articles of Confederation, which has seen as too weak.
Please complete your testimony.
Establish justice. This emphasizes the importance of fairness and the rule of law in the new nation. Provide for the common defense. This underscores the need for a unified military to protect the nation from external threats. Promote the general welfare. This expresses the intention to improve the well-being of all citizens.
Please complete your testimony.
And
Last
secure the blessings
sentence.
of liberty to ourselves and our prosperity. This signifies the desire to protect individual freedoms from both the current generation and future generations. Do ordain and establish this our Constitution for the United States of America.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. Oh, if you hold for one moment, I want to make sure. Members, any questions for this witness? The chair has none. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Going to go through these three. I don't know if they're here. Chair calls Deborah Harris. Deborah Harris. Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Christina Valentine. Christina Valentine. Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair will call Lizette Fernandez Presswich. Lizette Fernandez Presswich. Chair will show her registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. We're going to go to our next panel. I think based off of our time, this will be our last panel, and I'll have some notes for you. If we could have Solomon Nye, Claudia Schneider, Kathy Hughes, and Barbara McKinney please come forward. Love to receive your testimony. Okay. And ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Claudia Schneider.
Okay. I show you registered to testify as Claudia Schneider on behalf of yourself and on the revised congressional redistricting plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm a native Houstonian and a native Texan. I'm Congressional District 18. And no, I say no to this special session redistricting. Redrawing while current maps are under litigation, active litigation, undermines judicial oversight. It reinforces vote dilution. It denies the pending plaintiffs a remedy, and it erodes public trust. And we all know this redistricting push is unprecedented and dangerous. In fact, it echoes the democratic backslides from the post-Reconstruction South to 1930s Germany and 2017 Myanmar. And it's not just another attempt to dilute minority representation and a coordinated power grab. It is an extending pattern of racial discrimination that we have been seeing happening consistently since Trump's inauguration. Advancing Project 2025 as well, which is, as we all know, an extremist agenda drafted by racists outside operatives at the Heritage Foundation. At a time when Texas should be healing, Trump-aligned operatives are unleashing a deliberate deluge of harm meant to drown our voices out, erase political expression, erode equal protection, and de facto nullify the Voting Rights Act. These same officials just suspended 2 months of federal legislative work, not to help the people, but allegedly to shield perpetrators of child sexual abuse. Meanwhile, Texas flood survivors still need help, and many lost everything, due in part to failed leadership. Now, even their voices are shut out of this process that'll determine their political power for years. Yet we have some elected officials clearly in lockstep with an administration that is dismantling FEMA's disaster recovery role, weakening our weather, climate, and disaster protections, consistently spreading lies and misinformation, beholden to billionaire interests, and is now diverting relief funds to expand detention centers. Yet this is the priority. While Texans suffer, democracy gasps for breath, and as you know, our votes are our voice. This is no benign act. It's part of an escalating pattern of constitutional violations, but I see you all clearly know that this, because I heard the questions asked about which firm had been engaged and to whom the scope of representation for this committee extends. And as you know, local officials are not shielded when they knowingly violate our constitutional rights. This is striking us deep in our hearts. This shows us there are some who want to drown us again, but we won't, and they won't. Come elections, come hell or high water, we the people will be the flood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? Chair has none. Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. I'm going to check in on these three we have here on this last panel. Is Barbara McKinney here? Barbara McKinney. Chair will show Barbara McKinney registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but did not testify. The chair calls Kathy Hughes. Kathy Hughes. Chair will show Kathy Hughes registered to testify on behalf of herself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but not testifying. Chair calls Solomon Nye. Solomon Nye. Chair shows Solomon Nye registered to testify on behalf of himself on the revised congressional redistricting plan, but did not testify. Members, the time... I will, yes. You have my word. Members, the time of public testimony at today's hearing has concluded. Thank you for all who testified today. The electronic portal for today's hearing will close right after we adjourn, but just so everybody knows, the electronic portal for Monday's hearing is still open. And so I want to make sure you understand you got two ways just sitting here right now to submit your written comments and testimony, and the committee will receive those. First, if we were unable to reach you today or you had more to say than time allowed, we would welcome you to provide a written copy of your testimony. If you'll turn it in to our assistant clerk right over here, we'd love to receive that. We will provide that to every member of the committee. We also will have the registration forms with your contact information if we have any questions. You can also go and provide comments. I always want to make sure we have that link correctly. You can provide comments, electronic comments for the next hearing in Arlington at comments.house.texas.gov. Encourage you to do that. Of course, our next hearing will be in Arlington at 5 o'clock p.m. on Monday. That posting is online. I want to thank you all for being here. I appreciate you working with us, and I appreciate really the panels. I thought did an excellent job of moving very, very efficiently through that. Thank you for that. Thank you for the University of Houston for hosting us, and I thank you, Houston, for having us. We got the Astros playing here in about a half hour. Let's hope that they win. That may be selfish for some of us on the panel who like the Astros over the Rangers. Is there any further business before the committee? Chair
Mr.
recognizes Mr. Rosenthal for what purpose?
I'd like to make a statement.
Chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal to make a statement.
Very good, thank you. So first, as you know, we're going to walk over to Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church to the gymnasium for anybody that wants to be heard. I want to hear you. And I'm going to invite all of my colleagues, whether you're Republicans, Democrats, or however you identify, if you want to listen to these people that are willing to stay not just all day, but walk over to the church with us, you are more than welcome to join us for that. We have pizza that's been sponsored by State Senator Molly Cook and I believe Rodney Ellis as well. And Boris Miles? It's Boris Miles' church. And Boris made the arrangements for us. So I do want to thank our State Senator Boris Miles for that. And with that, I will be objecting to the motion to adjourn, because I would love for you all to be able to keep going here for a little while, and I'll ask for a record vote on that objection.
Members, at this time, the chair moves that the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stand adjourned, subject to the call of the chair, and the chair has heard an objection. Under the rules, this is a non-debatable motion. We will proceed to a vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Vasut?
Aye.
Vice Chair Rosenthal?
Nay.
Representative Garcia?
Nay.
Representative Guerin? Representative Gervin-Hawkins?
No.
Representative Guerra? Representative Guillen? Representative Hefner? Representative Hicklund? Representative Hunter?
Yes.
Representative Manuel? Representative McQueenie? Representative Metcalf? Representative Moody? Representative Pearson? Representative Spiller? Representative Tepper? Representative Thompson?
No.
Representative Turner? Representative Wilson? Representative Wu?
There being 10 ayes, 6 nays, the motion is carried. Crystal Jordan, we're leaving your credit card with the University Police Department, and on that after that, the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting stands adjourned, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.